When destiny calls for change, one boy answers, armed with knowledge, wit, and a surprising heritage. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks, where stories come alive. Today, we're diving into Part 1, Chapters 1 to 10 of Harry Crow, an intriguing Harry Potter fanfiction by the talented RobST. This story takes us on a journey where Harry Potter's upbringing and destiny are drastically altered, leading to a tale filled with intelligence, humor, and new alliances. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a transformative work inspired by J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is created purely for entertainment purposes, with no copyright infringement intended. In Harry Crow, Harry's life takes a unique turn as he is raised by goblins. His perspective on the wizarding world changes profoundly, leading to innovative strategies, sharp dialogues, and a fresh look at familiar characters. This fanfiction is beloved for its originality, humor, and depth. The Harry Potter universe continues to thrive with the upcoming Harry Potter TV series, sparking renewed interest in fan creations like Harry Crow. This story is a testament to the creativity of fans, reimagining Harry's journey in bold and compelling ways. RobST is celebrated in the Harry Potter fanfiction community for their masterful narratives and character development. With a knack for blending humor and drama, their works often explore what-if scenarios that captivate readers. So, sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in the opening chapters of Harry Crow by RobST at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more magical adventures. If this video gets 10 likes and 10 comments, Part 2 will be on its way. What will happen when a goblin-raised Harry arrives at Hogwarts? A Harry who has received training, already knows the prophecy, and has no scar. With the backing of Follow/Fave the Goblin Nation and Hogwarts herself. Chapter 1. Dumbledore, you can't. I've been watching them all day. You couldn't find two people who are less like us. And they've got this son. I saw him kicking his mother all the way up the street, screaming for sweets. Harry Potter, come and live here. It's the best place for him, said Dumbledore firmly. His aunt and uncle will be able to explain everything to him when he's older. I've written them a letter. A letter, repeated Professor McGonagall faintly, sitting back down on the wall. Really, Dumbledore? You think you can explain all this in a letter? These people will never understand him. He'll be famous, a legend. I wouldn't be surprised if today was known as Harry Potter Day in the future. There will be books written about Harry. Every child in our world will know his name. Exactly, said Dumbledore, looking very seriously over the top of his half-moon glasses. It would be enough to turn any boy's head. Famous before he can walk and talk. Famous for something he won't even remember. Can't you see how much better off he'll be, growing up away from all that until he's ready to take it? Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, changed her mind, swallowed, and then said, Yes, you're right, of course. After taking the child from Hagrid's massive arms, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall bent forward over the bundle of blankets. Inside, just visible, was a baby boy, fast asleep. Under a tuft of jet-black hair over his forehead, they could see a curiously shaped cut, like a bolt of lightning. Is that where? Whispered Professor McGonagall. Yes, said Dumbledore. He'll have that scar forever. Couldn't you do something about it, Dumbledore? Even if I could, I wouldn't. Scars can come in handy. I have one myself above my left knee that is a perfect map of the London Underground. And with that, a young child's fate was sealed, or was it? Petunia enjoyed this time of day the most, early in the morning before her two strapping boys had risen from their beds. This was her chance to read the gossip columns in the daily paper while peacefully enjoying her first cup of tea. Only after this much-loved ritual would she start making the large breakfast her menfolk required. This was her normal way to start the day, and Petunia hated anything that interfered with her oh-so-normal life. Discovering a baby on your doorstep when you went to fetch the morning paper was certainly not something that could be considered normal. That the baby had his tiny fist. Clutching a letter addressed to Petunia Dursley immediately ruled out any chance of mistaken identity. The child had been deliberately left at number 4 Privet Drive's doorstep. The chill that saw Petunia draw the quilted housecoat tighter around her thin body wasn't purely down to this year's first touch of frost on their front lawn. That a baby could survive out here, never mind be ignored by both the milkman and the paperboy, reeked of something she was desperately trying to forget even existed. The reports on the news of owls behaving strangely and weird light shows in the sky began to make some sense to the housewife. Only something cataclysmic in the magical word would see this child end. Up here, Lily's eyes staring at her from this child left no room for doubt to his identity. Petunia was reluctant to take the Potter child into her home, but what choice did she have? If she left him there, then the neighbors were bound to notice eventually. That couldn't be allowed to happen. Vernon was awoken by his clearly upset wife. That he couldn't smell his bacon cooking provided a further clue to just how upset she was. Seeing the letter clutched in her hand had Vernon sitting up in bed and reaching for his reading glasses. After reading the words on the strange paper, Vernon blew his top. Who do these bastards think they are, that they can dump their unwanted rubbish on our doorstep and expect us to look after their mess? I'm sorry to hear about your sister Petunia, but we will not be raising her son. We'll just give him back and explain we don't want the little freak. It was a very nervous Petunia who answered her enraged husband. The letter said that the boy living here would provide some kind of protection for our family. For Dudley, shouldn't we? Her husband cut right across her. That's a load of tosh, designed to get us to take the boy in. If our family is in danger, then we call the police. I would rather put my faith in them than some crackpot who leaves babies on doorsteps in November. But Vernon, where would we give him back to? An orphanage. The boy will be better amongst his own kind. Didn't you say once that they had their own government? Yes, but I wouldn't have a clue where to find it. I visited a place called Diagon Alley once when Lily had just turned 11. I never went back there again. That will have to do then. I'll go there and hand the Sprague over to the first respectable person I see. Put this letter back in the envelope, and they can have that as well. I'll want my breakfast first, though. Petunia recognized an order when she heard one and rushed downstairs to the kitchen. As she was cooking breakfast, it gave her time to reflect on the wider implications that the Potter child currently in her living room signified. Lily was dead. She attempted to rationalize why that news didn't hurt her more and could really only come up with one answer. As far as Petunia was concerned, the girl she knew as Lily Evans started the process of being dead to her from the first year the redhead left on that train to Scotland. Lily finally completed that journey the day she angrily proclaimed Vernon Dursley wasn't good enough for Petunia Evans. Petunia drew no comfort from the thought that Lily's own marriage had apparently been a direct contributor to her death at the age of only 21. Vernon was in a foul mood. He'd walked up and down Charing Cross Road at least a dozen times, and all he had to show for it was sore feet. That wasn't exactly true. His left arm was numb from the weight of the child he had resting there. Vernon had seen plenty of what he would consider freakish people walking up and down too, but they all seemed to disappear the instant he took his eyes off them. He had resorted to staring, but something always seemed to catch his attention just before they disappeared. The child was starting to gurn again, but Vernon had the Dursley patented answer for that. His mother swore by it, and it had worked on his own son. One of Dudley's old dummy tits dipped into a tiny pot of honey soon quietened the child. The boy liked it so much his little hand closed over Vernon's meaty finger. For Vernon, this was like the curtains being drawn back. Suddenly, he could see the decrepit old pub sitting there exactly as his wife described it. He had never seen an establishment that was less inviting in his life, but it held the means for him to dispose of the bundle currently clinging to his finger. He kept his head down while entering the leaky cauldron. Petunia had told him he needed to go through to the back of the pub where a wall would grant him access, though he would need to wait on someone opening it before he could enter the alley. Their fears of Vernon standing out as being normal were proving totally groundless. He could have rode in there upon an elephant, and no one would have batted an eyelid. The whole place appeared to be in the midst of some kind of celebration, a celebration that seemed to have been ongoing for at least a day or two. He had no trouble following a young family through the back of the pub to reach his destination. Vernon then found himself standing in what he considered to be the capital city of Freakish. This brought even more problems, though. He'd promised Petunia he would leave the child with someone respectable. Try as he might, Vernon just couldn't see anyone who matched his description of that word. He had just about settled on an ice cream shop when Vernon spotted the large, white marble building. Discovering that this was a bank cemented his decision. He boldly walked up the wide stairs to an establishment that screamed respectability at him. The shock that awaited him inside the marble building almost had the disgusted Vernon running back out. A closer look saw him change his mind. Yes, these creatures were undoubtedly not human, but this establishment was also undoubtedly recognizable as a bank. There were tellers working with orderly queues waiting to be served. That the people in these queues were clearly freaks was only to be expected. What clinched it for Vernon was that these creatures at least knew how to dress properly. All wore three-piece pinstripe suits, with bow ties or cravats. None of these robe things that their customers seemed so fond of. He could ignore the large teeth and pointed ears. Anyone wearing a suit couldn't be all bad. Vernon himself was of course dressed in a suit so girded his loins and joined what he considered the shortest queue. When it was finally his turn to be dealt with, the surly little creature didn't even look up while displaying a shocking lack of customer relation skills. "What do you want?" Vernon thought this would be easy. He was accustomed to using his imposing size to bully those smaller than himself, which was just about everybody. Deciding to get straight to the point, he also let loose with his razor-sharp wit. This was a double whammy that should ensure he obtained the outcome he wanted here. "I want to make a deposit." With that, he dumped the boy and letter on the teller's counter. A smiling Vernon didn't notice the two goblin guards with razor-sharp axes take up position behind him, only the teller's raised hand stopping them taking further action. The names of Potter and Dumbledore on the letter meant this needed to be passed up to a higher authority. This was way beyond what any goblin at a teller counter was cleared for. The little creature flipped up a "position closed" sign before jumping down from his high stool and wobbling away with the letter clutched in its long fingers, leaving Vernon with no other choice but to grab the child and follow on behind. Barchoke was busying himself with tying down the Potter accounts and properties. Since wizards had decreed his clients' wills would not be read, he intended to ensure that any who tried would be denied access to all Potter property. He was currently debating with himself what to do about the trust fund James and Lily had set up for their son when a knock at the door had him calling enter. He was reading the note held in his hands while studying the sorry human sitting across from him. Barchoke was impressed by neither of them. This obese human walrus had dumped the last scion of the House of Potter onto his desk, as if it was a pile of dirty laundry. The goblin parted the blanket Harry was wrapped in to study the child. Its little hand shot out and immediately wrapped around his finger while golden eyes stared into the green eyes Harry had clearly inherited from his mother. The goblin also couldn't miss the scar on the child's forehead. "Can I ask why you brought this child here?" Vernon appreciated the opulence of the office he'd been led into. This was no mere teller. He also decided to be perfectly honest with this creature. "I didn't know where else to take him. It was this or an orphanage, but I felt it would be better if he was raised amongst his own kind. I have no idea how to arrange that, which is why I brought him into your bank." The goblin couldn't mistake the emphasis this human had placed on the phrase, his own kind. Barchoke had been hearing this phrase from wizards his entire life. Teller Griphook also told him the large pile of garbage was as conceited and arrogant as any pureblood he'd ever met. That information had not been passed on in English. Goblins had been putting up with that rhetoric for generations because nothing was more important to them than treasure, and the so-called guardian of Harry Potter had just placed untold treasure on his desk. Barchoke needed more information, though, before making any decisions here. The wizard who signed this letter is the most powerful figure in British magical society. If Gringotts were to attempt to place Harry Potter with a wizarding family, Dumbledore would remove him and once more take the child to your house. Vernon appeared resigned now, though hardly upset about the matter. Very well, I will just have to take him to an orphanage. I still think he should be raised by his own kind, but I won't lose any sleep over the matter. I refuse to have my son exposed to his freakishness. Staying at our house is simply not an option I'm prepared to accept. The goblin knew what this statement meant for the protections Dumbledore was attempting to establish at this residence. That the Muggle knew nothing of the benefits of these wards was hardly Barchoke's fault. He really had only one more question to ask. Does your wife agree with this decision? Vernon's answer left no room for any doubt. Absolutely 100%. Our main concern will always be our own son, and we won't let anything interfere with that. Barchoke sat back with his long fingers steepled in front of him. He appeared the epitome of calm while his mind was racing a mile a minute. He well understood that the radical thoughts running through his head could see a blade part him from it, but Barchoke was slowly talking himself into a crazy course of action. Even mentioning this action to the director would mean his life could never be the same again. He thought the possible benefits outweighed the very real risks. Mr. Dursley, there might be something I can do to help, but I would need to speak with the director of the bank first. Can I offer you some refreshments while you wait? As the tea, milk, and sugar appeared on a small table that moments ago wasn't there, Vernon was all set to politely refuse until a tray of fruit scones was suddenly next to it. This was a temptation too far for Vernon, who quickly accepted his host's offer. Barchoke was mentally rehearsing how he was going to pitch the biggest gamble Gringotts Bank and his race had taken in centuries to the director, knowing Ragnarok would already be in a bad mood since he didn't currently have an appointment. At the moment, Barchoke thought the odds were at best a coin toss. Tails he would win, or his head he would lose. The Potter accounts manager had sweat running off his forehead by the time he finished the pitch. Ragnarok was too quiet. The expected explosion soon came, though. You want to throw the Goblin Nation into a war over a human child? I think you've lost your head, and I am ready to give the order that will make that condition permanent. What do you think the Ministry would do when they discovered we have the child they're calling the boy who lived and hailing as their savior? With the greatest of respect, sir, I don't believe the Ministry will be involved in this at all. Dumbledore blocked the Potter while reading and told the Wisengamot the boy was safe. He certainly won't want to publicly admit to everyone he lied. If it were to become known the Chief Warlock left the Potter heir on a Muggle doorstep, it might even be a large enough scandal to bring him down. Barchoke took the director's silence as permission for him to continue talking. After the happenings over the course of the other night, there can be no doubt the boy really is a child of prophecy. Having Harry Potter raised by goblins would be a coup of epic proportions and provide us with a golden opportunity to install goblin values in a wizard destined for greatness. We have Dumbledore over a barrel, provided the lad attends Hogwarts at age 11. I would also like our healers to have a look at the dark magic lurking at the site of his scar. He could see this appealed to the director, but his next question showed there was still a ways to go to convince Ragnarok this could be good for the Goblin Nation. Even without the backing of the Ministry, Dumbledore could still make a lot of trouble for us. How do you propose to handle the old wizard? This was the crux of the matter. The next few minutes would determine if he left this room with his head still attached to his shoulders. That letter passes responsibility for Harry Potter onto his Muggle relatives. Ragnock nodded impatiently, so Barchok blurted out the next bit. I plan to draw up an escrow agreement that should take care of all the legal requirements. Barchok sweated as the silence drew out. It was broken by the deep belly laughter rolling out of Ragnock. Oh, that's too cruel. Legally cut Dumbledore off at the knees. I approve. Barchok almost sunk to the floor in relief, but his training saw him stand proud. The director's next comment really surprised him, though. Go and arrange for our young crow. No, let the lad henceforth be known as Old Crow. Ragnock was laughing now at his own wit. It would be a stupid goblin that didn't laugh along with the director. Go and arrange for Old Crow to spend the next 10 years learning the ways of our people. You understand that I hold you personally responsible for the success of this project. Barchok quickly agreed and thanked the director for this opportunity before getting out of there as quickly as he could. Ragnock personally naming the child would add a level of protection Barchok couldn't have considered when thinking through this idea. As a wizard being raised as a goblin, Harry would need all the help he could get. Barchok himself had been touched by tragedy when his life mate had died during a complicated and difficult childbirth, that the son she died giving birth to barely survived her. By 24 hours was a double tragedy. That this son was their first child compounded the misery, like young Harry Barchok was now the last of his line. Oh, there were a few distant cousins still lurking about who hoped to inherit everything once he passed from this world, only if he didn't challenge the greedy cowards to a duel before the end. At least if they defeated him, they could then claim it had been earned. Young Harry Potter had touched something more than just his finger in that office. Here was another much-loved son destined for the scrap heap of life because his mother had died prematurely, while not if Barchok could do something about it. His clan had looked after the House Potter finances for generations. He was just taking those close ties a step further. If things went the way he hoped, Harry Potter would be adopted as a son until the child was old enough to make his own decisions. Vernon was trying to decide if having a fifth scone could be considered as being greedy when his host re-entered his office. He actually appreciated this creature's no-nonsense approach to business. There was no time wasted on mindless chit-chat about sports or the weather. Mr. Dursley, have you ever heard of an escrow agreement? As expected, this question was met with a negative response, so the goblin banker explained the concept. As you already know, Gringotts is fundamentally a bank. An escrow agreement is where a sum of money or property is held by a third party until specific conditions laid out in a contract can be met. I propose an agreement between the Dursleys and the House of Potter, with the goblins acting as bankers looking after the property until the predetermined conditions are met. As the Potter account manager, my signature should be acceptable on a business agreement until young Harry comes of age. Vernon wasn't sure what was being offered here and wanted to make certain he understood everything before making any decisions. Can the brat be considered property, and what would these conditions be? Barchok was really having to keep his temper in check at this muggle's disrespect to a child. How anyone could treat a toddler with such hate was beyond goblin understanding. In magical law, children and wives are routinely considered property of the wizard. That will cause no problems. As to the conditions, I think we should keep them as simple as possible, less chance of other people being able to attach their own interpretations to the wording then. Vernon was naturally all in favor of keeping things as simple as possible, just as long as he left here without the bundle in his arms. I think it's safe to assume that it's not the child himself you and your wife object to, rather the fact that he's probably a wizard. Vernon agreed with that assessment, so Barchok gave him the gist of the Dursleys' part of the agreement. If fate decrees the child is not a wizard, he returns to your family to be raised as your nephew. If, on the other hand, Harry Potter is a wizard, the escrow agreement would see Gringotts responsible for him until the boy becomes of age to represent House Potter. This sounded exactly what he wanted, but Vernon was determined to double-check everything. So, unless he's normal, my family will never see him again? Barchoke gave him the confirmation he needed. That describes exactly what the contract will state, though I must point out it is imperative that your wife also signs the escrow agreement. Since both he and Petunia were certain the brat was a freak, this would work out perfectly for them. That will not be a problem. How long will it take to draw up the papers? The words had no sooner left his mouth before the teller he had first dealt with entered the office with a scroll in his hands. Vernon left Gringotts thinking that normal banks placed far too much emphasis on being polite and caring to their customers, and not enough on taking care of business. As he retraced his steps through the pub, he actually pitied the poor goblin bankers imagine having to serve nothing but freaks all day. The healers were extremely angry. Barchoke fully shared that anger after hearing their diagnoses and prognosis. They were raging that this child had been left untreated. Even worse, it would appear that treatment was deliberately withheld. The longer this condition went untreated, the more severe the trauma would be for removing this disgusting thing from the child. As the healer sent for a pig to act as a new host for this abomination, Barchoke knew it was his duty to report this news to the director. The Potter accounts. Manager could confidently predict there would be no laughter at this meeting. That the Dark One had stooped so low as to use this most foulest form of magic would not only disgust Ragnarok, it was practically a foregone conclusion that all the vaults under Gringotts would need to be inspected in case any more of these affronts to nature existed there. It was also not inconceivable that a certain Albus Dumbledore could suddenly find himself suffering from banking difficulties. What was inconceivable to the Goblin was that the chief warlock could miss the dark magic radiating from the child's scar. To deliberately ignore this was criminal. For a Goblin, committing a crime against a child was as low as you could get. Albus could no longer ignore the readings or lack of coming from the instruments he tied to the wards around the Potter boys' residence. He'd been putting this confrontation off, but with the children now safely on the Hogwarts Express to begin their Christmas holidays, the headmaster's last excuse about being too busy had left with them. It was time to once more visit Privet Drive. It was an invisible Dumbledore who took his second stroll along Privet Drive. He wanted to ensure his instruments weren't malfunctioning before disturbing the Dursleys. His wand soon confirmed the information his sensors at Hogwarts were telling him. There were no wards whatsoever around this property. Albus decided to do some snooping, watching through the window as Petunia played on the floor with her large son, all the while the husband sat in an enormous chair and never removed his head from the newspaper. Albus was puzzled why Harry wasn't part of this scene. It would appear the only way he would discover the information he required was by entering the house. He at least had the good manners to ring the doorbell and wait until it was answered. Petunia was stunned when she opened the door. She was just reminding herself that it was nearly Christmas and not Halloween when the 6.5-foot gaudy garden gnome spoke. "Good evening, Mrs. Dursley. My name is Albus Dumbledore. Could I have a few words with you regarding your nephew, Harry Potter?" The instant she heard the name Dumbledore, Petunia tried to slam the door in his face. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the door refused to move from the open position. "Harry Potter doesn't live here, and we don't know where he is." This led to a rather loud "what" from the wizard. Vernon had started moving the second he heard the name Dumbledore mentioned. He was now thundering down the hall to confront this wizard who caused him so much work. "My wife is correct. The freak doesn't live here. Did you honestly think you could just dump the brat on us, without as much as an explanation, and we would accept that? You must be used to dealing with the wrong kind of people. Decent, hardworking folk like us would never accept that situation." Albus was seriously struggling to accept the situation he was finding himself in. "But I left you a letter." Vernon always had a quick and fiery temper, but this idiot just poured petrol all over it. Do you honestly think that including a letter makes amends for dumping a baby on someone's doorstep? You sir need to go and get yourself a job somewhere as Father Christmas. The kids might accept the crap you hand out, but the Dursleys never will. Albus had his half-moon glasses in one hand, while the fingers of his other massaged the bridge of his nose. Where is the boy? What have you done with him? Vernon was quite proud of himself for the solution he devised. He didn't see the need to tell this freak, though. I negotiated a contract. Petunia signed it, and then it turned golden before disappearing. I was told this would only happen if it was legal and above board. We'll thankfully never have to see the brat again. As the Muggle was reliving that particular morning in his mind, Albus was watching it unfold using a mind probe. He couldn't help but be shocked at what he saw. The goblins have control of Harry Potter. Do you realize what you've done? Vernon wasn't about to stand here and have his elegant solution questioned. Hey, you were the one who left him on a doorstep in the middle of the night. I at least put some effort into making sure he was raised by his own kind. Albus was now glad he had charmed the area around the door. The arguments were getting louder, and there appeared to be no possibility of him being invited inside. How could you possibly think the goblins were his own kind? Didn't you read the part of the letter that told you Harry living here would offer this family protection? Vernon got even louder. Screw the neighbors. Tall or short, you're all just freaks to Mel. And no, we didn't buy that protection shit you were trying to shovel. This infuriating Muggle had just given Albus a massive headache. How to get Harry Potter back. He decided to leave them with something painful to mull over. A young couple with a son, same age as yours, were recently tortured into insanity. They may be technically still alive, but that young mother will never hold her child in her arms again. The protection gained by Harry living here would have prevented that ever happening to you. He heard the gasp of terror coming from Petunia and thought the bitch deserved it. How could anyone give away their only nephew? I shall leave now and wish you a Merry Christmas. We can only hope you and your family enjoy many more. Dumbledore popped away, leaving Petunia clinging to her husband's arm. Oh, Vernon, perhaps we should have kept the freak? We could have stuck him in the cupboard under the stairs out of the way. Petunia, the old man was deliberately trying to scare us. He's just pissed off because he didn't get his own way. This was little comfort to the worried mother. But Dudley, listen, let's enjoy Christmas, and if you still feel the same way in the new year, we'll look at moving house. It wouldn't hurt for me to get a shotgun either. Soon show these freaks we mean business. Vernon could see the worry literally drop off his wife. Petunia was probably planning how she would decorate their new home. The new house should also have a bigger lounge. This would be the excuse for him to buy that new giant TV he had his eye on. Albus walked up to the first available teller at Gringotts and asked to see the Potter accounts manager. The goblin in front of him, though, just added to his already bad day. Do you have an appointment? No, I thought. What do you want to see him for? That's personal. Needless to say, Albus was interrupted again. Who shall I say wishes to see him? I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Surely, you must have heard. Wulfric after Percival, but before Brian? Albus could only sigh and nod his head in agreement, only to discover the goblin wasn't even looking at him, so he was forced to say yes. Okay, and last name Dumbledore? I'll go and see if there is anyone available to deal with your request at the moment. Please remain here. It had been Dumbledore's experience that when the goblins were at their most obstructive, it meant you had upset them in some way. He was struggling to think what he'd done to merit this treatment, but reckoned he would soon find out. He didn't have long to wait. For security guards with drawn weapons surrounded him and demanded he follow their lead. He was surprised but delighted to find himself in the director's office. Now at least he was getting somewhere. Or so he thought. Director Ragnarok, delighted to see you again. The director cut across him as abruptly as the teller had. Let's cut the dragons, hit Dumbledore. I have better things to do than stand here and listen to you talk nonsense. The reason you are in here is to give you this. Albus found a scroll being slapped into his hand. This is a notice of vault closure. You have 24 hours to take your belongings from the Dumbledore vault before we seal it. After that time, Gringotts will no longer do business with you. This was totally unexpected and an extremely serious development. Getting kicked out of Gringotts was a sanction used for only the very worst offenders. Perhaps there has been a mistake here? Oh yes, and it was you who made it. We now know that the Dark One is not gone, and we also know how this was achieved. This was information that could have seriously compromised Gringotts, yet you deliberately withheld it from us. Albus suddenly understood what was going on here. Did you find any in the vaults? You must tell me. Ragnarok's answer was scathing. Oh, so now you want a spirit of cooperation between us? I must tell you nothing. Get him out of here. Albus was being dragged out before he got what he came for. Wait, what about Harry Potter? The director's sneer was predatory. Send his Hogwarts letter to Gringotts. I'll make sure he gets it. Albus was rather unceremoniously herded into the main lobby of Gringotts by the guards. The old wizard then headed back to Hogwarts. He would need to make some quick arrangements on where to store the items from his vault. Albus decided to tell no one about this. Being barred from Gringotts was ammunition his enemies didn't need to have. His plan for Harry Potter was to ensure the boy wouldn't be seen again in the British magical community until the child's arrival at Hogwarts. That plan was still viable, though it would be a different Harry Potter, who now stepped onto the Express. Just how different was something Albus was going to have to wait 10 years to discover. Chapter 2. Hermione Granger was different. She'd always known that. It would be hard not to when the children that you attended school with went out of their way to point this fact out to you every single day. Having really bushy hair and rather large front teeth were obvious targets for her main antagonists. Being top of every class didn't help the situation any either. Her continual lack of friendship had led Hermione to seek her escape in the printed word. Always having a book in her hand, though, was just more ammunition for the various groups of Hermione haters. She may have heard variations of the terms buck-toothed, bushy-haired bookworm hundreds of times. That didn't mean those words didn't hurt on each and every one of those occasions. Then, almost a year ago, an event happened that explained why she was different. Hermione Granger was a witch. While her mom and dad had taken some convincing of this fact, the instant Professor McGonagall had spoken those special words, Hermione had known deep within herself this was indeed true. The preceding months had been some of the best of her young life. Schoolyard taunts no longer had the power to hurt. She was different and would be leaving for a special school where things would be so different. Hermione Granger was done with being an outsider. She was going to a place where everyone would be the same as her, a place where she could finally have friends. This had been her shield and armor against the taunts and jibes that had viciously escalated as the bullies attempted to get a reaction from their favorite target. It was perhaps somewhat understandable then that the young witch was near to tears, since those dreams were beginning to appear to be mere fantasy, and she wasn't even on the bloody train yet. The day had started so well too, up at the crack of dawn, so she could be fully prepared for her new adventure. A breakfast where she never seemed to stop talking was followed by the car ride to King's Cross. Bright and early, of course. Saying goodbye to her parents at the barrier had been hard, but a new life awaited her, and she was quite prepared to run through a brick wall to get there. Hermione did just that, and then things started going downhill. On her first sight of platform 9 3/4, it wasn't the bright red Hogwarts Express that caught the young witch's attention. It was the group of 4 witches already in their green-trimmed Hogwarts robes that drew Hermione like a moth to a flame. Unfortunately, just like said moth, she got burned. Deciding to introduce herself, Hermione was met with looks of disgust and derision. It wasn't supposed to be this way. a confidence severely dented. She then discovered another problem. Her trunk, loaded of course with extra books that her dad had easily lifted onto the trolley, was proving impossible for Hermione to physically place on the train. As she struggled with the trunk, sniggering laughter almost had her in tears. A kind voice cut through her frustration and mounting despair. "Can I help you, miss?" Hermione raised her head and had trouble believing the person standing there could possibly exist, far less be speaking to her. If Fitzwilliam Darcy and Elizabeth Bennet ever had a son, he was standing right in front of Hermione Granger and offering his assistance. The boy was even dressed as if he'd just stepped out of the pages of Pride and Prejudice, Hermione's favorite book. His black frock coat had silk lapels. It also had to be wide at the shoulders to accommodate the body it clothed. Being fitted to accentuate a slim waist was also an effect that the young witch appreciated. The gray waistcoat just visible under the coat matched his trousers, with button-up black boots being a nice touch. The ascot knotted cravat, with a diamond cravat pin being a fitting finish to this very nice ensemble. His jet black wavy hair hung down to his shoulders and framed what Hermione would consider a kind face, but those wonderfully expressive almond-shaped green eyes melted her heart. If it wouldn't be considered blasphemy, Hermione reckoned this boy was too gorgeous even for Jane Austen to do justice. She must have muttered some kind of answer to his question because he smiled and lifted her trunk clean into the compartment. With that smile, Hermione knew she was gone. Her mother had sat Hermione down for a talk about boys before she headed off to Hogwarts. The young witch had foolishly thought most of it would never apply to her. Hermione had never understood her classmates' devotion to the latest boy bands. Who cared what new kids on the block were doing off stage, or on stage for that matter? She had thought her first crush would be on some handsome author or, heaven forbid, a teacher. In the space of a few seconds, the boy in front of her had just shattered that illusion into a gazillion pieces. She had to say something. He couldn't leave here thinking she was some driveling, drooling, moronic fangirl. She didn't even know his name. "Thank you, that was very kind. You're welcome to share this compartment if you want." The words were out before Hermione realized what she'd said. She was berating herself for once more providing an opportunity to be hurt when his wide smile surprised the hell out of her. "I'd like that very much." Not believing her luck, she offered her hand for shaking. "I'm Hermione Granger." The boy didn't shake her hand. He took it by her fingertips and very gently turned her hand around before bending down and lightly brushing his lips over the back of her knuckles. There was no longer room for any doubt. Hermione Granger was well and truly smitten. "Very pleased to meet your acquaintance, Miss Granger. My name is Harry Crow." Hermione just started to babble as the words poured from her mouth. "Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased, of course. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is. I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough." The laughter coming from Harry certainly couldn't be classed as sarcastic. It seemed almost friendly in nature. "Relax, Hermione, and breathe occasionally. We've a long train journey ahead of us. Plenty of time to get to know each other and become friends." Hermione couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Friends? Oh, sorry if I'm being a bit presumptuous here. My main reason for attending Hogwarts is to hopefully make friends." "Me too, and I would love to be your friend." Both then sat and began their journey, not only to Hogwarts, but the much more important destination of friendship. Albus paced up and down his office, as jumpy as the proverbial cat on a hot tin roof. Harry Potter had been missing from the wizarding world for almost a decade. Today would see his return. The goblins had kept a very close eye on the boy, but this evening he would come back into Albus Dumbledore's domain. It only remained to see how much damage he would have to undo from the boy's unorthodox upbringing. Albus intended to permanently wrench the boy away from the goblins, and had a scheme in place to achieve this at the first available opportunity. Tonight, the boy would learn who the real power in magical Britain was, and it wasn't any goblin. As the express sped them away from London, Harry was trying to make sure his new friend wasn't pulling his leg. So, your parents are a type of healer, but they only heal inside their patients' mouths. Hermione could hardly contain her laughter at Harry's disbelieving look. Yes, that's what dentists do. I'll make a deal with you. You can ask me anything about muggles if I can do the same with you regarding purebloods. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I'm not a pureblood, Hermione. Oh, I just took it from the way you're dressed. That's what purebloods wore. Harry was looking wary at his new friend. He still wasn't sure whether this was some kind of wind-up. I'm supposed to be dressed as a muggle. Are you telling me this isn't right? This time, Hermione couldn't hold her laughter. That was until she saw Harry's crestfallen appearance. I'm sorry, Harry. I thought you were making a joke there. Muggles used to wear clothes like that, but not for the best part of a century. She was desperate for more information, but didn't want to push anything. Harry seemed really upset at her revelation. This is great. Instead of blending in with one group of students, I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb. The tailors made exact copies of the styles in the Muggle Studies books. How could they be wrong? Hermione had an idea what had gone wrong, but needed to make sure. Did they get those books from Diagon Alley? Harry's nod was all the confirmation she needed. My mother thought that would at least be one subject she could understand, so bought a few of the books. Mum said they were some of the funniest things she'd ever read. All of the information in them is about a century out of date, and even then some of it was wrong. She reckoned that the authors had never actually met someone without magic. Well, that's just great. Director Ragnarok named me Old Crow. He would probably have been better calling me Bertie Bott. He saw the questioning look on Hermione's face before remembering she knew a lot less about the magical community than he did. It was time to tell her the story. Bertie Bott's is a type of sweet that comes in every flavor. That describes me perfectly. My mum was like you, Muggle-born, while my dad was a pureblood. Both gave their lives to save mine when I was just a toddler. I can't remember anything about them, and now my adoptive father is a goblin. As I said, the goblin leader named me Old Crow, due to the way I ended up in Gringotts. My father calls me Harry Crow, but my mum and dad named their newborn baby Harry James Potter. He couldn't miss the gasp that came from Hermione at that revelation. So, as you can imagine, I have a foot in many camps but don't know which one I belong to. I had hoped to honor my mother's memory by dressing like this today, but it looks like that's gone now. Hermione couldn't help herself. Without even thinking about her actions, she had moved across the carriage to sit beside Harry and already had him in a hug. Oh, Harry, you know I'll help you any way I can. He was as stiff as a board. Goblins didn't do hugs. As Hermione offered her assurance of assistance, Harry began to relax and think that the goblins had got at least one thing wrong. This was nice. For some reason, he trusted this girl, his first real friend, and began to tell her more than he'd intended to reveal. When my parents were murdered, I was dumped on the doorstep of my mother's Muggle sister. They didn't want me, so did a deal with Gringotts where the goblins will look after me until I'm old enough to take up the responsibilities of heading House Potter. I have this weird mixed heritage, and soon I'll be forced to make a decision. Just where does my future lie? Hermione was holding him close and thinking this was something she could get used to. She needed to help her first friend. I read accounts of Harry Potter in a few reference books. All of them speculated on what had happened to you after that Halloween. Looks like none of them were even close. This drew a slight laugh from Harry and allowed Hermione to release her hug before it became embarrassing. She still continued to sit closely beside him, though. You should have seen some of the Harry Potter books they tried to publish as true stories of my life. They would certainly have entertained your mum as much as those history books. My father soon put a stop to it. making it illegal for anyone to make a profit off my name. Hermione was puzzled about a million different things concerning Harry, but didn't want to push. She hoped he would tell her in his own time. One thing in particular bothered her, though, and she thought it wouldn't cause any major secrets to be revealed, so asked Harry about it. I started getting the Wizarding newspaper to try and prepare myself for Hogwarts, and they have been promoting the Boy Who Lives Going to Hogwarts angle for months. The drawings they published of Harry Potter look nothing like you, though. You've no scar or glasses. Apparently I had a scar when I first went to Gringotts, but the healers dealt with it. As for the glasses, I can only assume they thought, because my dad wore them, that I would need them too. The books featured the same type of drawings, and also had my father asking where they got their information. None of them would say anything. Just then, they endured the first of many visits from people wanting to know if they'd seen Harry Potter. Boy Who Lived fever was breaking out all over the Express, with search parties hunting along the train for a sight of their elusive prey. Hermione noticed Harry's personality would change any time someone else entered the compartment, quickly reverting back as soon as they were alone again. She didn't want to ask him about it, and ended up biting her bottom lip so as not to blurt something out. Harry must have seen the question in her expression, though, and answered her. The goblins claim to have 3 faces, the one the public sees, and then there is their true self. Their true self is reserved for family and friends. Harry smiled at her to ensure she knew he now counted her in this group. The final face is the last thing their enemies see just before they die. They may be bankers now, but goblins are really warriors at heart. Hermione's curiosity got the better of her, and another question slipped out before she could catch it. What was it like growing up with the goblins? Harry was enjoying talking about his life with someone else. This was not something usually available to him. I actually grew up as a goblin, though clearly I knew I was different. That goblins and wizards barely tolerate each other didn't help me any. I got into a lot of fights when I was younger. Hermione had her arms around him again, encouraging Harry to speak of things he never had before. Some of the adults weren't too pleased about the situation either. My dad is a powerful goblin who legally adopted me as a son. There were a couple of goblins who strongly objected. My father fought 2 duels to the death over me. Harry was drawing comfort from being held in his friend's arms. He found that once he began talking about this, that he couldn't stop. He'd never had anyone to talk to about his life before. Had my father been defeated, I really don't know what would have happened to me. I needed to learn to stand on my own 2 feet as quickly as possible, and my father provided me with all the training I could handle. Being different actually worked in my favor for once. By the time I was 6, I towered over all of the children in my classes. Now I'm taller than my father, though he can still kick my arse when we duel. He sounds like a wonderful man, sorry, Goblin. That slip had Harry smiling again, allowing Hermione to reluctantly end their latest hug. I just call him father, and I'm sorry for unloading all this onto you. We've only just met today, yet I feel I can trust you. Please don't ask me to explain why. Hermione understood the amount of trust Harry was placing in her, and decided to reciprocate with some revelations of her own. I understand about being different, Harry. I've been bullied since my first day of school because I was seen as different. I thought it was because I was a witch, only to discover today that I'm still different. Those witches that I spoke to wanted nothing to do with me. I'll be 12 in a few weeks, and you are the first person who's ever wanted to be friends with me. Harry now had first-hand experience of how a hug could make you feel better. He decided his friend needed one, so that's what he did. Hermione couldn't believe it. In the space of a few hundred miles, she'd traveled from despair to being hugged by the most famous boy in her new world. That this went via crushing on a stranger to now having a best friend made the entire trip really magical. She was also struggling to comprehend just what he'd had to endure. Her dad had called down to her primary school a few times when the bullying got really bad, but Harry's father had risked his life twice to protect his adopted son. Hermione didn't ever want to think about anything happening to her parents, yet Harry had already lost both of his and knew his adoptive father was fighting duels to the death to keep him safe. There and then Hermione decided that her new mission in life was to be the best friend she could to Harry, the first boy ever to hug her. They chatted for hours, growing closer and closer the further from home they got. As they finally approached their destination, the pair took turns at waiting outside the carriage while the other changed into their Hogwarts robes. Harry had one last word of warning for his new friend. "Hermione, I'm half expecting trouble when I get to Hogwarts. Perhaps it would be better if..." Hermione put an end to that avenue of thought in an instant. "No, Harry, whatever you were going to say, there is no chance I'm going back to the way I was before getting on this train. You're my friend, and that's more important than any school." The wide smile he gave her after this declaration did funny things to her stomach. Harry, offering his arm, saw her sporting a matching wide smile of her own. "Shall we, Miss Granger?" It was time for the public face. Delighted, Mr. Crow. Hogsmeade Station hardly deserved the name. It had a platform to allow people access to and from the train, and that was it. It also appeared to be in the middle of nowhere, with a few lit lamps fighting a losing battle against the rapidly encroaching darkness as evening fell. It was to be expected that the temperature in the Scottish Highlands would be considerably lower than that of London, a fact that saw most of the older students pull their robes tighter around them and head directly to the waiting carriages. Harry and Hermione were halted from following their example by the appearance of a hairy man-mountain holding a lantern aloft. Furs years over here." The towering figure was soon surrounded by all the first years. He appeared to be looking for someone in particular. It was also obvious from his expression that he didn't find who he was looking for. "Come on, follow me. Any more first years?" "Mind your step, now." "First years, follow me." They stumbled and slipped down a steep, dark path that had Hermione mumbling a question to Harry. Have they never heard of health and safety? They soon found the ground leveling off as they approached the shore of a dark body of water. It was the magnificent castle that seemed to grow out the mountain on the other side that demanded all their attention, though. The castle was huge and had many turrets and towers, all sparkling with lights shining from the countless windows. Hogwarts was something straight out of the pages of a fairy tale. It was only the large man shouting that drew their attention to the fleet of little boats sitting on the shore. Hermione thought they were coracles. No more than 4 to a boat. Harry helped Hermione into the boat before also offering his assistance to the twin sisters who had approached with the hope of sharing. The large man obviously had an entire boat to himself. He quickly checked that everyone was sitting in a boat before an order of "forward," saw the little craft slip fully onto the water and begin to make their way toward the castle. Parvati introduced both herself and her twin sister Padma Patil before proceeding to talk their ears off all the way across the lake. She appeared to have the annoying habit of asking a question and then providing her own answer. Her sister just sat quietly, probably immune to her twins' rantings by now. "What house do you think you'll be in?" "I don't really mind since we're the first of our family to attend a British magical school." "Have you any idea how we get sorted?" "I heard it was some sort of test, though one boy was claiming we had to wrestle a troll." Harry could see Hermione starting to slip into panic mode at this onslaught of questions, probably because she didn't have any answers. He literally couldn't move any closer, so placed a comforting hand on her knee. "My father told me an ancient magical artifact will decide which house we belong in. No tests and certainly no trolls." Parvati now appeared much more interested in Harry's hand resting on Hermione's knee. This resulted in a barrage of personal questions that neither of the two had any intention of answering. Only the boats entering a dark tunnel appeared to halt the verbal onslaught, and soon they were disembarking onto a shingle beach. Harry was again a gentleman and helped all 3 girls out the boat. A long flight of stone steps ended at a massive oak door. Anything less than oak would surely have disintegrated when the enormous man pounded on it with his fist. The door was then opened by a black-haired witch in dark green robes. Her entire demeanor screamed, "Don't mess with me." The first years, Professor McGonagall, and he ein amongst em. The big man appeared ready to burst into tears before the stern professor pulled him aside. Everyone could still hear their conversation, though. "Pull yourself together, Hagrid. Did you count them?" The man they now knew was named Hagrid seemed affronted by this. "Oh, course I did. All present and accounted fair, Professor." It was only then that what McGonagall was implying hit Hagrid. They were all here, so the person he was looking for must be amongst them. We'll just let the sorting ceremony answer that question. Hagrid went away happy while McGonagall began giving them a brief introduction to the Hogwarts houses and what they stood for. Harry and Hermione hardly heard a word. It was clear to both of them just who the staff were looking for. As McGonagall left them for a moment to check how things were progressing, Harry took the opportunity to whisper to Hermione, "Just remember, I can look after myself." He didn't get to say any more as the blonde boy, who'd been one of the students looking for Harry Potter on the train, decided to hold court. Harry Potter doesn't come to Hogwarts, and they're all wetting themselves. Pathetic. Do you know why he's not at Hogwarts? It's because he's dead. Do you really think a toddler could defeat the Dark Lord? Hermione saw this boy's words were making an impression and was desperate to intervene, especially as one or two of the girls appeared close to tears. This was not her secret to reveal, though, so once more she bit her bottom lip. Hermione reckoned this was something she was going to have to get used to. "You're nothing but a liar, Malfoy." "Well, where is he, Bones?" "Your aunt is the head of the Ours. Has she ever seen him?" "No one has seen hide or hair of Harry Potter since that night. My father often has the Minister of Magic over for dinner, and even the head of our ministry has never seen Harry Potter. If it wasn't for that oaf Hagrid spouting stories in the pub every time he gets drunk, no one would know anything about that night." One of the redheads, who'd also been looking for Harry on the train, reacted rabidly to Malfoy's claims. "Dumbledore has seen the boy who lived. He's kept him safe from evil creeps like your father." Malfoy was more than a match for this verbal attack. He immediately taunted right back. "Perhaps the great Dumbledore dropped him off at your hovel, Weasel. What's one more kid amongst your tribe? Does your mother even remember all your names? Harry Potter isn't here because he's dead, and dead people don't come to Hogwarts." This was met by screams, not against Malfoy, but for the irrefutable proof he was wrong. A bunch of ghosts had just passed through the wall, and a few prospective first years. By the time the group had recovered from this shock, Professor McGonagall had returned to lead them into the Great Hall. Harry was now in full public face mode, so Hermione tried to match his confident poise. The trouble was she felt anything but confident. Another downside to this was that both now stood out amongst their OING and ING peers. When the tattered old hat began its song, Hermione was left to wonder just how strange this new world was. A girl called Hannah Abbott was called forward first and sorted into Hufflepuff. It was soon clear the process was being carried out alphabetically by surname. When Vincent Crabbe headed off to join the green-trimmed robes of Hermione's earlier tormentors, both expected Harry to be next. When Tracy Davis' name was called, they knew something was up. Harry continually whispered reassurances that he could handle this, but still had to practically push Hermione in the direction of the hat after her name was called. It didn't take long for the hat to place her in Ravenclaw. It was only after she was joined there by Padma Patil that the fun really started. McGonagall called for Harry Potter, and no one moved. You could feel the mood in the hall drop as none of the remaining students stepped forward. McGonagall, knowing that the number of students she started the sorting with corresponded to the total names on her list, called his name again, with the exact same lack of results. Hermione was gripping the wooden table hard enough to leave marks when Padma whispered a question to her. Why wasn't Harry's name called? She really could reply honestly. I don't know, Padma. He should have been sorted before both of us. I just hope he gets into Ravenclaw. Sorry you got separated from your sister. I'm not, was the last thing said before the deputy headmistress continued with the sorting. They were now down to just 2 boys left standing awaiting their turn under the hat. When McGonagall called on Blaise Zabini, there was finally only one. As Blaise headed off to Slytherin, all eyes were now focused on Harry. What is your name, son? Harry Crow, Professor. McGonagall checked her list again to confirm what she already knew. There was only one name there she hadn't yet ticked. I don't seem to have you down here, Harry. My father confirmed I would be attending, and the circumstances surrounding my attendance. This was Dumbledore's moment. He would force the boy to choose in front of the entire hall. Once that initial choice had been made, there would be no going back to this goblin nonsense. Dumbledore stood and waited until he had everyone's attention before speaking. Perhaps I can shed some light on the matter, Professor McGonagall. I did indeed receive Mr. Crow's letter and read the special circumstances he's alluding to. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to comply with those circumstances. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We have no accord or charter to accept a goblin into our school. The headmaster was noted for his quirkiness. One might even go as far as to suggest he was a touch mad. His comments had certainly shed no light on this matter, as the boy left standing there was clearly not a goblin. Dumbledore wasn't finished, though. If young Harry here wants to attend Hogwarts, it will need to be under the name his birth parents gave him. Harry James Potter. Chapter 3. If young Harry here wants to attend Hogwarts, it will need to be under the name his birth parents gave him. Harry James Potter. The silence that followed that announcement lasted mere seconds, as everyone then attempted to shout at once. Dumbledore stood there with a satisfied smirk on his face and watched as the hall descended into chaos for a few moments. The boy simply wouldn't be able to refuse in front of all these witches and wizards, and then Harry would be back under his control. Albus would have until the summer holidays to find a suitable family to place the boy with, so there was no rush for that. McGonagall finally restored order to the hall before rounding on Harry. Is this true? Are you Harry Potter? Harry and his father had prepared for his identity becoming publicly known. It was time to put those preparations to good use. The headmaster is well aware that my adoptive father for the last 10 years has been Barchoke, senior accounts manager at Gringotts, and yes, I was once called Harry Potter. The mayhem this time kicked off instantly, and took longer to get back under control. Harry Potter had been raised by a goblin? A goblin he even called father. It was a shocked McGonagall who once more turned to Harry. How is this possible? I was there the night we left you with your muggle relatives. Hermione was, of course, watching her friend intently and thought she might just have caught a glimpse of Harry's third face. At McGonagall's revelation, he stood that bit straighter and stared directly into her eyes. Dangerous was the only word Hermione had to describe this version of Harry. And by what right did you participate in that atrocious event, Deputy Headmistress? The professor actually needed to take a step back at the venom radiating from those green eyes before gathering her wits once more. I was a friend of your mother and father's. The rest of the school couldn't believe it when a student, who hadn't even been sorted yet, cut right across the Hebridean dragon that was Minerva McGonagall. I think is the operative word there. Don't expect any warm greetings should you ever meet them again. You did a great disservice to House Potter that night, as well as ignoring multiple laws set up to protect children. Are you sure you should be working in a school, Professor? The sarcasm Harry loaded the word professor with couldn't be missed by even the thickest of Hogwarts students. In the silence that followed McGonagall's slapdown, Padma grabbed Hermione's arm to get her attention. You knew? She could only nod by way of a reply. Harry had turned his attention back to Dumbledore, and Hermione didn't want to miss anything. "I thank you for providing me with this choice, headmaster. It's rather an easy one to make. You see, I was very happy at my goblin school and never wanted to attend Hogwarts in the first place. It was my father who urged me to come here. I shall now be able to return home and tell him I tried my best but was neither welcome nor wanted." The Hermione Granger who'd left Crawley that morning would probably have placed being expelled from school marginally below being killed in her list of catastrophic things that could happen to her. This Hermione Granger, though, had traveled to a different country, and a whole other world had opened up for her. This Hermione Granger now had a best friend, and was not about to lose him. Ignoring Harry's repeated claims that he could handle himself, she shot out her seat and rushed to his side. "Hermione, if you're leaving, then I'm going too." Draco Malfoy was seething with anger. He'd made a big play to establish who was the kingpin amongst the first years, and now looked like a complete fool. Harry Potter had kept his silence, standing there and deliberately letting him dig a deeper hole for himself. Draco had never been so humiliated in his life. His father's instructions were to befriend the boy, and then attempt to convert him to their way of thinking. You didn't need to be a genius to see that would never work now. His anger led to him loudly opening his mouth when he probably shouldn't have, his voice clearly discernible over the hubbub Harry's proposed leaving was causing. "Goblins and another mudblood? Just when we thought the once proud Potter name couldn't sink any lower." Harry left Hermione standing there beside a still shocked McGonagall and purposefully walked toward Malfoy. The blonde Slytherin was supremely confident. He was amongst his own house, with his godfather sitting at the staff table. He was also certain he could take whatever verbal mutterings Potter came up with and turn them back against him. Draco nonchalantly stood to meet the advancing Potter, but was totally unprepared for what happened next. Harry walked right up to Malfoy, and his hand was a blur as it powerfully backhanded him across the mouth, throwing Draco back onto the Slytherin table. "You are a disgusting example of what inbreeding can cause. I challenge you to an honor duel." Albus had been shocked at the boy's refusal to attend Hogwarts, nearly as much as his verbal assault on Minerva. He'd let this situation develop to see if it could be turned to his advantage. The headmaster seized the opportunity that presented itself here. "Just how do you intend to fight a duel, Harry, when you consider yourself a goblin, and Mr. Malfoy is clearly a wizard? You are aware the law prohibits goblins from using wands. Had I been allowed to attend Hogwarts, you would have found I'm well versed in both wizard and goblin law. Perhaps if you had studied our laws more, you would not have been barred from doing business with Gringotts for the last decade. Then again, you don't appear to pay too much attention to wizarding law either. They just allow you to get away with it. You could be forgiven for thinking that the occupants of the Great Hall were all shocked out, given what had happened before." This revelation, though, drew loud gasps of astonishment, almost exclusively amongst those old enough to understand what being barred from Gringotts entailed. They had no way of knowing that the night was still young, and there was a lot more to come. "I am quite prepared to duel Mr. Malfoy here while he uses his wand. I have my own weapon." Harry withdrew a custom-made blade from his sleeve. It had a beautifully carved Hungarian horntail thong as its handle, with a razor-sharp stiletto-style goblin-forged blade protruding at least 6 inches from the grip. Even in the Great Hall's candlelit atmosphere, the blade seemed to capture whatever light was available and reflect back just how deadly a weapon this was. The knife's overall appearance greatly resembled that of a stylized wand. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Harry." Harry now verbally cut across Dumbledore too. "You actually left me no other option. The entire school faculty sat there and let this moron get away with publicly insulting me and my family." Severus Snape was acutely aware of his godson's abilities, or lack of. Draco being defeated in a duel his first evening in Hogwarts would destroy the boy's credibility. He was forced to take action. Mr. Malfoy. 10 points from Slytherin. Draco would have loved to rant against the injustice of that punishment. The silk hanky now held against his mouth in an attempt to halt the flow of blood prevented him from doing so. Harry gave a slight bow to the professor. My honor is satisfied, though my curiosity is not. Was the 10 points a punishment for the slight on my birth parents, my goblin father, or Miss Granger's circumstances of birth? Harry didn't expect an answer and wasn't disappointed. As I suspected, a combined total for all three. Come on, Hermione. Time to get out of here. That piece of filth publicly calls you the foulest name imaginable and gets docked 3 points for it, and that only after I threatened to cut him to pieces. He offered Hermione his arm as the pair headed for the door. Phileas Flitwick suddenly found a lot of things becoming clearer for him. He'd felt slightly ostracized by the goblin community for years now, and couldn't figure out what he'd done to deserve it. These occurrences were beginning to make sense, since discovering Dumbledore was barred from Gringotts. Albus was his boss, therefore he was tainted with the headmaster's crime by simple association. It was time to make inroads into repairing his goblin relationships, starting with calling this young boy by his proper name. Harry Crow, son of Barchoke, can I inquire how you intend to travel home? Harry turned, and this time his bow was much deeper. It also was done with genuine respect. Well met, Master Flitwick. Our director actually named me Old Crow, but you weren't to know that. My father calls me Harry Crow, so I won't forget my other roots. My father is a wise goblin who also provided me with a portkey home. I will activate it as soon as we clear the Hogwarts wards. I promise on my honor to see Miss Granger safely home. Well met, Old Crow, child of James and Lily, son of Barchoke, prophesied one. Hermione had her hand on Harry's arm and felt him stiffen at that. He didn't give any other sign, though. They both turned to see it was the Sorting Hat that had spoken those words, but the old hat was just getting started. Your father is indeed a wise goblin, Harry Crow. He knows you must come to Hogwarts to fulfill your destiny. Hogwarts is prepared to welcome you, and grant all that welcome entails. Dumbledore was not happy with that decision. I am the Hogwarts headmaster, only as long as the castle allows. The hat's declaration was followed by a loud clang of a bell being struck, a bell that hadn't been heard inside the castle in living memory. Hogwarts had clearly spoken. Headmasters come and go, but Hogwarts prevails. This school was devised and built by the 4 founders to teach magic to all those able to perform it, not so some supposed elite fraternity could lord it over everyone else. Hogwarts needs to unite in the face of the coming darkness, lest all will be lost. Come and sit, Harry Crow. Let me sort you. Harry knew his father thought his future was tied to Hogwarts. The hat's actions had just confirmed that. He looked to Hermione for her opinion. What do you think? Well, we're already here, and you'll still be able to take us home if we change our minds? I'll go and keep you a seat at the Ravenclaw table. Her gaze for that last comment was aimed at the old hat, clearly indicating that any other result was unacceptable. Harry smiled at her before sitting on the stool and placing the hat on his head. Dumbledore was livid. He was left standing there looking like the court jester while the main action happens elsewhere. The Sorting Hat was correct, though. One could only be headmaster if the castle allowed. Without Hogwarts cooperation, he wouldn't even be able to access his office. Albus would just have to console himself with the fact that Harry would be here, available to be influenced by his headmaster. The Sorting Hat was busily scanning the young boy whose head it was now sitting on. Oh, I am glad to see you easily qualify for membership to Rowena's house. I feel you'll need the friendship of Miss Granger and leadership of Master Flitwick during your stay with us. Therefore, it has to be Ravenclaw. Hermione was on her feet, leading the cheering from a surprised Ravenclaw house. They all had thought the boy who lived couldn't go anywhere but Gryffindor. The applause from the House of the Lions was at best muted. This boy had just stridden over to the Slytherin table and decked a snake. He then even forced Snape to take points from his own house. How the hell could he be sorted anywhere else but Gryffindor? A pair of red-headed twins summed up the feelings of the entire house by continually asking the question, "We didn't get Potter?" As Harry stood to cheering from his new housemates, he felt a thud on top of his head just before he removed the hat. Reaching into the tattered ancient relic, he removed a bejeweled but definitely deadly goblin-forged sword. The blade was engraved with the name of Godric Gryffindor. The hat had more to say. Your heritage allows you to draw that sword, and your training prepared you to wield it. That sword acknowledges you as Hogwarts champion. A scabbard appeared on the stool that Harry soon had expertly fastened around him. The shoulder sash proclaimed Ravenclaw across his chest. He then sheathed his new blade before handed the sorting hat back to an astonished McGonagall. "Mr. Crow, I shall expect you in my office directly after the feast. I will have to disappoint you, headmaster. The law won't allow that. Since you are barred from Gringotts, you can't be alone with any goblin minor. My father must be present in any discussions we have." Harry respectfully bowed once more to Flitwick before handing over a scroll to his new head of house. "Here is a copy of the instructions the headmaster intended to ignore. Can I ask who Professor Snape is?" All eyes then turned toward the greasy-haired teacher he'd previously dealt with. Harry again gave the short version of his bow. "No offense to your person or your professionalism, sir, but you fall under the same laws of distrust as the headmaster. Since it was only his word that prevented you being sent to Azkaban as a Death Eater, and the goblins certainly have no faith in Dumbledore's word, I shall not be attending any of your classes. I, and any of my friends I ask to join me, will be receiving private potions tuition." Phileas intended to study the scroll at his leisure, but simply had to speak to the boy, if only to end the unbelievably strained silence his last remark had caused in the hall. No one was quite sure how to react to how things were developing here. The tension in the air was so thick, you could cut the atmosphere with a knife. "You seem well acquainted with a blade, Mr. Crow. Can I assume you've had the proper training?" Harry's eyes twinkled as he answered his head of house. "Master Sharpshard asked me to pass on his regards. He spoke highly of you, sir." The diminutive professor thought there must be something wrong with his hearing. "You trained under Master Sharpshard?" Harry nodded. "I was honored to have him as one of my mentors." Harry strolled over to where Hermione was keeping him a seat, leaving a now totally bewildered staff table behind. Dumbledore was so shocked at the previous revelations, he forgot all about his pre-feast announcements and just waved his hand for the food to appear. Secrets that he'd kept hidden for years had just been broadcast to the entire school. Minerva eventually sat beside the headmaster, and her expression was thunderous. "I'm calling a full staff meeting for tonight, and you better have some answers for me, Albus. I don't like being made a fool of in front of the entire school, especially by a first year. That acceptance letter should have come to me, and I'll be wanting to know why it didn't. It must also have conveniently slipped your mind that Harry was no longer at Privet Drive when I frequently asked after his welfare over the last decade. Any appetite Albus had left disappeared with that. After the evening he'd just had, the last thing he needed was Minerva on the warpath." When he looked down the other side of the table, Severus appeared ready to render young Harry down into potion ingredients. This was not how he foresaw tonight's sorting proceeding. Phileas had also noted his fellow head of house's vicious demeanor and where his poisoned glare was directed. He decided some intervention was in order. That was a smart move tonight, Severus. Young Malfoy's mouth invited trouble he was ill-equipped to handle. Knowing at least one of Mr. Crow's trainers, I can safely say he would have made mincemeat of Mr. Malfoy. Severus' answer was dripping with barely contained anger. "I intend to confiscate those weapons of Potter's as soon as this feast is over. First years with knives and swords, this place is certainly going downhill." Phileas couldn't let that pass. I'm afraid you can't do that, Severus. Hogwarts has accepted Mr. Crow as a Goblin student, with all the circumstances that acceptance entails. Mr. Crow is not allowed a wand, but does have permission to carry a blade. Asking a Goblin to surrender his blade is an even worse faux pas than demanding a wizard hand over his wand. The boy is an arrogant little toe-rag, just like his father. Not even sorted and already making demands, he should have been allowed to leave the castle. I think you'll find that was the lad's intention, until Hogwarts herself intervened. I didn't know you'd met Barchoke, but I would recommend not insulting him, or his son. Phileas held up his hand to forestall severe objections that he knew would be coming. Obviously, Mr. Crow is not a goblin. He is instead a wizard who has chosen to live his life by their customs and laws. What is the one thing all young witches and wizards are taught about goblins? Never mess with them. Potter is a first-year student at Hogwarts, nothing more. Calling him Potter in that derogatory manner could see you kicked out of Gringotts, or challenged to a duel by the lad's father. I would remind you that goblins fight duels to the death. Should you or your snakes deliberately provoke the lad, he will react as a goblin would. His honor will dictate his actions. We've already caught a glimpse of those actions tonight. Have you ever heard of someone being chosen as Hogwarts champion before? Harry Crow is no ordinary first year, and you would be foolish to think otherwise. Harry sat down beside Hermione and noticed the entire Ravenclaw table staring at him. Hi, I'm Harry. This proved too much for Hermione. She'd been wound tighter than any watch since stepping off the train. Her accumulated tension found its release as she burst out laughing. If ever there was an unnecessary introduction, that was it. With the food now appearing on the table, the ice was well and truly broken. Padma, congratulating him for getting into Ravenclaw, saw the floodgates open as questions poured in Harry's direction. He began eating and politely ignored most of the personal questions, though did admit he had no idea what a Hogwarts champion actually did. A pretty Chinese girl was already making cow eyes at Harry, which was in turn making Hermione's blood boil. "Oh, Harry, can I see your sword?" Harry slowly finished what he was chewing before looking directly into the girl's eyes to give his answer. "Why, miss, that's a rather personal question, and we haven't even been introduced." He then turned to his friend with a question. "Hermione, what is that?" The entire table was now laughing at a floundering Cho Chang, while a beaming Hermione was explaining to Harry what pasta was. An older boy introduced himself as Roger Davies before trying to give Harry a heads up. "You have no idea how popular you're going to be with the rest of the first years. The very thought of potions lessons without Snape will soon have them clamoring to be your friend. I just wish you were in third year to get me out the man's class. He's usually vile to anyone who's not a Slytherin, and that was before you announced to the entire hall he was a Death Eater." Harry glanced questioningly toward Hermione. Private tuition with Harry was always going to get a yes from her. He then turned his gaze to Padma. The girl was blushing furiously, but quickly accepted. Some of the older students were telling us stories about his classes on the train. Losing points for breathing too loudly. Harry again thought a young lady was pulling his leg until older members of his new house started recalling experiences that were even worse than that one. This was a situation they had not foreseen, and he would need to speak with his father before inviting anyone else to private potions lessons. As the stories of Snape's abuses got worse, the other 6 first-year claws were now casting longing glances in Harry's direction. He was sure, though, that Dumbledore would have his father coming to Hogwarts before the week was out. Harry could ask him then. Dumbledore was left having to make his planned announcements after the feast had finished. The headmasters "avoid the third-floor corridor unless you want to die a most painful death" did not sit well on top of all that rich food. Hermione was looking along the Ravenclaw table for some guidance on how to react to that instruction. The shrugs of shoulders she received as answers had the young witch asking another question. He does know this is a school, right? The prefects led them out of the hall towards Ravenclaw Tower, their new home for the next 7 years. Penelope was busy explaining about the bronze door knocker asking them to solve a riddle when the door unexpectedly opened. This particular puzzle was beyond the 2 Ravenclaw prefects until the knocker itself provided the answer. A Hogwarts champion can go anywhere inside the castle. All doors are open to him. Okay? So if you can't solve the riddle, you need to wait for someone who can, or just stick with Harry. Penelope may have intended that as a joke, but Hermione had already made her mind up that's what she was going to do, and not just so she could avoid answering riddles. They entered the Ravenclaw common room before being divided by gender, as the prefects also split to show each of them where they would be staying. Harry was pleased to see a single room with a good-sized four-poster bed waiting on him. He removed his shrunken trunk from his pocket, placing it at the bottom of his bed before restoring it to normal size. There were places for their clothes, and not much else though. The prefect explained this was to encourage the first years to study together, and there was a specific area of the common room set aside especially for them to do this. Harry headed back down the stairs to the common room and was not surprised to find Hermione waiting there. Harry felt he had to say something about earlier tonight. Thanks for standing by me down there. That meant a lot. I found it hard to believe you were ready to walk out of here after being so excited about coming to Hogwarts in the first place. Well, I was hoping to use the journey home to convince you about me attending Goblin school. This drew a slight laugh from Harry. A portkey would have had us to London in under a minute. Not that I would have needed a lot of convincing, mind you. Thanks also for not asking loads of questions. I can see how hard that is for you sometimes. Hermione actually pouted at that. You have no idea how hard I have to bite my lip, but I console myself by thinking that I already know more about you than anybody else. I hope one day we'll be close enough where you'll be able to tell me whatever's on your mind. The Sorting Hat calling you prophesied one seemed to shake you more than pulling that sword out the hat. There are some things I just can't talk about, Hermione, and that is one of them. You are right, though. You do know more about me than I had intended to reveal. One day, I might even be able to tell you everything. I'm already looking forward to it. It was time for bed now, but neither was quite sure how friends said goodnight to each other. Hermione's insecurities began to resurface as she asked Harry one last question. Will we go down to breakfast together? Harry's answer of every morning had Hermione hugging him again. Saying goodnight like this just felt so right that both of them went to their new rooms very happy with this part of their Hogwarts experience. Albus wasn't experiencing much happiness at the impromptu staff meeting. Minerva was demanding answers, and he was loath to give any secrets away. After the boys' earlier revelations, though, this had to be treated as a damage limitation exercise. He also decided to stick mostly to the truth, just not all of it. If you can remember back, we were all exceedingly busy after that Halloween. The very first day of the Christmas holidays, I headed off to Privet Drive to check on young Harry's welfare. You can imagine my shock when I discovered Harry wasn't there. Albus saw no reason why he shouldn't embellish his tale to show a certain headmaster in the best possible light. Dursley had totally ignored my clearly written instructions. He just didn't believe there could be any danger to him or his family. Not only did he refuse to raise Harry, he somehow managed to find his way to Gringotts. He deposited Harry there like some parcel. The Dursleys thought it was best that young Harry be raised by his own kind. This caused eruptions amongst the staff, up in arms at that last comment. You're not saying anything I didn't impress upon Dursley at my visit. His answer was that all magic users were the same to him. He and his wife apparently signed some magically binding banking agreement that tied young Harry to Gringotts until he reaches his majority. Tonight, I was hoping to see that agreement broken and have him attending Hogwarts as Harry Potter. We all saw how that went. Phileas was angry at the blatant bigotry being displayed here, That the charm's master considered some of these people friends fueled his temper. That was a predictable and also very foolish move, Albus. You almost lost us the very thing you were supposedly trying to save. All eyes had now moved to Phileas, but it was Minerva who asked her friend to explain his comments. The boy has spent the last 10 years living as a goblin. He's not about to renounce that upbringing at his first glimpse of an enchanted ceiling. Phileas was encouraged to say more, his own heritage making him the acknowledged expert here. If I'm reading this correctly, his father has sent the lad here to be amongst magical children his own age. For what purpose? To help his son make the impossible decision he'll be faced with in a few years. Whether to live his life as a wizard or a goblin. Snape blew his top at that. What a load of hypocrite shit. The boy is a wizard. End of story. Phileas, though, was equally as angry, and wasn't about to back down. Just like you are a Death Eater, yet are here teaching children. Life is all about choices, Severus, and you would be making a stupid one if you continue reaching for that wand. Dumbledore reiterated his head of Ravenclaw's warning. There will be no wands drawn here. Please continue, Phileas. You are highlighting things I hadn't even considered. We have to look at this from a goblin perspective. Old Crow living the rest of his life as a goblin, or Lord Potter taking his place in magical society, which would benefit the Goblin Nation most. That Lord Potter would be an influential member of that society goes without saying. Having someone who is goblin raised in the very top echelons of magical society would be an unbelievable coup for Gringotts. Minerva was struggling with what her friend was trying to explain here. Are you saying his goblin father sent Harry here, so he would eventually accept being a wizard? Phileas was nodding. I can see no other reason that makes sense. They must want Harry to gradually accept his place in the British magical community. Why else would they send him to Hogwarts when they have such a severe grievance with Albus? They are certainly well aware that other magical schools are available. Can you see Beauxbatons rejecting Harry Potter, whatever conditions were attached to his attendance? Phileas never really expected an answer to his question. The entire room knew Harry Potter could turn up there calling himself Napoleon Bonaparte and still be welcomed with open arms. Goblins are barely tolerated by wizards inside Gringotts. Those same wizards won't even give them the time of day outside their bank. In the Muggle world, goblins stand out like clowns in a circus. Harry Potter singing the praises of goblins would go a long way to changing attitudes in our society, and perhaps even gain a toehold in the Muggle one too. We all know about Lily Evans' heritage, and it would appear young Harry has already befriended a Muggle-born witch. This was the best news Albus had heard all night. He was back in the game. Good, that will give me some bargaining tools when dealing with this goblin. I think we should meet Barchoke as soon as possible. Albus, you are already persona non grata with the goblins. Trying to make demands of Barchoke will get you nowhere and could see you kicked out the castle. In any choice between you and Harry, Hogwarts has already made her decision clear. He is her champion, a position last held by Godric Gryffindor, I believe. Minerva ignored Dumbledore's crestfallen expression and raised a real concern she had with teaching the lad. How is he going to manage in my class without a wand? Mr. Crow may be able to cope in subjects where one isn't needed, but charms, transfiguration, and defense all require one. I really don't know Minerva, but I will say this. He wouldn't have been sent here if he couldn't do it. Many years ago, I was faced with a similar choice to Harry. Everyone here knows I'm of mixed heritage. I chose to be a wizard, and was therefore allowed a wand. If they have somehow circumvented his need for a wand to perform magic, convincing Harry to make the same choice I did just got a lot more difficult. Pomona Sprout had quickly recognized that Phileas was indeed the expert here. The head of Hufflepuff wanted to know just what effect having a goblin attend classes would have, and if she would need to give any special instructions to her puffs. Just treat Harry the same as any other first year. Phileas ignored Snape's sneering, finally some sense, and continued with his advice. Please inform me if you come across any specific problems. I will approach him in regard to not having a wand tomorrow morning. The meeting then broke up, but the 4 heads of house remained behind. Minerva soon got the ball rolling. I'm assuming you know what the Sorting Hat was talking about when it called the child prophesied one? I'm also assuming you have no intention of sharing that with us. Albus replied in that infuriatingly calm way of his. You are of course correct in both your assumptions, Minerva. That is something that should never have been mentioned in such a public place. She had expected no other answer. What about handling the school's finances would be good experience for you, Minerva. Give you practice for when you're headmistress. In light of the fact we now know you were barred from doing business with Gringotts at the time, would you agree you are a manipulative, lying bastard? Minerva never gave Albus time to conjure more lies. She just kept right on after him. Every time you told me Harry Potter was fine was nothing but a bloody lie. You had no idea of the child's condition or welfare. He could have been locked in a cupboard for all you knew. What will you do when this story breaks? As you know it must. My great age has at least taught me at least one thing. Problems are like bridges, best crossed when you come to them. And the scar you wanted to leave young Harry with? It looks as if that was another of your decisions the goblins didn't agree with. It would appear so, Minerva. Since you've spent the last 10 years lying to me, you no longer have the right to use that name headmaster. Oh, and get that thing out the 3rd floor corridor, otherwise I'll go over your head and see it's taken care of myself. It would be a shame to have a decade of experience running this place and not get the chance to be headmistress. It goes or you do. Minerva marched out of Dumbledore's office. Her threat hung there, though, as real as any of the paintings in the room. Pomona, could you please tell Minerva that there is really no point in heading for little whining? The Dursleys had moved by the time I went back to have more discussions with them that summer. Pomona left to check on her friend, but Phileas had a parting comment for the 2 who were going to remain. Mr. Crow is a Ravenclaw and bound by law not to associate with both of you. If I should discover either of you attempting to break that law, I'm willing to see how much of Master Silvershard's teachings I remember. Phileas strode out of there, leaving 2 thoughtful figures behind. It was Snape who finally broke the painful silence. Do you think the brat knows about the prophecy? The boy knows far too much for my liking. Hermione was up early and hurrying down to the common room. She didn't want there to be the slightest chance she would miss Harry for breakfast. Not only did she not miss Harry, Hermione ran right into him as he raced through the Ravenclaw entrance. This collision had an unexpected effect on the young witch. It solidified Hermione's views on the 3 faces of her friend. His first was clearly Harry, the boy who had sat and chatted for hours with her on the train yesterday. His second face was the one he showed the public. Hermione considered this his Harry Crow personality, with a touch of pride and prejudice thrown in for good measure. The young witch now had his 3rd persona clearly etched in her mind, and what a picture it was. Gone was any pretense of the suave Mr. Darcy. Hermione thought this Harry was more likely to be the son of Zeus and Hera. Here was a young Ares who was obviously in training, and he looked very good for it. His hair was tied back in a short ponytail, and Harry now wore his new sword strapped on his back. It was the Roman-like tunic, made of some animal hide, that really held her attention, though. That it fitted him like a second skin really emphasized his physique. Hermione couldn't help but think Harry was amazingly developed for someone his age. His tunic was as black as his hair and glistened nearly as much as a clearly sweating Harry. She also just happened to notice that the tunic stopped well above his knees. He offered his apology for running into her before mumbling something about needing a shower. Saying he would be back down shortly, Harry then headed up the stairs at speed. Unable to take her eyes off him, Hermione watched Harry every step of the way. Hermione giggled to herself. laughing at the thought of her mum and dad's reactions to the first letter she would be writing home. Her parents were in for quite a few shocks from their bookish daughter. Not only did she have a best friend at Hogwarts, Hermione needed her mum to send some exercise clothes as soon as possible. If morning exercises made Harry look that good, then Hermione Granger just had to give it a try. Chapter 4. Hermione was sitting at breakfast, contemplating over her sausage, egg and bacon, how anyone's life could change as much as hers had in the space of just a few days. Of course, to say the boy sitting next to her played a part in that would be a massive understatement. The more she got to know Harry, the more of an enigma he became. Even his owl had to be different. Not only was it a beautiful snowy owl, Harry claimed Irgit was a free spirit that would never allow herself to be placed in a cage. She'd flown ahead to Hogwarts and just arrived on his shoulder whenever he wanted to send a letter to his father. The graceful bird of prey had also taken Hermione's first letter home to Crawley. That this beautiful bird was named after a goblin Harry had read about in a history book was something she approved of. That was until she discovered the goblin's full name was Irgit the Ugly, and the goblin was male. Harry shrugged it off as goblin humor, but Hermione felt an involuntary shudder travel down her spine. She suddenly had this image of Harry naming one of his children Albus Severus. That just wasn't funny no matter what culture you ran it through. Both men gave Hermione the creeps. For some reason, the headmaster seemed to embody everything her parents had continually warned their little girl about as she grew up. Don't talk to strangers and never accept sweets from strangers had been recurring themes from her mum and dad. Perhaps it was because Hermione couldn't think of anyone she'd ever met being stranger than the headmaster. He tried hard to portray himself as a jovial grandfather figure, but every time he looked at Harry, his eyes betrayed him. This put Albus Dumbledore near the top of Hermione's shit list. Top spot was already taken, though. The school's resident potions professor was way out in front. When Dumbledore looked at Harry, it was more covetous. Like Harry had something the headmaster really wanted. With Snape, it was pure, unadulterated, and undisguised hatred. She was very grateful that they wouldn't have to take any strolls down to his dungeon lair. Snape just screamed black and white horror movie creep to the young witch. Give him a mustache he could twirl the ends of, and he would be the perfect archetypal villain. Suddenly, she had this image of him as Dick Dastardly, with Malfoy starring as Muttley. Harry drew Hermione out of her daydreaming by offering a canute for her thoughts. "Oh, I was just wondering about today's lessons. We got Transfiguration this morning. You and Professor McGonagall didn't exactly hit it off at the sorting." Harry laughed at her last comment. "Well, that's certainly one way of putting it. Our lessons so far have been a really mixed bag. Herbology was great, and Professor Sprout really knows her stuff. History of magic was a joke." Harry, with your goblin sense of humor, that last remark could mean anything. We were learning about famous wizards and the impact they'd left on the world. How could anyone possibly make that sound boring? Even a goblin wouldn't think a class of children being taught by a ghost was something to laugh about. Speaking of laughable, that's really the only word I can think of to describe our defense professor. That loud red-headed Gryffindor broke wind as Quirrell walked past his desk, and our brave defense professor almost jumped 6 feet in the air with fright. Hermione was trying not to laugh at that memory. The defense professor appeared as nervous as a stray kitten in a dog pound. She agreed with Harry and added her own critique of the Hogwarts curriculum. "Charms looks really interesting, but I just wish we had gotten to try a few of them. Hopefully I'll get to use my wand in Transfiguration." They were interrupted by Irgit swooping down with a letter for Harry and a parcel for Hermione. Harry's questioning raised eyebrow had Hermione blushing. "I asked my mum to send me some exercise clothes. I was hoping I could join you for a bit of training in the morning." This had Harry smiling. "Okay, but I think we should wait until Saturday morning before beginning." That will give you a couple of days to get used to the training without having to attend classes too. He then opened his own note, nodding as the news was expected. My father is coming to Hogwarts tomorrow. We have a meeting with Dumbledore. I wonder if Master Flitwick knows? Father can decide tomorrow if we want him in there with us. We better head off to class. Harry was either stuck in some chivalrous period or that Goblin sense of humor was having a laugh at her expense. Either way, wherever they went, Harry offered his arm and she gratefully took it. She didn't know if this increased the whispering that followed Harry wherever he went, and didn't really care. Last night, she was on his arm under the stars. It may have only been their astronomy lesson, but that's not the way Hermione chose to remember it. It was easily the most romantic night of her young life. They began walking toward the Transfiguration class, with all the portraits making sure the Hogwarts champion knew exactly where he was going. Quite a number of the other first years had sussed this out, so they tended to have an entourage between classes. Padma usually stuck quite close to them, and all three were fine with that. It was the rest that were now becoming ridiculous. Not all of them were content to just follow on to class. Parvati and that other Gryffindor girl were desperately trying to attach themselves like limpets to Harry. The Gryffindor boys, though, were becoming even more pushy, especially the red-headed one. Hey, Harry mate, you must get fed up hanging around with the bookworms. Anytime you want a break, the Gryffindor guys will make you more than welcome. Harry just looked at him. And you are? Oh, sorry, I'm Ron. Harry's stare never wavered. And who are you? He didn't appear to get what Harry was asking. I'm Ron. This is Dean and Seamus, and he's Neville. Well, Mr. Ron, thanks for introducing you and your friends. Now, if you will excuse me. Harry pushed past him toward the boy hanging at the back. Since Hermione still had Harry's arm, she followed on. Well met, Neville Longbottom. I'm Harry Crow, and since you are practically family, please call me Harry. The young lady on my arm is Hermione Granger, and this is our friend Padma Patil. Her twin sister is in Gryffindor with you. Neville stared unbelievingly at Harry's offered hand before nervously shaking it. Hi everybody, a family? Did you know my mum was your godmother? This was clearly news to Neville, but not as shocking as the next bit. Your mother is also my godmother. The boy appeared ready to cry at that, but Harry now had his hand comfortingly on Neville's shoulder, and Hermione had moved by his side. Voldemort cost both of us, Neville, but I think you got the worst of the deal. There is no way you should now have to put up with a Death Eater teaching you. I would like to offer you the opportunity to join us for separate potion lessons. Are you sure? The pleading nature of Neville's demeanor at Harry's offer was heartbreaking to watch. He clearly had no self-esteem and couldn't work out why anyone would make such an offer to him. Harry responded the only way he knew how, honestly. I'm very sure, Neville. Both the offers of private lessons and friendship are genuine. This is not some sick prank. Had things been different, we would have grown up together, and I'm certain been best friends. We may have lost years, but I would like us both to start down that road now. The smile now on Neville's face was all the answer Harry needed, and the four resumed their journey to Transfiguration. Neville gave the impression of someone who just had the weight of the world lifted off his shoulders. He explained this as they walked. Snape terrifies me, and we've heard he saves his worst behavior for Gryffindors. Ron's been trying to catch your eye all week. We're all desperate to get out of Snape's class. I've had the people in my own house dropping subtle hints all week too. The problem is that when my father arranged this, it was supposed to be for me and hopefully a few friends. I can't really turn up with 3/4 of first year without talking to my father again. He's coming to Hogwarts tomorrow, so I might be able to help a few more out then, but I think I should offer places to my own house first. I would appreciate it if you could let slip to Ron that I don't like pushy. It was plain to see that the penny had dropped for Neville, so he blushingly offered an explanation. Parvati was moaning about how you appeared friends with Padma, but practically ignored her. She couldn't understand it. The musical laughter coming from Padma cut Neville off. "Oh, pushy is a good description of Pav. There's a few other words I could use as well." "So you're not identical then?" "Physically, yes, but we're definitely two different witches." They chatted all the way to Transfiguration before doing their usual and sitting at the front of the class. Harry's bag was charmed weightless and bottomless, and he insisted that both girls put their book bags in there too. He handed Hermione hers and was about to do the same with Padma when the redhead Gryffindor stepped over the line. He just pushed Neville out the way so he could claim the seat on the other side of Harry. "What are you playing at?" Ron was unrepentant. The boy who lived needs proper Gryffindor friends, not to be hanging about with Ravenclaw girls and Neville. "The way you took down Malfoy was bloody brilliant. What Quidditch team do you support?" Harry's gaze would have had anyone else in the class moving seats. Ron was too stupid to know he was in any trouble. Harry had to quickly decide the best way to play this. "I paid Malfoy the compliment of at least admitting he could be dangerous. You, on the other hand, are an idiot." Padma and Hermione were already on their feet, guiding Neville to their new seats. Harry then joined them, leaving behind a livid Ron who was now stuck sitting at the front of the class. The reason he was stuck there was that a certain cat had just watched the entire incident, transforming into Professor McGonagall before Ron could move or even reply to the insult. Minerva decided that no action needed to be taken. She was actually delighted to see 3 Ravenclaws standing up for one of her cubs. That the youngest Weasley possessed the social skills of a troll was something that other members of staff had actually commented on. McGonagall's transformation from her cat form led the professor neatly into her introductory remarks about how transfiguration was some of the hardest magic they would learn. Transfiguring her desk into a pig was always something that caught and held the new first year's attention. McGonagall was continuing her well-honed introduction before noticing she didn't have the entire class full attention. One of them actually appeared bored. This had never happened before, so she cut short her talk to discover what the problem was. "Is there something you don't understand, Mr. Crow?" "Basically, all of it, Professor." McGonagall's lips tightened at this. "Could you please be a trifle more specific, Mr. Crow?" Ron couldn't resist a jibe. "It's because he's an idiot." The sniggering this caused was all the invitation Harry needed to shut them up. "Well, I understood changing your desk into a pig was purely a demonstration, though not very practical one since you couldn't actually eat it." McGonagall didn't seem too pleased with that analysis, but could hardly refute the facts. She grudgingly nodded in acceptance. So, Harry continued, "It's all the different spell incantations and wand movements that confuse me. Since Transfiguration is basically changing one thing into another, why do you need a different spell for every occasion? Transfiguration is one of the easiest branches of magic to master. You're just asking your magic to perform the same function over and over again." In all her years teaching, McGonagall had never came across this argument before. She could now see how someone who wasn't raised in their community could struggle with the concept. "What you have failed to grasp, Mr. Crow, is the different types and complexities of transfiguration. We'll be starting off today attempting to turn matches into needles. Since they're approximately the same size, the spell has merely to tweak the shape and transfigure wood into metal. As we progress through the courses, we eventually move to configuring living material, which is much more complicated and taxing." "That is where we are having the trouble, Professor. I've been taught the exact opposite. The only limitations governing the spell are the power and experience of the caster and the mass of the initial object. Transforming your desk into a fly or an elephant is practically impossible because you are limited by the mass of material you start with. Whether that material is living or not is immaterial. I could probably transfigure my book into a pigeon but not a turkey, unless you know of a miniature varieties." McGonagall was gobsmacked. If this boy was speaking the truth, then everything she'd been taught, and in turn had taught others, was wrong. Minerva didn't know how she would deal with that. If this was a prank, Mr. Crow was going to find himself in detention to at least third year. There was one easy way to find out. Minerva had taught the Marauders and now the Weasley twins. She had no intentions of being caught by any prank book. Mr. Crow, I'm going to give you one of my books. If you can transfigure it into a chicken, I will give you an O. Not for today, but the entire year. She placed a rather large tome in front of him and fixed her beady eyes on it. The boy removed his knife and began to wave it over the book. Minerva watched in astonishment as the leather binding started to grow feathers before a head and neck appeared as the chicken took shape. McGonagall was speechless as the chicken bobbed its head and strutted over the desk. It was left to Hermione to ask Harry the questions. You never said any incantations or performed a recognized wand movement. How is this possible? Hermione, I speak English, Spanish, French, and a smattering of Italian. Do you think it makes a difference what you say or what language you say it in to your magic as it does what you want? Oh, I of course speak Goblin, though I refuse to use the derogatory terms wizards refer to that language as. Hermione had never heard about this before, so asked, what do wizards call it? It was Neville who answered her. Gobbledygook. Hermione's sense of injustice sprang to the fore. What? That means talking gibberish and is very insulting. McGonagall had found her voice again and didn't want the issue sidetracked. Leaving goblin/wizard relations aside for the moment, I would like to hear a fuller answer to Miss Granger's initial question. Harry waved his knife over the chicken, and it slowly transformed into a basket. Chicken in a basket? I suppose this is more of the fabled goblin humor? Harry couldn't help but smile at Hermione's friendly jibe. He once more performed the goblin equivalent of the transformation spell, and the basket became the cutest ginger kitten he could visualize. A tiny meow, and the kitten sauntered over to Hermione. It was soon on her knee and receiving the cuddles and petting it deserved. Hermione thought this was her idea of heaven. A kitten she could play with that would eventually turn back into a book. It didn't get any better than that. Harry, you have so got to teach me how to do that. Harry now gave McGonagall and the rest of the class the answer they were waiting for. Once you master the basic transfiguration spell, it's then all about being able to visualize what you want the item to transform into and practice. Lots and lots of practice. I can transfigure items up to about the size of a medium dog. The bigger the item, though, the slower my transfiguration will be. It will get quicker with practice, and larger items will come as I get older. Minerva had been a transfiguration prodigy and now held a mastery in the subject. An 11-year-old goblin-trained wizard had just totally destroyed everything she held to be true. She was a powerful witch, but couldn't even contemplate repeating the feat this boy just achieved when she was the same age. It wasn't just that, though. Harry Crow just threw the Transfiguration rulebook out the window. Where the hell did they go from here? Your method makes no concessions to the initial item or the finished product. Oh, some things are definitely harder to transfigure, usually because of the visualization. A chicken is a lot more complicated an item than the book was. Again, it's down to practice and more practice. It's taken me a few years to get to this stage, and it will take a lot more to get where I want to go. I won't have to learn different spell incantations or wand movements for every change, though. Draco was livid that once more Crow was the center of attention. He was a Slytherin, though, and had learned from his last experience. It was time to get someone else to fight the battle. Professor, I thought the law prevented goblins possessing wands? A crow is surely breaking that law. Harry passed the knife over his original book a few times, and it transformed into a pumpkin. This was certainly a misshaped pumpkin. It was a fair likeness for the head of Draco Malfoy. A couple of slashes with his knife, and Harry had cut himself a slice of pumpkin right down the center of Draco's face. Anytime Mr. Malfoy wants a demonstration that this is a knife, I will be more than happy to oblige. It's obviously not made of wood and doesn't have a recognized wand core running through it. Therefore, according to official ministry definition, it is not a wand. Before you quote the law, can I suggest that you at least look it up first? Minerva thought that might be all the prescribed first-year Transfiguration book was good for now, as a demonstration tool. She placed the spell incantation on the blackboard, along with diagrams of the wand movements needed, before handing out the matches. Minerva then sat at her desk to see how this played out. As she expected, Miss Granger and the Ravenclaw Patil sister both looked to Harry, wanting to try his method. Minerva couldn't miss that the other Ravenclaws and Mr. Longbottom were also hanging on his every word, totally ignoring her instructions on the board. That 5 of this group, not including Mr. Crow, had successfully transformed their match before the lesson ended meant that she would have to take this to the headmaster. In her 35 years teaching, her previous best result was 3 students performing the transformation before the end of their first period. Usually, Minerva was lucky to get one. That none of the students who had stuck to the method on the board got anything like a needle just compounded the issue. She dismissed the excited class without moving from her desk. McGonagall had never lost control of a class before, but who would want to continue with the prescribed instructions when the Goblin method had just been proven to be clearly superior? She would have to approach Phileas for access to Mr. Crow. Minerva desperately wanted to learn this different method of performing her craft. Her ears picked up at an altercation happening outside her class, and the professor was moving before she even realized it. Ron was raging. He'd been called an idiot in front of the entire class. If that wasn't bad enough, all he'd managed to do was set his match on fire, while Neville produced a needle. Watching the boy who lived working with Neville had his jealously meter off the scale, especially after overhearing that Neville would be joining them for potions lessons tomorrow. He just had to say something. "Think you're pretty special now, showing the professors how to do magic." Hermione was on Harry's arm and tried to steer him away from another confrontation. "Ignore him, Harry. I wasn't talking to you, bookworm. You knew who he was on the train but kept quiet about it. It's probably your fault he got stuck in Ravenclaw. The boy who lived should be in Gryffindor. Everybody knows that." Hermione couldn't believe the nerve of this clown. "You were right, Harry. He's an idiot." Ron wasn't about to take that from a girl. His wand was out, and a curse fired before anyone realized what was going on. Harry jerked Hermione out of the curse's path, but that just saw it hit Padma. Harry then flew at Ron, slamming him into the wall and snapping his wand before he could fire off another curse. Harry was just about to start pounding on him when McGonagall's voice boomed out along the corridor. "Mr. Crow, stop this at once. What do you think you are doing?" "I think I'm stopping this idiot firing off any more curses in the corridor. Please check on Padma, Professor." He cast a curse at Hermione, but hit Padma instead. Harry didn't release his grip on Ron, waiting to hear what the spell was first before deciding if beating him up was worth the detentions that were sure to follow if he did. Padma had trouble answering the inquiries after her health. Every time she opened her mouth, a large slug would slide over her lips and down her chin. She wasn't in any physical pain, but being disgusted and mortified at the same time was certainly painful enough. "Miss Granger, could you and her sister help the injured Miss Patil to the infirmary? Weasley and Crow, my classroom now. The rest of you get to lunch." Parvati and Hermione helped Padma off in the direction they'd been pointed while Harry practically threw Ron back into the classroom. The Gryffindor decided that he who got in first would be believed and didn't even wait to be questioned. "Professor, he just attacked me for no reason, broke my wand too. I tried to stop him, but the curse hit that other girl. That was an accident." Harry sat calmly on the seat the professor had indicated, saying nothing before being asked a question. McGonagall duly obliged. "Well, Mr. Crow, can I hear your version of events?" "Weasley here began shouting at us the instant we left the class. as this was what had alerted Minerva that something was going on. Harry was already being believed. He then made some ludicrous accusations against Miss Granger, who responded by pointing out he was an idiot. He took offense to the truth being spoken and fired a curse at her. I only just got Hermione out of its path. I then grabbed the idiot and pushed him against the wall. This must be what broke his wand. I was just about to punch him when you yelled for me to stop, so I reluctantly did. He's lying, Professor. Ron stopped in mid-flow because Harry was now on his feet. It was his hand on the sword hilt that terrified him, though. Calling me a liar is not something I will ever accept. Do you want to change your mind, or do we need to take this further? Ron then proved he wasn't a complete idiot by changing his story to the truth. I'm sorry, Professor, it was all my fault. I lost my temper. You also just lost 50 points from Gryffindor and will begin 2 weeks of detentions tonight. Now get out of my sight. Ron shot out of there as McGonagall now turned her attention to Harry. Mr. Crow, while I applaud your actions in defending your friends, I can't condone your conduct in attacking another student. I would have been there within seconds and dealt with the problem. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Your pardon, Professor, but my only other experience of Hogwarts discipline didn't fill me with confidence. You are correct, though, and I will accept whatever punishment you wish. Minerva almost smiled at that answer. There will be no Ravenclaw points deducted, and I was thinking along the lines of a single detention. I will speak to your head of house before confirming this. Does that sound fair? Certainly fairer than 10 points from Slytherin, Professor. Good. Then let us both head for lunch. Minerva found the boy to be polite, courteous, and somewhat skillful at avoiding answering questions. What she did learn was certainly interesting. Harry had been working with tutors for years, and his knife was one of a kind. That his knife had been commissioned and presented to him by the director of Gringotts clearly meant a great deal to the young lad. In terms of importance to him, Harry probably placed it above the sword that had never left his hip since the sorting. Their cozy chat ended as they entered the Great Hall. Interrupted would probably have been a better description, but both were too focused on the defense professor who just barged past them to worry about semantics. Troll. There's a troll loose in the dungeons. I just thought you should know. Quirrell promptly fainted, but Harry was already moving before the professor's body hit the ground. He didn't care about the mayhem left behind him. There was somewhere he needed to be. Harry shouted at the first portrait. I need the quickest way to the infirmary. Sound travels faster than Harry could run, so at every staircase or junction, there would be someone in the nearest portrait to guide the Hogwarts champion to his destination. Harry burst through the infirmary doors, and it was testament to his frequent training that he still had the breath to speak clearly. The 3 girls and the school nurse may have been surprised by his dramatic entrance. His revelations afterwards had them scared. There's a troll loose in the castle. We needed to get to somewhere safe. Poppy Pomfrey stared intently at the lad. Young man, I remember your father when he attended Hogwarts. If this is a prank, goblins don't do pranks, ma'am. There is currently a 10-foot-high ton of muscle, with spell-resistant skin, and a brain the size of a peanut, wandering about a school full of kids. We need to get behind a strong door that locks. At that, the doors of the infirmary crashed open once more, this time with considerably greater force than Harry had used. The troll actually took one of the doors right off its hinges as it entered the infirmary. Poppy immediately placed herself between the children and the troll. She was a healer, though, not a fighter, and her spells were doing nothing more than enraging the beast further. Ma'am, stop. I'll try and lead it back out of here. Harry pushed past her and raced to the side of the beast. Hey, Pea-Brain, over here. The smelly troll wielded a club that was as thick around as Harry's waist, and that club was soon whistling in his direction. Harry had expected nothing else and had ducked under the club, his knife cutting a gash in the troll's thigh as he dodged past and behind it. Harry now had the doors at his back and was trying to get the troll to chase him out them. The troll, though, had 4 easier targets already in the large room. As it once more made its way toward the girls, Harry slashed the back of its leg. "Hey, Smelly, don't turn your back on me. Didn't you know that was rude? Chase me, come on. Try and catch me." The troll took a half-hearted swing at him before once more focusing on the girls. They were now huddled together against the back wall with the healer still standing in front of them. This was a much more attractive target than one who moved and fought back. Harry had one last slash across the base of its back, targeting the gap between its loincloth and vest. The troll let out a roar of anger while preparing to vent its rage on the target in front of it. Harry wasn't about to let that happen. He returned his knife to its wrist sheath and drew Godric's sword. The troll's next sound was a shriek of pain as it toppled to the floor. Harry's sword had sliced through the back of its right knee. It had still kept hold of its club, though, and the troll was now within striking distance of its target. Lying on the ground, the enraged troll pulled its arm back to side-swipe the now screaming girls. The sword of Gryffindor in Harry's hands was so much faster, slicing clean through the troll's arm just below the wrist. It had never been Harry's intention to kill the creature, just lead it from here so it could be captured. In this confined corner of the infirmary, and it now being so close to the girls, Harry really didn't have any other option. He jumped on the prostrate troll's back as his sword flashed down and bit deeply into its neck, severing one of the main arteries to its brain as well as its spine. It was a killing blow as the troll's lifeblood spilled out and covered the infirmary floor. Harry now had time to look at the girls. What he saw there froze his insides. The healer was still in front of them, wand ready to defend as best she could. It was the girls, though, who Harry couldn't take his eyes off. They were all staring at him, but it was the emotions displayed on their faces that told the story. Their fear was understandable, but the revulsion and even loathing cut Harry as deeply as any blade. Before they got a chance to say anything, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Sprout rushed through the destroyed doors. Harry was wiping his sword on the troll's waistcoat, more to give him something to do until his mind caught up with what had just happened. While the 2 witches were looking around at the devastation wrought in Poppy's usually immaculate domain, Albus only had eyes for the boy. "What have you done, Harry?" Poppy jumped all over the headmaster. "This young man just saved 4 lives. How the hell did this thing get into the school? And what kept you?" Harry turned and gave a deep bow to the healer. "Thank you, ma'am. May I say your actions here were exemplary, and I would also like to hear an answer to those questions." Pomona was puzzled, so asked what may be considered a stupid question. "Mr. Crow, why did you immediately rush here? The troll was supposedly in the dungeons." "No offense, Professor, but I wouldn't believe Professor Quirrell if he told me today was Thursday. Not without checking first anyway. I wanted to make sure my friends were safe." Albus was not for being distracted. "Was it necessary to kill the poor creature?" "I was trying to lead it back out the doors, but it had locked on a target and wasn't for being shifted from that course." "Hogwarts, your champion needs assistance." All eyes now watched Harry, wondering just what he was up to. They didn't have long to wait as the Bloody Baron came up through the floor. "How can Hogwarts assist its champion? I need to know how this troll got into the school." Quirrell had observed how the headmaster got the other troll into the school and simply copied the procedure. Harry was glaring at Dumbledore while asking the next question. "Where is Quirrell now?" The Bloody Baron was now joined by the Fat Friar, who answered that question. "Quirrell is attempting to break into the 3rd-floor corridor that is currently out of bounds. It would seem I owe Quirrell an apology." Harry's glare never left Dumbledore. Letting a troll into the castle, then sending the staff in the opposite direction is rather clever. Why did he need a diversion headmaster? Is this something the staff will deal with, or must I head up there too? McGonagall grabbed Dumbledore and practically threw him out the infirmary. "This is something the staff will deal with, Mr. Crow." Sprout quickly followed them out. In the moment of silence that followed their departure, Harry too started to leave the wrecked infirmary. "Mr. Crow, where are you going?" Harry didn't turn around nor stop. "I am sorely in need of a shower, ma'am." He then walked out the infirmary, leaving more than a dead troll behind. Chapter 5. Cleaning his knife and sword again wasn't strictly necessary, but the repetitive and familiar actions required for this task offered Harry some comfort. At this moment in time, that was as good a reason as any for Harry to be sitting doing nothing but that. After his shower, he didn't really feel like facing anyone else at the moment. He was currently holed up in his room, but was surprised when his self-enforced solitude was broken by the Ravenclaw house ghost. The Grey Lady passed through his closed door to speak with the young Ravenclaw. "The quarrel problem has been dealt with by the senior staff." "Yeah? Just a pity they weren't in time to deal with the troll problem in the infirmary. You did very well today, young champion. Your father will be proud of you." This was scant comfort to the hurting young lad. "He might be the only one. The headmaster certainly wasn't too happy with me. You should come down to dinner, see your friends." Harry gave that idea a resounding no. "I think I'll just stay in my room. My father is coming to Hogwarts tomorrow. I can't wait to see him." Seeing the boy was struggling with the consequences of his actions today, his house ghost made a suggestion. "Hogwarts can ensure you're not disturbed if you wish." He had a faint smile on his face at that suggestion. "Yes, I would like that." As the ghost left, a tray of food appeared on the bed beside him. Hogwarts would look after her champion. The senior staff were all in Dumbledore's office. There was a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey on the headmaster's desk. The bottle would take even more of a hammering before their meeting was finished. Minerva repeated the question that had 3 heads of house hitting the fiery liquid. How can Voldemort not be dead? Even the death of poor Quirinus didn't finish him off. We all saw that spirit escape. Pomona, though, was looking at the incident from an entirely different angle. "I find it very hard to believe that Albus just happened to mention he was going to be removing the item from the 3rd floor this weekend, and we were all fighting a possessed professor the very next day. Was that why the stone was brought here in the first place, as a trap for the Dark Lord?" Phileas didn't like the further implications behind Pomona's conjecture. "I have trouble believing it could be mere coincidence that this all happened the year Mr. Crow came to Hogwarts." You could practically see the wheels turning inside the little professor's head as he replayed the other disturbing information that had recently been revealed. The conclusions he was coming to were scaring the head of Ravenclaw. He rounded on Dumbledore. "You knew Voldemort wasn't gone and decided not to tell anyone, didn't you? I'm willing to bet the goblins discovered this, and that's why you were barred from Gringotts." These assumptions also led Pomona to draw her own terrible conclusions. Child of prophecy, Hogwarts champion, and now slayer of trolls. I'm also willing to bet the prophecy concerns that child and Voldemort, and Albus Dumbledore knows all about it. Minerva had no problem following her 2 friends' train of thought. She also didn't like where that train was heading, nor was the head of Gryffindor shy about taking her complaints to the conductor. "If I discover you were in any way responsible for that troll incident today, I will take my findings straight to the Board of Governors." Children's lives were put at severe risk with that creature loose in the castle. Phileas had more to say. "In light of our suspicions, I demand to be at that meeting with Barchoke tomorrow. I am Mr. Crow's head of house, and intend to see his best interests protected while Harry's at Hogwarts." This was one bandwagon Minerva definitely wanted to join. "I demand to be there too. If Voldemort returns and young Harry is involved, it will undoubtedly affect the entire school. You have lost the trust of your heads of house. We no longer believe that you can be relied upon to fulfill your obligations as a headmaster should." Pomona was in wholehearted agreement with those sentiments. "This doesn't just affect a specific house. Those pupils in the infirmary could have been from any of the 4. Poppy is a renowned healer but would be the first to admit she was out of her depth today. Young Mr. Crow literally saved their lives, and all you could do was attempt to reprimand the lad. The head of Hufflepuff's disgust at Dumbledore was there for all to hear, her inbred sense of loyalty well and truly offended. I saw Hogwarts respond instantly to his call for assistance. I feel she will also take action against any attempts made to circumvent her champion. I can't help but think Harry being there today, clearly possessing the appropriate training and tools, has further endeared Hogwarts to her chosen champion. You could find yourself out a job headmaster. She gave this a few seconds to sink in before making her own demands. I also intend to be at this meeting. I want to hear what the lad's father has to say about this. Minerva remembered what had taken place during her lesson earlier. There may be more of us looking for a job than you think, Pomona. Mr. Crow claimed that Transfiguration was the easiest form of magic to master, requiring only one spell, and then proceeded to prove it. He turned a book into a chicken with no recognized wand movement or spell incantation. Snape had been quiet the entire meeting but couldn't hold back at this. His reply was dripping with contempt. You've obviously been pranked. No first year could do that. The book would have been pre-spelled to transfigure on command. The Hogwarts deputy was in no mood to mollycoddle anyone's feelings and ripped right into the potions professor. I am well aware of how that prank works, Severus, which is why I gave him a book that belonged to me and determined the item I wanted the lad to transfigure it into. He also further transfigured the chicken into a woven basket and finally a kitten, all by the same method. Albus seized at this opportunity to turn the subject away from his relentless verbal castigation. And just how did Mr. Crow accomplish this feat? Surely not by wandless magic. He used his knife. Minerva had to hold her hand up to prevent the interruptions that she could see coming from Albus and Severus. The lad knew the ministry interpretation of what constituted a wand verbatim. Is there anyone here who doesn't believe Mr. Crow's knife will not break any of the ministry's guidelines of just what they define a wand as? When you take into account that his knife was a personal gift from Ragnarok, then you can guarantee it will fall outside ministerial law. Snape couldn't stand the son of his former school days enemy receiving praise. If he's so bloody good at magic, why did he have to kill a troll with a sword? I would have expected him to tie it up in pink ribbons and bows, just waiting on us coming to collect it. And just how many 11-year-olds do you know who could take down a fully grown mountain troll? Filius wasn't for letting Snape or Dumbledore off with anything. Can I assume from your attitude that you don't want to be part of this meeting tomorrow? The brat has made it perfectly clear that he wants nothing to do with me, while the feeling is mutual. No, I will not be at that meeting. Excuse me, but the thought of listening to more talk about that boy is making me quite nauseous. I shall retire for the night. As Snape was leaving, Filius had a parting comment for the potions professor. I think the problem is young Harry made it publicly clear he wanted nothing to do with you. Just remember that's Severus. Harry has already proven my earlier statement correct. Never mess with a goblin. As Snape left, Minerva once more turned the argument back to Dumbledore. So, Headmaster, are you going to tell us this prophecy, or are we going to have to ask a goblin about it tomorrow? Albus could only stall his senior staff and hope the goblin would tell them nothing tomorrow. He was beginning to regret arranging that meeting. The timing of it just couldn't be worse. Harry came down the stairs with the intention of carrying out his normal morning exercise routine. He found an unexpected sight waiting on him. Hermione had fallen asleep on a chair turned to face a staircase, obviously intent on not letting him get past her. It should also have been obvious from her attire what the young witch's intentions were, but Harry had never seen clothing like this. The shorts came down to just above her knees and clung to Hermione like a blue and pink second skin. The short-sleeved top was of the same colorful design and material, clinging to her every curve while exposing part of her midriff. Chunky footwear completed the ensemble, all made of something called Nike, and she had even attempted to tie her hair back into a ponytail. Hermione's mane could never be tamed by a mere hair tie and was already escaping to cover her face. Harry gently moved the escaped locks away from her eyes, only for those expressive hazel orbs to shoot open. Harry would later swear he didn't see Hermione move, but she must have. How else could she now be standing and wrapped all around him? "Oh, Harry, you've no idea how happy I am to see you're all right. You walked out the infirmary covered in blood, and I was sure some of it must be yours. Madame Pomfrey had to practically force-feed me a calming draught to stop me chasing after you. She said we were all suffering from shock and kept us in her apartment while the infirmary was being repaired and fumigated. She let us out at dinner time, and then I couldn't find you anywhere. No one could. Where were you?" Harry had thought he had lost his friends, but if the way Hermione was clinging to him was any indication, that was clearly not the case. "I was in my room. I thought you wouldn't want to be my friend after what I did yesterday." Hermione took his face in her hands, ensuring he could look into her eyes as she answered that question. "What you did yesterday was the bravest thing I've ever seen. We were all terrified, yet you took command of the situation. I saw and heard you try to get the troll away from us. It didn't leave you any other option. You looked as if you would never want to see me again, as if I frightened you. You scared the bloody life out of me. I thought that troll was sure to kill you. The smell in the infirmary was atrocious. There was blood splattered everywhere, and Padma was actually shooting slugs from her mouth as she screamed. Not one of life's better experiences." A shiver ran down Hermione, just thinking about it. Harry must have felt it because he held her tighter, giving the young witch the courage to say the next bit, "I actually couldn't believe we all survived and just stood there in shock. It wasn't until Madame Pomfrey began to treat us I realized you had left." "I'm sorry if you thought that, Harry. I can assure you nothing could be further from the truth." "So Padma and her sister don't hate me?" This had Hermione blushing and really piqued Harry's curiosity. He held the silence until she eventually answered his question. "The twins seem to think they now owe you a life debt. Parvati saw both of them marrying you as the perfect way to repay this debt." Harry struggled to hold his laughter as he pushed for more. "I saved you as well. What does Hermione Granger think of this idea?" "Oh, Parvati had thought of that as well. I was to marry you too, and become part of your harem." Harry couldn't hold his laughter any longer, much to the consternation of Miss Granger. "I hardly see how that is funny, Harry." "Oh, you would if you knew more about goblins." Harry regained control of his laughter before giving Hermione the information she was missing. Goblins have one mate, and that mate is for life. No goblin would ever take part in a multiple relationship like she's suggesting. I would really appreciate it if my best friend made sure certain others got to hear about that fact. For some reason, this put a wide smile on Hermione's face. Harry reckoned that now would be a good time to ask what was on his mind. "Hermione, what are you wearing?" The pink tinge had once more returned to her features. "Oh, this is my mother's idea of exercise clothes. I had hoped for jogging bottoms and a hoodie, a track suit even. Mother has to go and buy spandex, so it was this or robes. Shall I go and change?" "No, those are great. They won't restrict your movement in the slightest." What Harry didn't say was holding her dressed like that felt really different, but in a good way. This gave Hermione the opening she was looking for. "Okay, so we know I'm wearing spandex, but I've never seen anything like you've got on. What is it?" "You never want to see this either. My tunic is made from the hide of a Hebridean black, one of the few species of dragon native to Britain." Hermione was running her hands over his chest without realizing quite what she was doing. "This is dragon skin? It feels soft yet tough at the same time." "Yes, well, it provides protection against spells or blades." Harry was almost stuttering before pulling himself together. "Do you want to do some training? I think we should just start with a light run this morning." This was quickly agreed upon, and they left the common room, Hermione once more on Harry's arm. Padma found Hermione sitting on the stairs and had to help the clearly exhausted witch reach her room. "What happened to you?" "Oh, I went training with Harry. His idea of a light workout was a 3-mile run. My legs gave out halfway up the stairs. I really need to shower and get ready, but I don't think I can." Padma had an idea how to get her friend moving. "That's too bad. Parvati will have the story of what happened yesterday all over the castle by now. My sister is quite taken with your best friend. She'll probably be sitting on Harry's lap before breakfast is over." The exhausted witch suddenly found reserves she didn't know she possessed. Hermione didn't see Padma smile as she hurried past her smirking friend for a quick shower. Hermione entered the Great Hall on Harry's arm as usual, but that was where usual ended. Padma hadn't been joking about her twin sister. Harry's exploits from yesterday were now known by everyone, which probably explained why everyone was now staring at them. Harry had just sat down between Hermione and Padma when they were approached by the other Patil sister. "Mr. Crow, I would like to formally acknowledge that I owe you a life debt." The rest of the Great Hall didn't even bother pretending that they weren't listening to every word. They easily heard Harry's reply. "I'm sorry, Miss Patil, but I can't accept that." Parvati was rocked on her heels at Harry's answer. It was certainly not what she expected. "Why not? There's no question that you saved my life. Actually, I rushed to the infirmary to make sure my friends were okay. You just happened to be there too. Goblins always look out for their friends and family. There can be no debts between Hermione, Padma, or I for doing so." It was a downtrodden Parvati that headed back to the Gryffindor table, fighting to hold back the tears. Harry wasn't exactly sure what he'd done and asked Padma if she could explain it to him. "You basically told Parvati that if we weren't in the infirmary, you wouldn't have come racing to the rescue." Harry nodded at that. "If you and Hermione had been in the hall yesterday, I wouldn't have gone anywhere. I didn't go looking for the troll, I went looking for the both of you. The troll just happened to find us, and Parvati just happened to be there too. I can't accept a life debt for that. I certainly didn't mean to offend your sister though, and I'm still not sure how I did." Hermione attempted to help him understand. "Harry, you have no idea just what a heroic figure you appeared yesterday. You were decisive, calm, and the way you protected us was terrifying to watch. That troll was enormous, yet you felled it like a tree the instant it got too close. Parvati is just upset that you didn't perform your heroics to rescue her." "I think I see. Padma, please tell your sister that I may have raced there to ensure you and Hermione were safe, but I would have protected anyone from that troll. Well, perhaps I would have let it beat up Malfoy or Weasley for a while before I stopped it." Padma knew it was more a case of her sister had never had to play second fiddle to her before. Hearing that Harry had raced to the infirmary to see that she was safe, after publicly clobbering the Weasley boy for hitting her with a spell in the first place, would be a shock to Parvati's system. When she put it all together like that, it was a shock to Padma's too. Seeing that the morning entertainment appeared to be over, Roger asked Harry a question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. "Harry, why did you use Gryffindor's sword on that troll?" "Oh, my knife wasn't quite big enough to bring it down. Pass those sausages over, please, Hermione." That ended all questions on the subject. No Ravenclaw could fault logic like that. As the noise level in the hall returned to what passed for normal at mealtimes, Harry had a question to ask both his friends. "My father is coming to Hogwarts today. Would you like to meet him?" Hermione and Padma both said yes at once, putting a wide smile on Harry's face. That smile just got wider as Professor Flitwick entered the Great Hall, accompanied by a goblin Harry clearly knew. No one in the hall was quite sure what to make of the boy who lived getting to his feet before respectfully bowing to a goblin. "Well met, Master Pitsley. It really is a pleasure to see you again. I had no idea who my father had arranged to tutor potions, and am delighted you have made the journey here." "Well met, Harry Crow. Yes, your father asked me to use that name while you are inside Hogwarts." I was hardly likely to let some wizard ruin all the hard work I had expended on your potions tuition. Master Flitwick has kindly arranged a classroom that should meet our needs, though I understand we have a few more students wishing to learn potions properly. Yes, Master Pitsley, 3 of my friends. Will that be acceptable? That will be fine. If they prove adequate, we might add a few more as the weeks progress. This proved too much for Snape, who stormed out the Great Hall. Hogwarts students being taught potions by a goblin.
He would have to take some action about that.
Minerva McGonagall felt she needed to take some action too. She approached the group, and Phileas introduced her. After the pleasantries, Minerva got right down to business, a trait that would endear her to anyone of goblin descent. Master Pitsley, as deputy headmistress, I would like to observe you teaching our students this morning. Please understand, I mean no slight on your capabilities. Certain others might cast aspersions on you teaching at Hogwarts. I will be able to deal with them in my official capacity if I have witnessed your lesson firsthand. The goblin bowed slightly to McGonagall. I look forward to your company, Professor, and thank you for your honesty and forethought. Neither Hermione, Padma, or Neville had a problem cutting their breakfast short, so Professor Flitwick could lead them all to the classroom set aside for their potions lessons. After watching the way Snape had stormed out of the hall, missing lunch and dinner too would have been a small price to pay. If the longing looks they received from 3/4 of the other first years were any indication, they clearly thought so too. Minerva sat at the back of the class, not sure what to expect. If Harry's Transfiguration tuition was any indicator, then she needed to be ready for anything. What she didn't expect was the children being told to put their books away before being handed a different one from their new professor. Pitsley was kind enough to hand her a copy too. Now, I feel we must lay a few ground rules down here before we start, give you some idea of what to expect from me as your teacher. First of all, I intend to be finished the first-year course before your next holiday. Pitsley let that statement sink in before continuing. I intend to achieve this by not wasting both our times continually brewing different potions just so you learn one specific procedure or technique. When I teach you something, I expect you to remember it first time. Harry had heard all of this before, but enjoyed watching his friends nod in agreement with that last statement. Secondly, I won't be issuing what would properly be called homework. I don't care if you can write me a 3-foot essay on how you would brew something. I would much rather we spend our time ensuring you can actually brew that specific potion. That, boys and girls, is what I class as homework. Each week, I will tell you the potion that you are going to be brewing the next time you see me. Your task then is to research all the steps, procedures, and ingredients to the stage where you can brew it perfectly. The books I've just given you should be extremely helpful with each task. Minerva thought the goblin teacher's expectations were too high until she opened the book Pitsley had given her. That the potion formula and brewing procedure were clearly laid out was to be expected. What she'd never seen before was the wealth of additional information provided in a reference section that was easily 2/3 of the entire book. Pitsley took them through just what he expected, clearly showing each student how to glean the information on every ingredient and why they must follow the steps exactly. The goblin demonstrated each step of the procedure, actually brewing the potion himself. He encouraged them to ask questions, but, instead of answering them, preferred to lead them whenever possible through the book so they could discover the correct answer for themselves. Hermione, though, had a question that required a direct answer. "Sir, why is Harry's book so much thicker than ours? Mr. Crow already has a few years of my tuition under his belt, hence will be working on a different potion next week. Pages are added to your books as your skills increase. If things progress as I hope, your books should all be updated before December ends. There is a high probability that our numbers will increase. At that time, you 3 will be working on whatever potion I have assigned you, while Harry works on another. Any newcomers will of course start at the beginning. It is perfectly normal in a goblin classroom to have students working at different levels. Once you have brewed a few potions, I shall see where we go from there." The lunch bell surprised everyone, including Minerva. She hadn't intended to spend the entire lesson here, only enough time to ensure the students were being taught to the same standard as the rest of their yearmates. She found the handout to be one of the best educational textbooks she'd ever seen, and the teaching method fascinating. Minerva could see the positive implications of this. Severus was always complaining about expensive ingredients being reduced to sludge or cauldrons melted by dunderhead students. It would be very interesting to compare the two methods. She really only had one question. "Master Pitsley, what do you do when a student arrives at class clearly not having carried out the preparation work you set them?" The little goblin seemed affronted at that question. "No student of mine would ever dare." Harry quickly covered for McGonagall's unintentional gaffe. Master Pitsley is the foremost potion brewer in Goblin society. It is such an honor to be tutored by him that his statement is of course correct. There is no way a student of his would arrive for class unprepared. Their tutoring would come to a swift end, and the disgrace of that would follow them for the rest of their lives. Hermione, Padma, and Neville certainly had no intention of ever arriving unprepared. Not only would that mean letting Harry down, their only other alternative was Snape. They may not have done any brewing here today, but all now felt confident they could make the required potion next week. For Neville, that was really saying something. As they walked back to the Great Hall, McGonagall spotted another goblin standing there waiting with Filius. The deputy headmistress also spotted something that warmed her heart. Just for a few seconds, Harry had let his mask slip, and Minerva was delighted at what she saw displayed there. Here was a young boy, away from home for the first time in his life, laying eyes on a loved parent. Having observed the Dursleys all those years ago, she really couldn't imagine Harry ever having the same kind of reaction to seeing his aunt and uncle. This was her first indication that Harry growing up with the goblins was a good solution to that young orphan's problem. Hermione was on Harry's arm and could literally feel the excitement course through him as he spotted the goblin who must be his father. She was practically dragged in that direction. "Well met, father. How are you today?" "All the better for seeing you, my son." Barchoke was smiling inside at the young girl on his son's arm, though of course none of it showed on his face. "Will you introduce me to your friends? This is Hermione Granger, Padma Patil, and Neville Longbottom. This is my father, Senior Accounts Manager, Barchoke." Hermione paid no notice Barchoke's classic pinstripe suit, that he was slightly shorter than his son, or had pointy ears. Harry called him father, and that was more than good enough for her. The young Ravenclaw immediately offered her hand in greeting, saying, "Pleased to meet you, sir." Padma and Neville took their lead from Hermione and offered the same greeting. Barchoke couldn't remember the last time he'd shaken a witch or wizard's hand. His son had chosen his friends well. "Master Flitwick has arranged for us to lunch together before our meeting with the headmaster. The meeting will now be joined by some of the senior staff too." Harry was well aware it wasn't considered polite to switch to the goblin language in the company of those who didn't understand it. He was also aware certain situations called for it. He considered this one of those situations. "Father, can my friends join us for lunch? I feel they really need to know important information about me." This caught Barchoke on the hop. His son hadn't been gone a week, yet wanted to tell these friends a secret. He was delighted his son had a best friend. That she was Muggle-born was in many ways a bonus. That was a side of the world that he was ill-equipped to teach his son anything about, but this was moving way too fast. "Are you sure about this, Harry? Once told, you can't take it back?" Harry nodded determinedly. "The girls were almost killed yesterday. I was forced to slay a troll that was trying to bludgeon them to death." Barchoke's mask slipped at that. He practically growled at Harry's head of house. "You shall be explaining that to me later, and why I was not contacted immediately." Hermione had been surprised when Harry started speaking what she could only guess was the goblin language. That was nothing, though, to watching his father's public face slip for a second. She remembered Harry telling her his father had fought 2 duels to the death to protect him. She now had no problem believing that. Public face back fully in place. He then switched effortlessly to English. Harry has asked that his friends join us for lunch. I would be delighted with that. I certainly want to know more about his friends, and especially what happened yesterday. The Goblin's last phrase was said in a harder tone, and specifically aimed at McGonagall. Minerva quickly responded, "Sir, I'll be more than happy to answer any and all questions you may have at the meeting. I'm hoping you may answer some of mine." The concerned father gave a slight nod at that. "I hope we can cooperate, but please be assured, the safety of my son will always be paramount in any discussions we have." I was not aware that fighting trolls was actually part of the Hogwarts curriculum. If this is the best your school has to offer, it will be a short meeting, and my son will be returning home with me. Harry felt Hermione's fingers dig into his arm at that. He placed his hand over hers to offer some reassurance. He was pretty sure his father was bluffing. He was also pretty sure he was the only one there who thought so. Harry was certain his father's words would get back to the headmaster before the meeting, which was his father's entire reason for speaking them here. They were led into a room set up for lunch, and Harry invited Master Flitwick to join them, alerting his father that their head of house should be considered an ally in what was to come. Barchoke responded in kind by offering some comfort to the young girl who was clearly building herself up into a state of distress. "Please don't trouble yourself, Miss Granger. Should Harry leave Hogwarts, arrangement would be made to ensure he stayed in contact with his best friend." "Oh, thank you, sir. But Harry already knows my feelings." "Hermione, before you say any more, there is something I need to tell you. I need to tell all of you." Harry had just sat at the table with Hermione and Padma either side of him. His father now sat opposite and nodded his acceptance of the situation. "What I'm about to say may make a difference to where we go from here. You all heard the Sorting Hat call me Prophesied One. Well, the prophecy in question concerns me and Voldemort. He's not dead and will be coming after me." It was Flitwick who broke the silence that followed Harry's revelation. Having just had the worst fears of the senior staff confirmed, it was time to declare whose side he was on. This is not for repeating outside this room. Voldemort was in the castle yesterday. He possessed Professor Quirrell and let the troll into the castle. Harry shared a glance with his father before continuing. "We didn't think he would be able to stage a return for a few years yet. This is why I just had to tell you. Being around me could be dangerous." Harry found himself confronted by a witch determined to get her point across. Hermione was so determined. She was sitting on his lap, with her face mere inches from his. "You listen to me, Crow. It's taken me nearly 12 years to find a best friend. If you think for 1 second that I'm going to give that up, then the hat was wrong to put you in Ravenclaw." Barchoke now thought his son had made the right decision as he watched Harry's arms snake around the young witch. It was heartwarming to watch as these two drew comfort from each other while the rest of his friends quickly supported him. Padma was in Ravenclaw for all the right reasons, and used that claw reasoning to convey to Harry she wasn't going anywhere. "You say I may be in danger if I stay your friend. I say I would be dead if I wasn't. You said it yourself, Harry. You only raced to the infirmary because your friends were there. We all know the professors would have gotten to the infirmary too late to do anything but clean up the mess. I'll take the danger because I think I'm far safer and certainly happier as your friend." Neville was blushing but determined to prove the same had it put him in Gryffindor for a reason. "My reason is more like Hermione's, though without the hugs. It's taken me a long time to make any friends, and that's a lot to give up. Besides, you told me we're practically family. I wouldn't be much of a family if I ran away now." Hermione had such a tight hold of Harry she could feel the tension leave his body as they all declared they were going nowhere. She sat back, still on his knee, to ask the next question. "Okay, that explains all the training and tutors. Now, have you anything else to let slip, or can we eat our lunch?" I never knew running in the morning could give you such an appetite, and we cut breakfast short. As Miss Granger slipped into her own seat and began eating her lunch, Barchoke lost it. Both Harry's letters home had been full of this young witch, and he had a good idea of just how apprehensive his son was about telling her the prophecy. Seeing her reaction to the news caused Barchoke to burst out laughing. "Son, I heartily approve of your friends. Miss Granger, no matter what happens here today, you can rest assured you will be in Harry's life as long as you both want that to be so." The relief amongst the young people was palpable. Now all Barchoke needed was the meeting with the headmaster to go as well. First, though, he wanted to hear how his son had taken out a troll. Chapter 6. Albus glanced down at his now unwanted lunch and reckoned losing weight was the least of his troubles. Minerva's news had once more robbed him of his appetite. "Are you certain Barchoke was serious about removing Harry from Hogwarts?" Phileas said the boy was sent here to mingle with his peers. His deputy attempted to get across the seriousness of the situation. When Barchoke heard about yesterday, he appeared ready to behead Phileas in the entrance hall. Barchoke may have sent Harry here to mingle with his peers. Having his son forced to kill a troll to save his friends was never part of the deal. The headmaster was a shrewd enough negotiator to know that going into any meeting where the other party held all the cards was not conducive to getting the result you wanted. Albus couldn't think of one single thing he had to bargain with. There was more than that disturbing him, though. Harry had terrified him yesterday. "I just can't get past the image of that young boy casually wiping the blood off his sword, using the vest of the troll he'd just killed. He's certainly not what I expected." Pomona just had a comment on that. "The first-year timetable sees me teaching Harry more than anyone else. A miniature James Potter he's not. The lad is polite, courteous, and shows no sign of the arrogance that plagued his father at the same age. He is also physically taller and certainly broader than the skinny boy an 11-year-old James was. He's already attracting the attention of witches a few years older than him." Minerva had to chip in her 2 nuts worth into the pot, too. "I saw the pair greet one another before heading off to lunch. Don't doubt for a second that there is not a very close father-slash-son relationship present between Harry and Barchoke. I'm starting to think that Dursley did the right thing by taking the child to Gringotts." This drew some looks of disbelief from her colleagues. Minerva, though, was not for changing her opinion. "I watched those muggles for a full day and protested against Harry being left there in the first place. The fact that they gave the child away proves I was right. It would seem to be pure luck that Harry appears to have been raised in a nourishing environment. An upset potions professor put his knife and fork down. You seem determined to deny me the same nourishment. All this talk about that brat is ruining my appetite again." Severus' sarcasm valve was stuck on fully open. He was not having a good Friday. "I intend to complain to the Board of Governors about the alternative potions class that took place this morning." He wasn't given time to properly get into his rant as Minerva cut him off with a question. "On what grounds do you intend to complain?" Severus was staring at the deputy as if she had just asked the stupidest question he'd ever heard. "Are you serious, Minerva? Potions being taught inside Hogwarts by a goblin. The board will never allow that. It's degrading to the rest of the staff." Again Minerva jumped all over him. "I am reliably informed that Master Pitsley is the premier potions master of the Goblin Nation. After observing him teach a class this morning, I am confident the students he teaches will be at the very least on par with the best that your class produces." From the pained expression on his face, you could be forgiven for thinking Severus had a fish bone lodged in his throat. His mouth was open and moving, but no decipherable sound was coming out. You also need to take into account that Augusta Longbottom is a very influential member of that board, and her grandson is one of Pitsley's students. Did I mention Hogwarts' latest tutor hopes to be finished the first-year curriculum before Christmas? To Severus, here was proof that this goblin had no idea what he was taking on. Good luck with that. Weasley just managed to melt the first cauldron of the year. I fear it won't be his last, as following simple instructions appears beyond him. The only reason he's not spending the evening in detention with me is because he apparently has a prior detention with you. Since Severus decided to bring up one of her cubs at lunch, Minerva thought some retaliation should be on the menu. The head of Gryffindor knew just how to tweak his large nose some more. Mr. Crow has obviously been having private potions tuition for a while now. Pitsley has him brewing the wit-sharpening potion next week. If I'm not mistaken, that's usually done near the end of 4th year. That was all it took to see the potion master's napkin hit the table. The very thought of James Potter's offspring as a potions protégé was enough to see Severus heading back to his dungeon. Dumbledore was only partially paying attention to what was happening between 3 of his heads of house. Most of the headmaster's attention was still on what to do at the meeting after lunch. This had the potential to be bad. Harry, whatever he wanted to call himself, leaving Hogwarts would be a disaster. Phileas led the father and son to the headmaster's office and handled all the introductions. Barchoke sat with Harry beside him, waiting to see what happened here. Dumbledore had requested this meeting before the troll incident took place, so the first move was his. Albus was left really with only one choice. When your opponent held the stronger hand, your options were either bluff or fold. Folding was not an option here, so bluff it was. On behalf of the witches and wizards of Britain, I would like to offer our sincere thanks for doing such a superb job of raising young Harry here. I feel it's time, though, that Harry Potter returned to the Magical Society and asked you here today to discuss if we can reach some sort of agreement on how this could be achieved. I'm sorry, Headmaster. That's just not possible. Oh, come now, Barchoke. Of course it's possible. I've been holding back the press and the ministry from interfering, but I don't know for how much longer I'll be able to manage that. The answer Albus got was as unexpected as the source it came from. The anger and venom in the voice of one so young was certainly disturbing, but the information given out was what really startled the headmaster. Bring it on, Dumbledore. I'm sure the press and the ministry would like to know how I was dumped on a Muggle doorstep. A letter tucked in my blanket and Voldemort's Horcrux in my head. A really stellar decision from the leader of the Light that night. A decision he had no legal right to make. Pomona couldn't miss that her 3 shocked colleagues were turning shades of gray or green. She needed more information. Just what is a Horcrux? Harry's voice was once more respectful as he answered the head of Hufflepuff's question. It's some of the darkest magic known, Professor. To split your soul and store part of it in a separate container requires you to commit murder as part of the ritual. After he killed James and Lily Potter, something strange happened, and I ended up with a bit of Voldemort's soul attached to me. This is something Voldemort's obviously deliberately done more than once too, and he can't be truly killed while a part of his soul still survives. My father took me straight to a goblin healer to have the piece in me removed and then destroyed. Why didn't you do that, Headmaster? Minerva was remembering that night as if it was yesterday because Dumbledore's words had struck a chord with her. She had instinctively known something wasn't right, but had accepted his assurances at face value. Minerva shouted his own words back at Albus. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Scars can come in handy. That's what you said, though you never did say what it would be handy for. You knew there was a Horcrux inside that bairn, and yet you did nothing about it. I had but a mere suspicion, and I was not aware that a procedure existed to successfully remove a Horcrux from a living host. Usually they would be embedded in an inanimate object that would need to be destroyed. Dumbledore attempted to redirect the anger in the room at a different target than him. What I'm more concerned about here is that an 11-year-old knows about the foulest dark magic imaginable. What kind of a parent are you that
Would teach a child that?
Harry was on his feet, ready to defend his father against all comers, when he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. Remember your training, son. This is why you work so hard. Everyone could see Harry take a deep breath and regain control of his emotions. He sat back down and apologized. "Sorry, Father. Losing your temper loses your focus. Losing your focus can cost you the battle. It's hard to sit here, though, and listen to this old fraud berate you when his crimes should have seen him in Azkaban." Barchoke turned his attention to the rest of the company. "My son is of course correct. An infant had been hit with a killing curse, yet you didn't even arrange for a healer to check his health. Instead of being cared for, the savior of magical Britain gets taken to the Dursleys by the Hogwarts groundkeeper. I trust Hagrid with my life. From a man with no honor, I'll treat that statement with the contempt it deserves. It also hasn't escaped my notice that you refuse to offer a defense as to the illegality of your actions that night. Could that be because they are indefensible? My son is well aware of his past and what the future holds for him. It's clear to me this is information that you also hold, but have chosen not to reveal to even your closest comrades." Dumbledore couldn't believe this was all coming out today. His words to Severus were proving to be true. This boy knew far too much. This information should not be known by mere children. Barchoke growled his question at Dumbledore. "Even though a child managed to do what you could not? My son is prophesied to be the only one who can defeat Voldemort, yet you would have him raised by Muggles until he was 11. We have to ask the question why." That was one question he had no intention of ever answering. Albus once more attempted to turn the argument back onto the Goblin. "You are training a human child to be a warrior for the Goblin nation. I've heard of nothing but training and lessons. I wanted him to have a normal childhood." Harry just had to butt in at that. "How is a normal childhood going to enable me to defeat a dark wizard that's already had the country on its knees once before? The prophecy states you will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe that power to be love." Albus now had everyone in the room staring at him in disbelief. It was left to Harry to come up with a reply. "No wonder he was so upset when I killed the troll. The headmaster probably wanted me to give it a hug and make everything all better. Is that what you had planned for my confrontation with Voldemort? Kiss him to death? Sorry, but no chance. I intend my first kiss to be with a girl." "Now you're just being silly, Mr. Crow." "What? And you're serious with that love dragon crap? I think we've heard all we need to, don't you, Father? There is nothing for us here." Barchoke nodded with pride at his son. "Just to address your earlier point, Headmaster, you and I can't do a deal on my son returning to the wizarding community. The reason for my refusal is that the entire issue will be purely Harry's decision. That decision will not be influenced by me, and certainly not by you. Know this, though, whatever decision he makes, Harry will have my full support and always be my son. A son I'm very proud of." The proud father now had their undivided attention. He just announced his son was the only person who could defeat Voldemort, and they were waiting to see if Harry would be staying at Hogwarts. "I came here today, at your request, to discuss my son's future. A normal childhood sounds idyllic, until that is it equates to my son being dead before he's out of his teens. Without his lessons and training, neither Harry nor his friends would have made their teens. They would have perished under the club of a troll in the Hogwarts infirmary, all while supposedly in your care. I had hoped we could reach an agreement here today, not on what's best for me or you, Dumbledore, but for Harry. Clearly, that is not something you are prepared to do, Headmaster. Therefore, I will have to look elsewhere." Minerva couldn't decide whether she was going to tear Dumbledore a new one or throw up her lunch and make his robes even more colorful. The deputy headmistress was also having trouble deciding if today's meeting could have went any worse. She desperately wanted to get out of that office, but had something that needed to be said first. "I shall show you out, sir. The air in here is suddenly tasting rather foul. I feel I must offer my apologies for the small part one played in your son being deposited with the Dursleys. In my defense, I will say I objected strongly to him being left there at all, and the headmaster also waved aside my concerns over young Harry's scar. This was better than Barchoke had hoped for. Here was an opening the Goblin intended to exploit. Hogwarts, making Harry her champion, had really just confirmed what they at Gringotts had already suspected. Harry's future was in some way tied to Hogwarts. Here was his chance to deal with the deputy and exclude the headmaster entirely from those discussions. Now Barchoke could keep Harry in the castle and stick it to Dumbledore's pride at the same time. That was all good to the Goblin. I accept your apology and would appreciate the chance to talk with you, Professor. It will give me the opportunity to make arrangements for my son and his friends to also receive private defense lessons. As I just stated, I have no faith in the headmaster or his decisions. I doubt if he will be able to find a competent replacement for the one that was possessed by Voldemort. Albus wanted to demand to know how they had obtained that information, but was too relieved at learning that Harry obviously wasn't leaving the school to complain. Barchoke, though, had a parting comment for the headmaster. With regard to your threat of the press or ministry, my son was 100% correct. Bring it on, Dumbledore. It should be obvious by now that we, unlike you, have nothing to hide. I will agree that Voldemort making Horcruxes is not something we want on the front page of the Prophet or banded about the ministry. The Goblin didn't want Dumbledore to think he agreed with anything else the old wizard was up to. His last comment ensured that message came across. On the other hand, you are no longer a young wizard. What would happen if you should pass away and no one else had access to the information you fanatically hold to yourself? Do you even have a contingency plan in place, or are you so conceited as to think only you could possibly achieve what needs to be done? This was all Barchoke intended to say on the matter. McGonagall then left with the father and son, both she and Barchoke now turning their attention to arranging a defense tutor for the Mondays and Thursdays that the first-year Ravenclaws were timetabled for that subject. Filius could hardly contain himself long enough to let Minerva lead them out. They could barely have made the bottom of the staircase before he rounded on Dumbledore. After all my warnings, you tried to bully Barchoke into relinquishing his son? There was disbelief in Filius' tone, but anger was easily the dominant emotion detectable in his voice. If that didn't convince me you were at the very least delusional, your power of love comment certainly did. I believe Barchoke when he said he came to Hogwarts today to see if there was any way he could work with you to help his son. Both just left here knowing that too. Be impossible. That boy has, by any standard, already led an extraordinary life. He's not yours to do with as you please. Dumbledore was getting fed up with people thinking they could speak to him whatever way they wanted. Don't overstep the mark here, Filius. Remember, you work for me. Actually, I work for Hogwarts. Please let me know by the end of the day if you want to take any action that changes that status. I've just heard of a defense tuition position becoming available that greatly interests me. I can also guarantee the lessons would not be held in Hogwarts. Barchoke would have Harry following me right out the door. Filius left behind a clearly angry Dumbledore as he stormed from the office. Pomona attempted to make Albus see sense regarding this matter. The lad will now be receiving private tuition for 2 of his subjects, potions and defense. Add to that, Minerva will need to figure out exactly how he performs his transfiguration before she can be of any help, and you've just pissed off the lad's head of house and charms professor. Albus, you're hanging on to Mr. Crow by the skin of your teeth. She had a wry smile at her next observation. I doubt I could get anyone to bet against what will happen the first time Binns mentions Goblin Rebellion. Can you even doubt there will be a private history tutor on their way to Hogwarts too? That class might just have all 4 houses clamoring to join. Albus knew all this. It was also only a matter of time before the press, and the ministry were crawling all over the situation as well. Pomona then tried a different tact. I've known you for over 2 decades, Albus, so my position on this matter should not be a surprise to you. On the one hand, I have a wizard who clearly doesn't trust me, yet expects instant obedience to his somewhat questionable actions. Of all the staff in Hogwarts, The only person you have shown a modicum of trust in is the most sour, spiteful, and petty man it has ever been my displeasure to teach alongside. Do I need a dark mark on my arm and claim repentance before you decide I might be allowed to know anything of importance?" She could see her barbs were hitting their target, so Pomona continued. "On the other hand, a goblin I've just met trusted me with information that could rock our world. He did this clearly in an attempt to gain my support for his son. Since that same boy is the one prophesied to fight Voldemort, then you must know he already has mine. I could never support a Dark Lord, so my position on this is crystal clear. I will do everything in my power to help Mr. Crow achieve the result we all want. Minerva and Phileas will certainly reach the same conclusion that I have. We just can't understand why you are not standing squarely beside us." His half-moon glasses were currently lying on his desk while Albus tiredly rubbed his eyes. "Of course I want to see the end of Voldemort, but the issue is not as black and white as it's being painted. Prophecies are at best vague, being fully understood only after their completion. The actual prophecy doesn't say who will win, only that one must kill the other. Watching that young boy so casually taking a life terrifies me more than I can say. The last thing we need is for one Dark Lord to be defeated, only to be replaced by another, this one with full Gringotts backing and a goblin agenda." Pomona wasn't standing for that analogy. "If my choice is between Voldemort or a young man who calls a goblin father and has a muggle-born witch for a best friend, again, not a difficult decision for me. Sometimes you just have to trust your instincts, Albus, and mine are all screaming at me to help that boy any way I can. 10 years ago, we miraculously escaped the dark alternative. I never want to go back down that road again. Do you honestly think that child can defeat Voldemort? He did it before, Albus, and that was without a sword. Hogwarts obviously knew about the prophecy and still made Harry her champion. If you can't trust Hogwarts, then I'm afraid there really is no hope for you. That's not to say the boy won't need all the help he can get, and you could probably help him more than most. Take a long look in the mirror, Albus, and then decide if you can live with yourself if you don't support Harry." Pomona left the old wizard to his thoughts. Albus was sitting at his desk with his head in his hands. Ron Weasley had a scrubbing brush in his hands, cleaning out a boy's toilet. The brush was certainly a more effective tool than his now held together with spell-a-tape wand. Long before he boarded the Hogwarts Express, the youngest Weasley male was well aware that the boy who lived would be in the same Hogwarts year as him. Ron had been certain they would both be in Gryffindor together and surely best friends before Halloween. The strong smell of disinfectant seemed to emphasize that, like everything else in his life, even his dreams turned to shit. His only meager crumb of comfort was that this detention got him out of one with Snape. Potions today had been a nightmare, and Ron couldn't see that improving any time soon. Having to listen during dinner while Neville prattled to Parvati about just how good his potions lesson had been almost gave Ron indigestion. The part about no homework was the clincher, though. Something had to be done. He tried to charm his way into the boy who lives good graces. Ron had been very firmly and publicly rejected. It was time to try more devious methods, namely his twin brothers. With a broken wand, 2 weeks' worth of detention, and losing Gryffindor 50 points, family honor needed to be defended here. Ron was positive he could spin the story to get his brothers unleashing a prank war against a certain first year. That should see Ron getting what he wanted before he called off the twins. An invitation to join the very exclusive club that was Potions Nirvana. No homework and no Snape. Hermione had actually enjoyed her run this morning, especially after getting confirmation Harry wasn't leaving Hogwarts just yet. They were heading down to breakfast, and Padma was teasing her that she may join them for morning exercises. It was actually quite cute to see just how clueless Harry was as he mistook Padma's teasing about Hermione being alone with him for genuine interest in their morning exercises. Their friend had quietly confided in Hermione last night that no pure-blood witch or wizard would ever run for pleasure. Apparently, the concepts of keeping fit or jogging hadn't quite taken off in the magical community. All three were looking forward to doing some exploring after breakfast since this was the start of their first weekend inside Hogwarts. The trio had just taken what was quickly becoming their normal seats when a ghostly head came through the wooden table. "Good morning to you, young champion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the Gryffindor house ghost. I'm afraid some of my students arranged for your breakfast to be tainted, so I wouldn't recommend eating anything at the moment." All three quickly pushed the food away from them as Harry questioned the ghost. "Sir Nicholas, can you tell me who did this?" Oh, the Weasley twins are notorious pranksters, beginning to rival even your father and his friends. Their conversation was interrupted there by loud laughter emanating from the Gryffindor table. One glance was all Harry needed before the three of them headed straight over there. Neville was currently sporting a large pair of donkey ears and was braying every time he attempted to speak. Ron Weasley was laughing the loudest, certainly not an attractive sight since his mouth was full of food at the time. "Hey Neville, someone made an ass out of you." He then proceeded to laugh even louder at his own joke. Harry wasn't laughing, he was furious. As Hermione and Padma took Neville with them to sit at the Ravenclaw table, he headed straight for the headmaster. "Sir, what action are you going to take against this bullying of a first year?" Albus was beginning to think the fates hated him. Why couldn't he be allowed to eat a meal in peace? "Bullying, Mr. Crow? I think you are mistaken. This was merely a simple prank, something I can assure you that your father was very fond of." "You must be mistaken, sir. Goblins don't believe in pranks. They would look on that as an attack on their person and react accordingly. Since it was only receiving a warning that stopped me also being a victim, I would still like to know what action you are going to take over this unprovoked attack." Severus couldn't take any more of this arrogant boy. "Go back to your table and mind your manners. This is the way young witches and wizards behave inside Hogwarts. If you are so determined to be a goblin, go back to Gringotts where you obviously belong." Snape's mention of Gringotts reminded Harry of yesterday and of his training. Now would not be a good time to lose his temper. A different approach was needed here. Harry gave a mocking bow before replying. "Thank you for explaining that to me, sir. There is no mention of this pranking phenomenon in either Hogwarts A History or the Student's Handbook. I do not need nor want special treatment, and shall just have to do my best to fit in." Harry walked back to his place at the Ravenclaw table and picked up his knife and fork. "Harry, what are you doing?" "Eating that will see you turn the same as Neville." Harry made sure everyone could hear his answer. "You heard the Professor, Hermione. This is the way we're supposed to behave. Just because we think this is nothing but juvenile bullying doesn't matter. Why should we be treated any different from everyone else?" She wasn't sure what he was up to until spotting Harry's slight wink. Even though he was nuts, Hermione began eating her breakfast too. As this had now gotten everyone's attention, they all saw Padma join them in breaking their fast. When there were 4 prank students sitting at the Ravenclaw table, Ron Weasley's laughter reverberated around the hall. "Told you he was an idiot. Imagine eating food you knew was pranked." Ron was interrupted by the head of Hufflepuff. 10 points each to Mr. Crow, Miss Granger, and Miss Padma Patil for displaying not only courage, but loyalty to a friend. Minerva was right behind Pomona, though she was reprimanding one of her cubs. "Mr. Weasley, stop braying like a donkey. This isn't a farmyard, so please learn some table manners. Otherwise you may find yourself with a trough instead of a plate." These announcements brought widespread applause and saw Harry stand and bow toward both professors, his long ears well worth the price of what he now saw. His head of house must have erected some kind of privacy shield because Master Flitwick was clearly shouting at an angry Snape, yet there was no sound. It was a big-eared but satisfied Ravenclaw who now sat back down to finish his breakfast. The 4 friends went for a walk outside the castle while waiting on the prank wearing off. Their ears were only just beginning their journey back to normal when they were approached by a pair of identical redheads. Really well done this morning, people. You managed to reverse the prank back on us. Yeah, everyone knew who was to blame, so we've been getting sniggered at since. Clever way to get most of the haul on your side. That's never happened to us before. Harry was pleased to discover that his voice was now back to normal. You know, of course, that was only the beginning. Goblin honor dictates that I retaliate against you and your brother. We've never met before, so it must have been him that put you up to this. Big mistake, guys. What do you make of this, George? Yeah, Little First High kills one troll to save a few lives and suddenly thinks he's ready to take on the infamous Weasley twins. Don't know what things are coming to? Youngsters today, no respect for their elders. The one apparently called George became serious for a moment. Why the hostility toward Ron? If you had to sit beside him at mealtimes, we could perhaps understand. Harry found himself liking these two, even if they were related to Ron. They both oozed the personality and charm that was sadly lacking in their younger sibling. Your brother tried to barge his way into our group. When that didn't work, he reached for his wand and fired a curse at Hermione. He couldn't even do that right, though, and hit Padma instead. That's why the girls were in the infirmary when that troll attacked. The twins shared a nervous glance. That's not exactly the story he told us. Hermione huffed at that news. Why am I not surprised? Your brother is a jackass, yet we all end up with the matching mule ears at breakfast. I'm with Harry for a little payback. Both twins laugh at this. Looks like we've got some competition in the pranking stakes. We'll have to watch our food from now on. Oh, slipping someone a potion is so old school. We four intend to be a little more imaginative than that. This had the twins laughing again at the audacity of these first years. Young Harrykins, you've got some nerve. Yes, George and I look forward to seeing just what you and your mini marauders can do. Just remember the prankster's motto, don't get caught. They walked away, leaving the other three all staring at Harry. Padma was first to crack. You have a plan, right? Even the older Ravenclaws don't mess with the Weasley twins, and apparently for very good reason. Relax, Padma. We'll just have to unleash our secret weapons on them. Ron, his twin brothers, and not forgetting Snape. This made Neville even more nervous. Harry, I'm actually in favor of forgetting all about Snape. If I never have to see him again, it will still be too soon. Padma quickly agreed with Neville, but something Harry had said got Hermione thinking. Wait until we hear what these secret weapons of Harry's are first before we all start panicking. This earned the witch a smile from her best friend, before he then let them into his ideas. Well, our first secret weapon is Neville. He's our inside man for Gryffindor House and Weasley payback. Next, I happen to have some recipes for goblin potions that will see Snape sneering out the other side of his face. Neville was shocked at his friends depending on him. This had never happened before. What do you need me to do? Harry could see Neville was practically shaking with fright, but determined to do his best. He quickly reassured the Gryffindor. All we need is information, Neville. Until we know more about them, we won't be able to figure out the best way to get back at the Weasleys. If we were to slip the twins a potion, the entire thing would just escalate. I want to put a stop to this, not make it worse. They sat beside the Black Lake in the weak September sunshine, throwing ideas in and out of their grand plan. Scheming revenge against those who have wronged you was certainly a pastime worthy of any goblin. It was only when Harry announced what his other secret weapon was, though, that his friends started to believe they could actually pull this off. Something was certainly off with Fred and George as they entered the Gryffindor common room through the portrait hole later that evening. Detention with Filch. I can't believe we got caught. That's the least of our worries, Fred. The maps stopped working and none of the secret passages would open for us. How are we going to cope without access to the kitchens? The only portrait working for us is the fat lady. Yeah, and even she didn't seem too happy to be opening for us. What is going on? George nudged his twin. drawing his attention to the first year sitting holding a book up to hide his face. It was hard to miss that this first year was struggling to hold his laughter, and that was more than enough to raise the twins' suspicions. Good book there, Neville? Or were you finding something else funny? That was too much for the young wizard. The laughter he'd been holding back burst forth. Are you getting a bad feeling about this, George? Oh yes, brother of mine. Could it be that the mini marauders have struck back? It was a clearly thoughtful Fred Weasley who answered his twin's question. The timing would suggest that, but I have no idea how they could be involved. Between his bouts of laughter, Neville was able to give them a clue. Hogwarts doesn't like that you decided to prank her champion. The castle is now closed to you. The horrified look on the twins' faces set Neville's laughter off again. Little Harrykins wouldn't do that to us. We have stuff hidden all through the castle, and now we can't get at any of it. Both sank onto a sofa as the reality of what Hogwarts working against them meant. The ghosts told Filch what we were up to, and the portraits led him straight to us. We're going to get away with nothing. Neville was still chuckling to himself as he made his way up to the dorm. He couldn't wait to tell his friends what had just happened, and to see the next part unfold at breakfast tomorrow. Breakfast was Ron's favorite part of the day, closely followed by lunch and dinner. He was unaware that was all about to change. He was just contemplating what to grab for his first course of second helpings when his plate disappeared. Hey, I wasn't finished with that. This, though, was only the tip of the iceberg. As Ron reached for more food, the serving platters would disappear before he could get his hands on them, only to reappear once he'd moved back out of range. The guile, effort, and determination shown by the boy as he continually attempted to stock more food was light years away from his lackadaisical performances in all of his classes. Unfortunately, all he had to show for his sterling efforts during the rest of breakfast was providing entertainment value to the other diners. Most of the hall was now laughing at him. It was left to Neville to deliver the coup de grace. It would seem that Hogwarts has taken Professor McGonagall's advice to heart. You eat like a pig, so your plate vanished when the castle thought you had eaten enough. It was slowly beginning to dawn on Ron he'd been pranked, though the rest of the hall had reached that conclusion ages ago. Severus Snape certainly had, and thought this was just more evidence that the Potter boy was his father's son. He had stood there yesterday and said goblins didn't do pranks, yet pulled one the very next day. The potions professor was certainly not going to miss this opportunity to point out that he was correct to the rest of the senior staff, and that's where the trouble really started. You could have heard a pin drop in the Great Hall as people stopped breathing while they attempted to understand what they'd just heard. All eyes were now glued to the head of Slytherin, who was currently standing at the staff table with both his hands covering his mouth. It didn't help, though. The deep, raucous laughter escaped between his fingers. That the sarcastic and sneering form of Severus Snape actually knew how to laugh was a surprise to all. That he was currently standing performing that feat in the Great Hall was shocking enough to freeze staff and students alike. As Snape's laughter became more uncontrollable, his eyes held no humor in them whatsoever. Those black orbs were focused on the one person in the entire hall who was nonchalantly eating their breakfast. Harry Crow may have the titles of Boy Who Lived, Hogwarts Champion, and Slayer of Trolls, but his prank on Snape just elevated him to superstar status amongst his peers. Chapter 7. Severus paced up and down the headmaster's office like a caged tiger waiting on feeding time. Since neither he nor Albus were able to directly approach the boy, Phileas and Minerva were having to deal with the aftermath of breakfast. Pomona had also invited herself along to Dumbledore's office, not wanting to miss a moment of this. Things had been far too serious lately, and they had all needed a good laugh, especially that perpetual sourpuss Severus. The other two heads of house had barely made it through the doors when the sourpuss was demanding answers. Did he admit to being behind it? What was his punishment? Phileas was enjoying himself and made them wait until both he and Minerva were seated comfortably before answering. Mr. Crow did indeed have a hand in what happened this morning. See, I told you. Just like his father, but no one here wants to hear a word against him. What was his punishment? I know Albus won't let the precious little brat be expelled. Minerva didn't know if it was wrong to enjoy this so much, and didn't really care. Mr. Crow pointed out, and we all have to agree with him, that both the headmaster and a head of house told the lad that this was normal Hogwarts student behavior. The entire hall heard you both say that to Mr. Crow at breakfast yesterday. Severus was incensed at this, more so because he couldn't refute that it was true. I never told him it was normal to feed potions to a professor. Phileas couldn't contain his smile as he answered the angry potions master. You never said it wasn't. Pomona, as usual, attempted to be the voice of reason. Both pranks that we saw this morning were rather harmless. The youngest Weasley was merely stopped from eating to excess, and there are far worse things he could have done to a professor than making them laugh out loud. Albus knew he had to intervene here, or words would be said that could not be retracted. I agree with Pomona. The pranks were not only well thought out but relatively harmless. They could easily have taken a more vindictive path. Severus, would you rather have been wearing donkey ears and braying? Minerva had more information for them, though, and could hardly wait to pass it on. There weren't just two people pranked inside Hogwarts today. Harry and his friends have taken on the Weasley twins. This silenced everyone. Fred and George Weasley had earned their reputation as the best, or worst, depending on your point of view, pranksters in Hogwarts. Their head of house didn't keep the senior staff waiting any longer. The Gryffindor Guardian was quite put out that she's the only portrait in the castle currently allowing the twins entry. The rest not only deny them access, they and the Hogwarts ghosts report any wrongdoing to the staff. Both Fred and George already had detention with Argus tonight. Albus was flabbergasted at that news. The castle is giving Harry that much control over what it does? It was a smiling head of Hufflepuff who answered the headmaster. I told you, Albus. The castle chose Harry as her champion. To work against him could see you ejected from Hogwarts. Severus so wanted to rant and rave some more, but was forced to concede the point. With that amount of backing, the brat could have really humiliated him this morning. He still had the occasional nightmare about dangling upside down by his ankle while everyone laughed at his underwear. The very thought of what the brat's father and his friends would have done with such power sent a shiver of dread up and down his spine. Severus recognized a warning being delivered when he saw one. Perhaps it was time to back off this boy. He couldn't help but think perhaps Phileas was right. You should never mess with the goblin. By dinner time, Ron was trying a different approach. Sitting at the Hufflepuff table at lunchtime had made no difference. Second helpings were still denied him. His new master plan should solve that problem. Sitting once more at his own table, it was time to put that plan into action. Ron began grabbing food as normal, but not putting it on his plate. Instead, the roast potatoes found their way into his pocket. Slices of roast beef soon followed, though he did give the gravy a miss. No one was laughing at this. The mere thought of having to eat food that came out of Ron Weasley's pocket was spoiling many an appetite. When the food on the table began to once more start disappearing, it was a disconsolate young Gryffindor who sat there almost in tears, munching on the food he'd managed to fill his pockets with. The twins sought out Harry and company directly after dinner. Okay guys, we know when we're outmatched. What will it take to return things to normal? Harry was pleased to see that at least some of this family had sense. Two things, guys. The first being a public apology to Neville for the prank. This confused the twins, so George asked for some clarification. Just Neville? What about the rest of you guys? Hermione had an answer for them. Well, technically you didn't prank us. We all knew what would happen if we ate the food. Both twins were happy to comply with that condition, and were now waiting on the hammer to fall with condition number 2. Padma didn't keep them waiting, but the blow was unexpectedly light. The second condition is that we 4 are excluded from your pranks for the rest of your time at Hogwarts. Fred and George had a quick confab before replying. If we can have a proviso in there about pranks that affect the entire school, then we have a deal. It would be too difficult to leave you 4 out, but we're more than happy never to target you lot again. They could hear the admiration in Fred's voice as he complimented the group. Your prank on Snape was beyond brilliant. No one in their right mind would want to mess with the mini marauders. As they shook hands on it, Hermione had a question. Why did you call us the mini marauders? I've never heard that name before. The Marauders were a group of 4 friends that were the greatest pranksters Hogwarts has ever seen. With you being 4 first highs trying to pull pranks, I thought it was funny. Yet George shows what we know. They outpranked us. Neville's parents had both attended Hogwarts. It was more in hope than any expectation that he asked the next question. Do you know who the Marauders were? Sorry, Neville. All we know of Messrs. Padfootprongs Moony and Wormtail is their wonderful pranking legacy. We've not been able to find out anything else about them. Well, that ends my interest in the mini marauders. The last thing I need is another name. Padma was finding she loved teasing her friends and couldn't resist this opportunity. I don't know, Harry. The thought of a nickname is quite appealing. Hermione seamlessly joined right in. Yes, we could call you something like Budgie. Padma immediately caught where Hermione was coming from and played right along. Oh, that would work. He's so colorful and chirpy. Harry really couldn't be called anything else. You could even claim it's your goblin sense of humor. Hermione then emulated Padma in giggling at Harry's pretend pout. Neville was enjoying the teasing amongst his friends, but let out a sigh at his perceived fate. If we're going with a bird theme, I suppose that means I'm a tit then? Padma was first to spring to his defense. Oh no, Neville. I see you more as a robin, proudly displaying your Gryffindor red and ready to defend your territory. Neville was blushing at that, but had a suggestion of his own to make. Well, I think Padma should be called Dove. We have them at the manor, and they have such a sweet and gentle nature. Hermione was smiling at her 2 now blushing friends. She had a question of her own, though. That sounds great, but what about me? Harry, Padma, and Neville all spoke as one owl. It was left to Harry to offer up an explanation. Owls are birds associated with wisdom, certainly fitting for you. In Goblin mythology, the owl is revered as the goddess of all birds. You really couldn't be anything else. Hermione's blushes now clearly outshone her friends as the twins had a good laugh at their expense. Okay, scrap the mini marauders. Messrs. Budgie, Owl, Robin, and Dove shall henceforth be known as the Order of the Avies. That had everyone chuckling before Fred got serious. Guys, what has Ron got to do to lift the prank? It's getting embarrassing watching him. Harry suddenly wasn't so forgiving. He deliberately fired that disgusting curse at Hermione. That's going to take at least an apology. Both twins were nodding in agreement with that condition, thinking it more than fair. Harry, though, wasn't finished. My friend Padma is a beautiful young witch. Our entire year group watched as slugs popped out her mouth and ran down her chin. I think nothing less than a public apology is going to do for that. Again, Fred and George thought this was a fitting and fair resolution to the problem. They also knew that their younger brother would never carry it out. Ron could probably be persuaded that mumbling sorry to Hermione in private was the right thing to do, but there was no chance of him doing the whole public thing. Harry, I'm so glad you don't do pranks. Yeah, you would put me and Fred out of business. As I said, guys, goblins don't do pranks. That doesn't mean I won't help Owl, Robin, and Dove with any little projects they might have. Both twins groaned before George replied. Harry, only you could class pranking Snape as a little project. Monday morning brought the now usual spectacle of Ron Weasley playing, searching for seconds. He'd arrived this morning armed with a 4-foot pole with a hook-like appendage fashioned onto the end of it, only to discover that once more Hogwarts was smarter than he was. Yet again the food began disappearing from his extended reach when the magical castle thought he'd eaten enough. Fred and George at least managed to deflect some of the attention away from their younger brother by making a very public apology to Neville. That they performed this task in their own inimitable style was a given. Both were on their knees in front of the younger Gryffindor, seamlessly switching between bowing and apologizing. "Forgive us, O great prankster. We knew nothing of your prowess when committing our diabolical deed. Had we but known we were in the presence of pranking royalty, we would never knowingly prank a member of the Order of Aves. Forgive us, O mighty one." The twins had timed it to perfection. These were the last legible words to leave either of their mouths before they began braying and grew donkey ears. It took Neville 3 attempts to accept their apology because he was laughing so hard. This was greeted with a round of applause before everyone returned to their breakfast. The hall was in a buoyant mood for a Monday morning. The arrival of the Daily Prophet changed that. The story had finally broken. Boy Who Lives rejects wizarding heritage. If ever a front-page newspaper headline was designed to cause outrage amongst its readers, Harry thought this was it. The article then went on to proclaim its horror, on behalf of their readers of course, that the savior of their world no longer even called himself Harry Potter. Their young hero now answered to the name of Crow. The newspaper then explained how this travesty had occurred. The boy who lived had been raised since that fateful Halloween inside Gringotts by the Goblins. The Prophet had no answers to offer its readers as to how these unprecedented circumstances had evolved. Just question after question they were demanding answers to. Why had the Ministry of Magic stood back and allowed this abnormality to happen to their favored son? Albus Dumbledore had claimed for 10 years that Harry Potter was safe and well. Did he know the child was living with the goblins? And what part did he play in that despicable decision? The story then descended into hearsay about Harry's first week inside Hogwarts, a few facts stitched together to push whatever agenda the paper wanted. They correctly identified that Harry had been sorted into Ravenclaw, though glossed over the whole Hogwarts champion thing. Their preference was clearly to concentrate on how he had apparently deliberately spurned advances from children of prominent wizarding families. The troll incident was certainly covered, though again only the fact that Harry killed it with a goblin blade was considered worth the mentioning. The paper certainly generated the reaction they wanted from Harry's best friend, but Hermione's outrage wasn't focused where the Prophet would expect. "This is utter rubbish. Can they get away with printing this?" Padma was also shaking her head. "Oh, you obviously haven't read the best bit yet, Hermione?" The paragraph near the end where it calls on all the young witches of Hogwarts to show Harry the benefits of rejoining Wizarding Society. As an extra incentive, it points out that the lucky young witch who lands the famous wizard would one day be incredibly wealthy, and Lady Potter's. Hermione could hardly breathe as she turned to Harry for some sort of confirmation. The young witch wasn't sure just what she wanted him to say. Harry could only go with the truth. The head of the Potter family will become Lord Potter and be wealthy enough to make the Malfoys appear paupers. Not that they would ever flaunt their wealth. Things like that are only done by people trying to impress. Hermione sat there with her mouth open. The best friend, who she'd been crushing on since laying eyes on him, was some multi-millionaire lord, and one that every girl in the school would now be chasing after. Harry could see what was happening and decided to put a stop to it at once. He stood and offered Hermione his hand. "My ladies." Hermione's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the double meaning now contained in those words. She took his hand to stand and was soon in her usual position, on Harry's arm. "You said yourself, Hermione, The whole thing is utter rubbish. I'm still Harry, and still your best friend." Hermione held onto his arm with both hands and rested her head on Harry's shoulder in relief as they made their way out the hall. Hermione was so overcome with relief. She didn't care that every pair of female eyes were now on them, far less what kind of statement they were making. She was on Harry's arm, and the world was once more fantastic in Hermione Granger's opinion. Padma and Neville soon joined them, as did the rest of the first years who were all heading for the greenhouses. Draco was also smiling, though for a far different reason. His father had cautioned him to sit back and observe, sending home any information he discovered. The head of the Malfoy family had decided he would wait until the story publicly broke before making his move, figuring that he would have more opportunities of manipulating things the way he wanted then. After seeing today's prophet, Draco knew his father would shortly be bound for Hogwarts. Albus was also expecting visitors after reading how the prophet chose to break the news. Cornelius would soon be making his way to the castle, and the headmaster didn't really know how he was going to deal with the problem. Nothing in all his years had prepared him for a situation like the one he now found himself in. Albus was going to have to play the entire thing on the fly. He couldn't remember when he'd last had to do that either. Ron Weasley was the only first year not heading to herbology. Rather, the Gryffindor set off toward the Ollery. Ron thought his mealtime problems were far more important than any class about stupid plants. His twin brothers had told Ron what was expected of him to end this torture. He knew within himself that was never going to happen, so it was time to call for reinforcements. Ron decided this time there would be no messing about. He was going straight to the top. It was time his mother found out just how much torture her youngest son was being forced to endure inside Hogwarts. Professor Sprout soon had them all working, so there was no time for any comments about today's prophet. Harry was quite happy with that. After the lesson, he overheard the other 3 Ravenclaw first-year boys discussing what they thought was going to happen after lunch. It was now common knowledge that Professor Quirrell had left Hogwarts. Harry thought this might be a good opportunity to start working on those snubbing rumors. "Guys, my father is arranging a private defense tutor for me. If you want, I can ask them if it's okay to up the numbers a bit." Michael, Anthony, and Terry were all keen, but Malfoy had overheard. It was with a superior sneer he addressed Harry, loud enough though to ensure everyone else heard. "If you think any proper pureblood witch or wizard would ever stand for a goblin teaching them, you really are as big an idiot as Weasley claims Crow." Padma was quick to jump all over Malfoy at his implied insult. "My family were recognized as pureblood witches and wizards while your ancestors were still herding goats in the French mountains. We apparently have different opinions about what constitutes a proper pureblood. Daddy having plenty of money doesn't change the fact it was only a few generations ago that the British branch of the Malfoys were chased out of France with their tails between their legs." Draco was livid and moved threateningly toward Padma, only to find his way blocked by both Neville and Harry. This was Hogwarts' first glimpse of Neville standing up for himself, and it took everyone, including Malfoy, by surprise. Like Padma says, we have a different definition of what a proper pureblood is. While your ancestors were herding those goats, the Longbottoms and Potters were already magical lords in this country. By any definition you care to make, my blood is classed as purer than yours. Padma was standing beside Hermione and couldn't help but whisper to her, "Told you Robin was a good name for Neville." Neville, though, wasn't quite finished yet. "If the defense teacher Harry's father provides is half as good as Master Pitsley, then I'll be first in line for that class too. Goblin or not, it's whether they can teach that counts. And even a house elf would have to be better at teaching defense than Quirrell." Neville had effectively cut the legs from under Malfoy, and the blonde Slytherin was let to storm away as the Ravenclaws, Gryffindors, minus a missing Ron Weasley, and the Hufflepuffs all quickly confirmed to Harry they would be delighted if he could arrange for them to join his defense lessons. Malfoy's posse, and the rest of the snakes accompanied him as he stormed off. The other Slytherins had been deliberately non-committal though, preferring to take the Slytherin approach and see who could be teaching them first. Tracy, Daphne, and Millicent had barely poked their collective heads into the Great Hall when they were doing an about-turn and heading back to ask Harry if they could join the lessons too. Harry was pleasantly surprised and said he intended to include them when he asked the new tutor. When the group of friends reached the Great Hall, the mystery of the girls' sudden change of heart was there for all to see. The wizard standing beside McGonagall was clearly on good terms with the professor as they stood and chatted, while every witch in the castle suddenly wished they were in the deputy headmistress' shoes and talking to the handsome wizard. He was rugged, tanned, and appeared to be in his early 20s. With dark red hair that was shoulder-length and held in a ponytail, the wizard was at least 6 feet tall, and his dragon-hide jacket really emphasized those broad shoulders. As McGonagall led him over toward Harry, they caught a glimpse of a dragon tooth earring too. Hermione suddenly had a warm and fuzzy feeling deep in her bones. Apart from the color of his hair, this was probably a close approximation of what Harry would mature into at the same age. This had the young witch smiling to herself and holding her best friend's arm even tighter. Mr. Crow, I would like to introduce you to the last Gryffindor who held the position of Hogwarts head boy, William Weasley. Hi, Harry. Hope you don't mind if I call you that. I'm a curse breaker for Gringotts, and Ragnot himself pulled me back from Egypt to tutor you in defense. Once he made me aware of the actual situation here, well, I couldn't really refuse. What Bill wasn't saying was he'd fought this assignment tooth and nail until told the prophecy. Any complaints about teaching some snot-nosed kid went right out the window after that. His entire argument that raiding tombs was a better use of his hard-won skills just didn't hold water when compared to training the boy prophesied to fight Voldemort. Harry, though, got the message that this person had been trusted with the prophecy. Pleased to meet you, sir. Harry's fine, and thanks for doing this. I don't know what Hogwarts has arranged as cover for Professor Quirrell, but I said to my classmates I would ask if they could join the class too. Bill's smile had most of the witches in the Great Hall swooning. Harry, for what I'm being paid for this, you call the shots. If you want me to take all the first years, that's fine with me. Harry was just about to ask Professor McGonagall if this would be okay when they were rudely interrupted by the youngest Weasley currently attending Hogwarts rushing into the Great Hall.
Bill.
This is fantastic. I just wrote to Mum this morning, and now you're here. I don't know what the curse on me is, but I'm sure you'll break it. I'm starving to death in Hogwarts. The elder Weasley was embarrassed at this loud and rude interruption during what was effectively his work. Sorry, Ron, I've no idea what you're talking about. I'm at Hogwarts to teach Harry here defense. Ron's expression of betrayal was soon replaced by one of utter rage. That's just not fair. He gets everything. Not this time, Crow. Eat slugs. His actions had been so unexpected that there was no time for anyone to react, and Harry's so close that Ron knew he couldn't miss this time. Unfortunately, his spell-taped wand had other ideas. The spell backfired from his damaged wand, blowing Ron onto his arse. McGonagall was outraged, and didn't care who knew it. Mr. Weasley, never in all my years at Hogwarts have I encountered someone as single-mindedly stupid as you. It would seem you didn't learn your lesson the last time you used that curse, so something different will have to be tried. The first slug escaping Ron's mouth halted his head of house's tirade for the moment. Percy, take your brother to the infirmary. Inform Madame Pomfrey that under no condition is he to leave there before I have another word with him. As Ron was led away, McGonagall had a moment to get her temper back under control. Gryffindors attacking anyone unprovoked was always going to get her ire up. Doing it twice, with the second time being right in front of her, was going to see Minerva heading for the burrow later. First, though, she had a situation to deal with. Mr. Crow, I really appreciate your suggestion about allowing the rest of first year to attend. It has my blessing since the alternative at the moment is a study period in the library. I can also assure you that the youngest Weasley brother will learn to keep his wand in his pocket, or he will not be in Hogwarts much longer. William, can I suggest you have lunch with the twins and discover what's really going on here? The twins sheepishly approached their eldest brother and head of house, having never seen McGonagall so angry before. Not even at them. Sorry, Harry. Ron's always had a wicked temper. We'll bring Bill up to speed on what the problem is here. Neville headed off with them to the Gryffindor table while the Ravenclaw trio sat at their normal spots. It was a smirking Roger, who once more dispelled any lingering awkwardness. I'll say this for you, Harry. Things are never dull when you're around. There was real sincerity in Harry's voice as he answered. Roger, you have no idea how much I'm wishing for a couple of dull months. You know the kind of thing, no one firing curses at you, no trolls needing slain, and my name not plastered all over the papers. Is that really too much to ask? The older Ravenclaw was now laughing at that. For you, Harry, probably. Cho was still getting teased by her friends over her first attempt to talk to Harry. There was something she really needed to know, though, so risked it again. Harry, do you think your tutor will be teaching any of the other year groups? Harry thought for a moment before replying. I doubt it, Cho. Gringotts Cursebreakers are some of the most highly trained and specialized workers they have. The bank will certainly have tasks for him the rest of the week. For Mr. Weasley to even gain entry to that program makes him pretty special. I can't believe my father managed to get a Cursebreaker as a defense tutor. Cho couldn't hide her disappointment. I can't believe he's a Weasley. None of the rest of them look like that. One of the 7th-year girls soon put Cho straight. His younger brother Charlie was Gryffindor Quidditch captain. A brilliant seeker, and the hottest thing I've ever seen sitting on a broom. Her flushed cheeks left no one in any doubt exactly what she meant by hot. With a comedic sense of timing that had half the Ravenclaw table doing spit takes, Padma couldn't resist commenting. I wonder if Ronald was dropped on his head as a baby's? As everyone was laughing, Hermione had a thought. I wonder if the Prat will be so quick to use that foul curse again after experiencing it firsthand. Padma agreed, but also thought this was a golden opportunity to tease her friend some more. I'm sorry, Mr. Crow, but those are spells I'm not familiar with. Perhaps you could show us? A smiling Harry stood and removed a metallic disc from his pocket. It easily fitted into the palm of his hand. Until that was he twisted the disc a certain way. Seconds later, Harry had slipped a gleaming metallic shield onto his left forearm. It was oval in shape and went from slightly beyond his fingertips to just past his elbow, being about 18 inches across at its widest point. A self-adjusting strap on his forearm and a grip for his left hand saw it securely anchored without in any way restricting his movement. The rest of the class were suitably impressed. Here was a practical defense method they didn't need to know any spells to use. Draco was already in a foul mood after having to eat his words and attend the defense class. Potter once more in the limelight was not something he was prepared to tolerate. Do you honestly expect us to believe you can stop curses with that bit of tin? It looks like something our house elf would serve sandwiches off. Harry ignored the sniggering being aimed in his direction. This shield is not designed to actually stop curses, rather deflect them away from you. That takes a lot less power and really lengthens the life of the shield. A powerful dark curse would probably shatter it, but the same curse would pass right through a magical shield. This also frees up your other arm, allowing you to fight back at the same time. The wannabe leader of the first years was dismissive of all this and made no attempt to hide his disbelief. Prove it. Harry raised his eyebrow questioningly at their teacher and got a nod of acceptance in return. Stinging hexes okay, Mr. Crow? After agreeing, Harry made his way to the front of the class. He withdrew his knife and took up a defensive stance, awaiting the first hex. Bill deliberately aimed his hex at Harry's chest, just above where the lad had positioned his shield. The boy, though, was incredibly fast. moving and deflecting the curse away from him. The high-pitched yell alerted the teacher that the stinging hex had actually hit someone else in the class. Draco now wore a rather pained expression and was currently rubbing his shoulder. Harry glared at him. Was that enough proof, Malfoy, or do we need to go again? Draco knew he couldn't back down. This had now become a challenge. Nothing but a fluke. He aimed right at the shield. Ack. Bill had fired 3 hexes at Harry in quick succession, all at different body parts. Harry had deflected the first one at Malfoy again, dodged the second, but the third one connected with his thigh. Harry, though, didn't cry out, merely bowed in acknowledgement to his teacher's skill. I think Mr. Crow ably demonstrated the effectiveness of a physical shield and some of its restrictions. Bill was sure the lad could have dealt with all 3 hexes he'd fired. Harry, though, appeared willing to take a hit to ensure the first one was deflected back at the Malfoy boy. He decided not to mention this, instead used the hit as a teaching point. A good magical shield would easily have protected Mr. Crow from all 3 curses. Using a combination of both shielding methods should see him better protected in the future. Bill was also thinking the lad would need more extensive lessons in defense than taking the timetabled class with the rest of his yearmates on a Monday and Thursday could provide. He'd obviously had some previous training, and Bill would be making inquiries about all of this on his return to Gringotts. Hogwarts' newest professor was just getting the class back on track about the best methods of defending yourself when their visitors arrived. Albus thought that this would at least be better than having the lad put on the spot in the Great Hall. He well remembered how his own attempt at that had gone. "Excuse us, Professor Weasley. Sorry to disrupt your first class, but we require a few words with Mr. Crow." Cornelius spotted the black-haired, bespectacled boy sitting at the front of the class and waded right in. He was, after all, the Minister of Magic and used to getting his own way. "Harry, my boy, you have no idea how distressed I was to discover just how you'd been raised. I'm here today to put a stop to this goblin nonsense and also see you being cared for by a proper wizarding family. I'm sure we can soon clear up this momentous misunderstanding." The giggling had turned to full-blown laughter at his last comment, causing a puzzled look to replace the minister's confident expression. Sir, my name's Michael, not Harry." This saw the volume of laughter increase, as did the minister's confusion. "Well, if you're not Harry, who is?" Harry stood to face this fool in the green bowler hat. "My name is Harry, though probably not the Harry you're looking for. You see, I have no need of a new family, and am certainly not your boy." Lucius was always amazed that, no matter how stupid he thought Fudge was, the man still retained the ability to prove he was even stupider than Lucius believed. Appearances, though, had to be maintained. "Do not speak to the Minister of Magic in that tone, boy. Show some respect for your betters." "My betters would know it is extremely ill-mannered to address someone without introducing yourself first, something I noticed you didn't bother with either. I would also like to point out that divination isn't an optional subject until 3rd year. How was I supposed to know this was the Minister of Magic? If that ridiculous green hat is some sort of badge of office, then you really need to rethink that image. A sword is way cooler. I am Harry Crow, son of Barchoke, Gringotts Senior Accounts Manager." Hermione was, of course, sitting in her usual seat, right beside Harry. In the defense classroom, this placed her between Harry and the door. Hermione was left sitting just in front of where Harry was now standing, and the young witch was already twirling her hair due to her mounting anxiety. Her best friend had basically just told off the magical equivalent of the country's prime minister. Both wizards who'd entered with the headmaster appeared flabbergasted, though the lady's eyes were practically twinkling with amusement. "Mr. Crow, my name is Amelia Bones, and I'm head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry bowed to the woman and answered her respectfully. "Well met, Madam Bones. I sincerely hope you are not here to arrest me." Amelia actually broke into a smile at this. "Not at the moment, Mr. Crow. This is Minister Fudge, and the other wizard is Lucius Malfoy. There was an instant change in Harry at this news. He immediately addressed Draco's father. My apologies, sir. At my goblin school, we were taught classes on Lucius Malfoy. Again, though, only your deeds were examined in great detail, which is why I didn't recognize you. Hermione thought she had seen all of Harry's faces, but here was one the young witch didn't recognize. Harry was practically fawning over Lucius Malfoy, something that went against everything she knew about her best friend. The only explanation that made any sense to Hermione was if Harry was up to something. As the senior Malfoy was lapping up Harry's praise like Pooh Bear slurps honey, she didn't think it would take too long to discover if there was a sting in the tail. You attended classes about me? Certainly, sir. You are required reading for 9-year-old goblins in their economics classes. Dumbledore didn't know Harry near as well as Hermione did, but even he suspected the lad was up to something. Decades of dealing with students playing pranks had given the headmaster almost a sixth sense about these things. Albus decided he wanted to know more and, at this particular time, anything that diverted attention away from him was a good thing in his book. What did these lessons consist of, Mr. Crow? Oh, it's a well-known fact that the Malfoy family donates generously to lots of charities and good causes. It's also well known that those donations generally go to organizations where either Mr. Malfoy or his wife are in some way connected with the charity or cause, which is why they are on so many committees and boards. This was not something Lucius tended to broadcast, but wasn't too bothered about those facts being revealed here. The boy was certainly correct. Those in the know recognized the benefits of having a Malfoy on their decision-making panel. Harry, though, wasn't finished. In fact, he was just getting started. This is where the real genius of this economic scheme begins. You see, either Mr. Malfoy or his wife then insists their charitable donation is handled by a specific consultancy firm, Scorpius Enterprises. A responsible thing to do, you might say, until you discover just who owns and runs Scorpius Enterprises, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius' voice had dropped to a dangerous whisper now. How did you know that, boy? Harry, though, was unperturbed. Hermione now recognized this face. It was a face that told Hermione her best friend considered Lucius Malfoy an enemy. It was also a face she hoped was never directed at her. Now, scooping a good portion of that charitable donation back into your own vault could be forgiven, if that was all the Malfoys were up to. Fraudulently refilling their vaults is not even the tip of the iceberg. They also recommend the people to carry out whatever work gets done, or to provide materials needed with what's left of their donation. That these recommendations just happen to be the Malfoys' friends would suggest to me there are switchbacks involved too. A switchback is when money is paid illegally to win a contract to do work. This usually sees a contract awarded to a firm who are never the most economical option, and rarely the best at what they do. Lucius Malfoy was now clearly livid, but it was Amelia who asked Harry the question he was expecting. Mr. Crow, isn't that privileged information the goblins are handing out? Harry was quick to answer. Oh, no, Madam Bones. All this information is already available inside the ministry. It just involves different departments, and there is a real lack of communication between them. I really have no idea whether Mr. Malfoy uses his influence to ensure that lack of communication continues, but that is neither here nor there. You see, we were all laughing at how easily Mr. Malfoy could publicly make a large donation to charity and then privately ensure a large proportion of it ended back in his own vault when our tutor pointed out what was really going on. I think we've heard quite enough of this fantasy. Lucius' growl intimidated no one. Even in full Death Eater regalia, he wouldn't have been able to intimidate Harry into stopping speaking. That both Amelia and Dumbledore clearly wanted to hear more certainly didn't harm Harry's case. Hermione recognized this Harry as the one that took down the troll. He appeared calm on the surface, but she was aware just how quickly he could spring into action. that he was subtly moving so she was no longer directly between him and Malfoy was another clue. She had her wand in her pocket, but for all the training she had, that's where it was going to have to stay. If a fight started, she was grabbing Padma and dragging both of them under the desk. Harry continued as if Lucius hadn't spoken. You see, every single contract of work Scorpius Enterprises awards goes only to those organizations that are owned and run by former Death Eaters. Mr. Malfoy is secretly funding the Death Eater movement in readiness for his master's return. The minister exploded at this. These allegations are preposterous, boy. Lucius Malfoy is an upstanding member of the British magical community, and you know who is dead. Harry cut right across the minister and almost started a riot in the class. Just speaking the name out loud got a reaction. That was until people began to understand what Harry was actually saying. Voldemort is not dead and was here inside Hogwarts last week. The senior staff fought him in the corridor the headmaster had warned us all not to go near. At least you were right about the most painful deathbed awaiting anyone who went there, headmaster. Why do you think Quirrell isn't teaching this class? He was possessed by Voldemort and let that troll into the castle as a diversion. Professor Quirrell died when the headmaster cast Voldemort out of the castle. Hermione was watching the adults' reactions to these revelations since Harry's eyes never left Lucius Malfoy. At the mention of Voldemort, Lucius was quite green about the gills. The Minister of Magic actually looked like someone who just wet themselves while Madame Bones appeared extremely angry, thankfully not at Harry. It was Dumbledore's reaction that drew her attention, though. He was focused on Harry, as if attempting to see right through her best friend. It was also clear to Hermione that the headmaster wasn't seeing what he wanted. Harry, how could you possibly know all that? Hogwarts chose me as her champion headmaster. That means she keeps me informed of things the castle thinks I need to know. The Grey Lady passed through the wall to float at Harry's side. Our champion speaks the truth. My mother helped build Hogwarts to teach all of this country's magical children, not as a plaything for the current headmaster. I give you notice, Albus Dumbledore. The castle will no longer support you dragging her children into danger. But for our champion's swift action, 3 of our youngest would be no more. This is your final warning, Albus Dumbledore. Why am I finding out Voldemort is back from an 11-year-old boy? Hermione quickly changed her opinion. Madame Bones wasn't extremely angry. The witch in question was royally pissed off. Hermione was even more grateful that anger wasn't directed in Harry's direction. Cornelius was finally stung into action. That's quite enough, Amelia. All this talk about you-know-who being back stops now. He's not back. He can't be back. You saying that minister doesn't make it true. Just like Malfoy here saying he's not a Death Eater doesn't make it true either. I'm warning you for the last time, boy. Harry moved closer to Malfoy. I'm sure Professor Snape will have some Veritasrum in his department. A few drops would end this argument once and for all. How about a magical oath that you were never willingly a Death Eater? Personally, rolling up your left sleeve would be enough proof for me. Malfoy's control finally snapped, and he went for his wand, but since Harry had deliberately provoked the Death Eater, he expected nothing else. Harry's custom-made knife had its point digging into Lucius' chest, directly in line with his beating heart, before the Death Eater could even think about getting a curse off. If you intended to use your wand for a magical oath, go right ahead. Otherwise, try anything, and I'm pushing this blade home. We'll all get a chance to see just how pure Malfoy blood is when it's pumping out your chest. There was a short kerfuffle behind, which ended with a slap, and a yelp Harry was coming to recognize. It's only Draco trying to interfere. I slapped him one, and now Neville's got him covered. Harry's eyes never left the senior Malfoy, but he was sorry he missed Hermione slapping Draco. Thanks, Hermione. Nice to know someone has my back. Amelia's wand had Malfoy covered the instant he reached for his. She was delighted to see the young lad had the drop on the arrogant arse. Like Harry, Amelia was certain Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, but was powerless to intervene because of his ministerial contacts. She didn't believe a young boy should have to solve their Death Eater problem, but wouldn't lose any sleep if he skewered Malfoy today. Cornelius didn't know whether to shit or swear, but Albus couldn't stand there and see a young man become a murderer, even to rid the world of Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Crow, I can't allow you to kill him. Had he drawn a wand on me inside Gringotts, Malfoy would already be dead headmaster. His blonde hair would be streaked with red as his head rolled along the bank's floor. Lucius was frozen to the spot. Draco had written home that this boy had slaughtered a troll with a blade. One glance into those blazing green eyes told him this boy wouldn't hesitate to carry out his threat. The wicked-looking knife currently pressing between his ribs certainly lent credence to his fears. Lucius felt closer to death than at any other time in his life. Dumbledore also recognized Harry was ready and prepared to carry out his threat. That may be so, but we're not in Gringotts at the moment. Very true, sir. So please answer me this. What is the punishment for an adult drawing a wand on a student inside Hogwarts? Considering we have the Minister of Magic, Chief Mugwump, and head of the DMLE as witnesses, I don't think even Malfoy here could get away with his "I was under the imperious curse" lie again. Albus felt every pair of eyes, except Harry's, on him and hated saying what he had to. I'm sorry, Mr. Crow. The best I can do is have him escorted out of Hogwarts. Hogwarts shall ensure he never sets foot in the castle again, young champion. Thank you, Helena. Do you have any other options for me, Madam Bones? Amelia also hated having to give her answer, but would never shirk her duty. I'm sorry, Mr. Crow. Technically, Malfoy has committed no crime, yet. So, the Ministry has left me with the same option his master came up with, letting his curse bounce of me and kill the piece of shit. Now, Minister, perhaps you will understand why I have no intention of ending this goblin nonsense. Tell me, sir, was Malfoy here one of these proper wizarding families you were so desperate to have me raised by? Cornelius appeared to recover some of his bluster after being addressed by the boy who lived. Put that weapon down at once, boy. The only one breaking the law here is you. Harry then heard a welcome voice behind him. I've got your back, Harry. Malfoy moves a muscle, and I'll take his head off. This seemed to make up Harry's mind. Thank you, Cursebreaker Weasley. Nice to know there's one adult in this room I can rely on to protect me. Harry's knife flashed as Lucius let out a yell. He was cut from his left shoulder to wrist. The cut wasn't deep. Having the sleeve of his robes sliced open was probably more painful to Lucius. You should get Madame Pomfrey to look at that. She won't be able to do anything about your dark mark, though. Otherwise, Snape would have had his removed years ago. Even with the blood leaking out the wound Harry had just caused, and Lucius dropping his wand to cover the dark mark with his right hand, couldn't totally disguise that disgusting tattoo. Everyone in the room clearly saw it. As they were mesmerized with Malfoy's left forearm, Harry had sheathed his knife and now had Godric's sword in his hand. Goblins value honor and justice above all. No amount of gold can make up for losing either one. The man whose sword this once was epitomized both of those traits, which is why the goblins forged him this magnificent blade. These are values the wizarding community appears to have forgotten. Harry turned his attention back to Malfoy. When your master comes back, tell him I'll be waiting to finish the job. This time that coward and all of his followers will be dealt with. Anyone else, apart from Albus Dumbledore, saying something like that would either be laughed at or rushed to a specialized ward in St. Mungo's. Harry, standing there wielding his magical blade, appeared to radiate an inner power, a power everyone in that classroom could see and even feel. Suddenly, the castle naming him as her champion made perfect sense. The Hogwarts champion then addressed the Minister of Magic. My father has already confirmed to Dumbledore that the decision on whether my future lies as a goblin or a wizard is mine, and mine alone to make. I'll tell you something for free, Minister. From where I'm standing at the moment, that's not a hard decision for me to make. The Ministry has no legal or moral grounds to remove me from my father, the person who raised an abandoned toddler when every adult in this room failed me. If you attempt to destroy my life, I will respond as any goblin would, by fighting back with everything that I have. Fudge was about to start shouting when Harry silenced him by the simple act of pointing his sword in the minister's direction. Tell me this, Minister. Should the fabled boy who lived leave Hogwarts and return to Gringotts, citing Minister Fudge's interference as my main reason for rejecting Wizarding Society to live the rest of his life as a goblin, what would be the public's reaction? Cornelius Fudge now had a complexion that exactly matched his lime green bowler hat. Thanks to this blonde bastard and his masked buddies, my father is all the family I have left in the world. He's fought 2 duels to the death against goblins who believed a wizard had no place in goblin society. Please don't doubt for a second I wouldn't do the same for my father. I am my father's son, Minister, and proud to be so. Harry returned his sword to its scabbard while bowing to Bill. Cursebreaker Weasley, I thank you for your support, and please don't think I counted you as one of those adults who failed an orphan toddler. Bill returned the bow without taking his eyes or wand off Malfoy. Harry, I think I was 10 at the time, so no harm done. Please know, though, that this time around I'm old enough and would be honored to stand by your side. Weasleys always stand on the side the light, so you can count on my wand in the fight against Voldemort. Harry then bowed to Amelia. Madam, a pleasure meeting you. I know that in any fight against Voldemort, Amelia Bones would be at the heart of that battle. Should you wish to speak again, please arrange it through Professor McGonagall or my head of house. Your honesty and regard for the law are well known within Gringotts, as are the restrictions you are required to work under. I hope what has been learned here today may help with those restrictions. With that, Harry marched out the classroom. Harry's parting words were like an explosion of understanding for a few of the adults in the classroom. Albus and Amelia got it at once, with Bill only a few moments behind. The goblins were barred by treaty from interfering in wizarding affairs, yet were currently sitting on an active volcano, one that was soon due to erupt. They knew Voldemort wasn't dead, and also that his vile organization was sitting ready for his return, yet couldn't do anything with that information. Harry Crow had just laid it out for them on a silver salver, leaving behind a bleeding Malfoy, standing there with his dark mark clearly visible, and a minister who was almost catatonic with the thought of his precious public approval rating plunging into minus numbers. Amelia was so impressed, she wanted to run after that boy and kiss him for this gift. If the young witch who almost bowled her over following Harry out the door was any indicator, he would soon be getting kissed by someone a lot nearer his own age. Hermione had learned her lesson from the troll debacle. She had no intention of letting Harry have time to formulate any wrong ideas about this. She quickly grabbed both of their defense stuff and chucked it into his bag before tearing out of there after him. She thought Dumbledore was going to say something about her leaving too, but then the headmaster seemed to change his mind. He would need to have taken his wand out and restrained the determined young witch. Harry needed her, and this time she intended to be there for him. Hogwarts had also learned from the troll incident. Leaving her champion alone for the entire evening was not a mistake the castle intended to make again. The portraits and the fat friar quickly led Hermione straight to him. She didn't even hesitate when seeing it was a boy's toilet. She burst in and heard retching noises coming from one of the cubicles. Harry was throwing up into one of the toilets when he suddenly felt someone slowly rubbing his back. "It's okay, Harry, I'm here for you." Those words, combined with Hermione's soothing actions, were better than any potion from Madame Pomfrey for settling his nerves and stomach. It still took a couple of minutes for him to be able to answer her, though. "Won't you get into trouble for leaving the class and being in a boy's toilet?" "I just watched my best friend rip the Minister of Magic a new one, so figured." "What the hell?" You only live once, so why not throw a little danger in there? And anyway, the fat friar was going to get Moaning Myrtle to stand guard for us. Trust me, no boys will enter this toilet with her there. How did I come across back there? I was hoping for someone who was in control and desperately trying to avoid being considered some psychotic nutter. I thought you were wonderful, but can I ask you something? Just how long have you been planning that? Harry couldn't help but smile, not surprised that Hermione would see through him and pick up on their scheme. So much for spontaneity, it's overrated anyway. Father, and I actually had about 6 plans depending on the circumstances. I couldn't believe my luck at how it played out. Cursebreaker Weasley and Madame Bones were unbelievable bonuses. We needed Malfoy's deeds, and Dark Mark made public. He's the linchpin in the Death Eater organization. One of the plans had me slapping Malfoy Sr. and challenging him to a duel. Hermione couldn't hide her horror at that outcome. Harry, could you beat him in a duel? Hermione, I'm 11. He would kick my arse. He let me get close today, which was a big mistake. With a blade, I could carve my initials on his forehead before he could say ouch. For a wand duel, I had intended to sucker him into accepting and then nominate our head of house to fight for my honor. Master Flitwick was a dueling champion on the European circuit, and Dumbledore is probably the only person within a 100-mile radius who could hope to match him. So you had no intention of killing him. That was all a bluff? Harry looked straight into Hermione's eyes and answered her as honestly as he could. That was never part of the plan, Hermione, but if he tried anything stupid, thanks for taking care of Draco for me. Hermione understood what Harry was saying and accepted it. She'd seen the same thing with the troll. He'd done everything he could to avoid killing the creature, but when that didn't work, Harry thankfully hadn't hesitated. As to Draco, I don't know what came over me. I just saw him rushing at your back and reacted. He doesn't respond too well to getting walloped in the face. Neville then sat on him and promised more of the same if he didn't behave. Bill ignored the ghost's flirting and headed straight into the toilet indicated by the portraits, declaring himself for Harry meant the castle was willing to help Bill aid its champion. The sight that greeted Bill warmed the eldest Weasley's heart. The Cursebreaker was slowly getting used to the reaction of adrenaline leaving your system after being in a life-threatening situation, an occupational hazard in his job. The first few times, though, his actions had mirrored Harry's. He'd never had someone rubbing his back and offering comfort while he threw up. Gringotts' Cursebreakers didn't go in for much of that touchy-feely stuff. He conjured a glass and then filled it with water. Here, Harry, drink this. As Harry was drinking, Hermione asked the question they both wanted the answer to. Sir, what happened after we left? Oh, Malfoy demanded I lower my wand or he would see me sacked from Hogwarts. When I explained that I worked for Gringotts and was only in Hogwarts as a tutor for you since Voldemort killed Quirrell, well, you can imagine the uproar that caused. I did advise him to complain to my superiors at the bank. He would probably get me a raise. This got a giggle from Hermione, and even Harry smiled. Dumbledore then took the minister up to his office for a pick-me-up. I don't think he was talking about a lemon drop. You really kicked Fudge where it hurts, his public approval rating. I also think Dumbledore was desperate to get away from Amelia Bones before she could ask any more questions. She had her sights on someone else, though. As soon as the minister left, Lucius was invited to accompany her to the ministry. Bill was smiling at the next bit. Apparently, some new evidence has just been revealed that casts doubt on his claims not to be a Death Eater. She did promise to return. I got the impression she wanted to speak with you, and then rip Dumbledore's head off. This had both Harry and Hermione smiling too, but Bill had more to say. Harry, what you did in there today was brave, bold, and bloody brilliant. I left Hogwarts and went straight to work for Gringotts, so I have more than a fair idea of what really went on in that classroom. I take it from Miss Granger's expression that she is aware of the situation too? My friends needed to know what they were getting into. I told them when we all had lunch with my father last week. The senior staff are also aware of the situation, though Dumbledore and Snape are not trusted by Gringotts. Bill was nodding, having already been made aware of some of that. What I was going to say was that your current defense lessons are fine for getting to know your classmates, but you need more. Hermione couldn't believe she actually interrupted a teacher, but this needed to be said. Sir, I sat there today and felt useless. I didn't like it. Harry warned us it might be dangerous to be around him, and we all accepted that. What I'm trying to say here is, if there are any extra lessons on how to defend yourself, I so want to be included. I'll bet Padma and Neville will say the same. 4 is a small enough number to work with, so I have no problem with that. Should I take this suggestion to your father? This certainly got a smile from Harry. Yes, please. Could you also tell him what happened today? I know he's been really worried about it. Okay, providing you and your friends get down to dinner. What you did today was brilliant, but now you need to follow through. There's no point of making such an impression only to go and waste it by hiding out in a toilet. Your other 2 friends are waiting outside. Miss Patil won't enter a boys' toilet, and Mr. Longbottom's not yet got the confidence to deal with Myrtle. Hermione helped Harry to his feet and then gave him the hug she couldn't because of his previous position. He needfully hugged her back before straightening out his clothes and offering Hermione his arm. Harry didn't know if he would be able to eat anything, but respected the advice he'd been given. It was time to go down to dinner. Chapter 9. Molly Weasley was not having a good day. It started with the Daily Prophet being delivered and went rapidly downhill from there. Her Harry Potter-obsessed daughter had been crying for most of the day, and Molly didn't know what to do to help her little girl. The concerned mother had objected when Arthur first brought the confiscated book home from the ministry, claiming they must have been banned for a reason. Arthur assured her it was merely a children's storybook, withdrawn for copyright purposes, and began to use the banned book for Ginny's bedtime stories. Well, compared to The Boy Who Lived Battling Dragons to Save the Day, Babbity Rabbity, and the ilk never had a look-in from then on with little Ginny Weasley. She'd accompanied her 4 Hogwarts-bound brothers to King's Cross on the 1st of September, hoping for a glimpse of her hero. Ginny had been disappointed but consoled herself with the fact that she would be in Gryffindor next year, along with Harry Potter. Today's prophet had shattered those youthful fantasies and broken her little heart. As if that wasn't bad enough, Molly had just received a disturbing letter from Ron. Her first instinct was to rush to Hogwarts and start using her wand, but her youngest son's ramblings just didn't make sense to his mother. For a start, he had 3 older brothers in the same house. Molly couldn't believe they would stand back and let their youngest brother be mistreated. Then there was Minerva and Albus to consider. The head of Gryffindor was very protective of her charges, and Molly couldn't even consider anything happening to one of her children while Albus Dumbledore was at Hogwarts. She had decided to wait and discuss the matter with her husband before taking any action. Molly was surprised when she heard the family clock chime that someone was traveling, seconds before she heard the flu activate. She headed for the kitchen thinking Arthur must have finished early today, when her squeal of delight rattled every window in the burrow.
Bill.
His mother's hug and relentless questions were sharply cut off by the flu activating again and Ron stepping out. Her attention instantly switched to her youngest son. Ronald Weasley, what are you doing, Holmes? When the flu activated for the 3rd time, discharging Minerva McGonagall, Molly's eyes narrowed as her gaze zeroed in on a red-faced Ron. Just what is going on here? Ron never said a word, just stood there with his head bowed. It was left to his head of house to break the awkward silence. Molly, I need to speak to you regarding Ronald's behavior while at Hogwarts. Molly grabbed Ron by the ear and dragged him over to the table. Sit there and don't move. I'll be back when I find out just how much trouble you're in. Minerva, will you come through to the sitting room? As they headed out the kitchen, Bill suddenly had another red-headed female Weasley in his arms. Ginny had clearly heard her mother's yell and now launched herself at her favorite brother from the bottom of the stairs. He twirled her around the kitchen before sitting his sister down on the table. "Hey, Gin, you've done some growing since the last time I was home. Let me get a look at you." Bill noticed at once that his sister had been crying and was immediately concerned. She was normally such a happy-go-lucky child. "What's the matter with my favorite sister? You and Mum had a fight?" "Oh no, Bill. It was just reading about Harry Potter and the Prophet that got me upset. Ron may have been told to sit there, but that didn't mean he had to listen this without saying something." "Why is everyone so obsessed with that Pratt? He's nothing special. Is that why you decided to curse him in the Great Hall today? Because you were so jealous of a nothing special Pratt? What the hell were you thinking? The twins told me that was the second time you've used that curse, and you didn't even apologize to the girl you hit with it." "I didn't mean to hit her with it. I was aiming at Crow's girlfriend." Ginny let a shriek out at this revelation. "Harry's got a girlfriend?" "Yeah, bint by the name of Granger. She walks around the castle all day on his arm. It's enough to make you sick." Ginny burst into tears at this news and raced back to her room while Bill grabbed Ron by the front of his robes and hauled him over the table. "What the hell is your problem? Things not going perfect in little Ronnie's world, so he decides to throw a tantrum and make everyone else miserable too? Making a fool of yourself seems to be the only thing you're excelling at. Not looking good for that first Hogwarts report card, Ronnie boy." Anyone hurting his sister was always going to receive a hard time from Bill, but for one of her brothers to deliberately do so was just too much. "Ron needed some facts of life explained here. Had that curse hit Harry today, he would have made mincemeat of you. He's a goblin warrior who would have treated that curse, quite rightly, as an attack. Spitting up a few slugs wouldn't even slow him down, and he could have legally done you some serious harm. I saw him outsmart and take down an adult wizard in my class today. You wouldn't have stood a chance against nothing special, Crow." Molly and Minerva re-entered the kitchen, and his mother didn't hang about. "Bill, put him down. You're a whining little git who is an embarrassment to this family. It's time to grow up, Ronnie. You're no longer 7 years old, so stop acting like someone who is." Bill let his youngest brother slide back into his seat while addressing Ron's head of house. "Minerva, I don't care whether Harry allows it. I will not have him in my class. I refuse to teach Ron any magic he could use on someone else next time he has a temper tantrum. Excuse me, ladies. I have a sister this Pratt upset. She needs a big brother who will actually come for her." Molly knew Bill was Ginny's favorite brother for a reason. He was very protective of her. That Ron had managed to cause so much trouble in so little time was another subject they would be discussing when Arthur got home. "Ron, you have been suspended from Hogwarts for the rest of the week. You will be allowed to return on Sunday, but will be on probation for the rest of first year. Should you be in serious trouble again during your probation, you will be expelled from Hogwarts. You have carried out magical attacks on 2 people in the space of a week. Just what are you playing at? Oh right, blame me for everything. Don't bother about what's happening to me. I even got my wand broken." Minerva was in no mood to make any concessions here. "Mr. Weasley, in both cases you were the aggressor. Your wand was indeed damaged in a tussle with Mr. Crow, but only after you had cursed one of his friends in the corridor. You seem to think Ronald Weasley should be immune to retaliation or punishment. If you return to Hogwarts with this attitude, I guarantee you will not be in the castle for long. Excuse me, Molly, but I must return to Hogwarts. I hope you and Arthur can talk some sense into him. I would hate to see a Weasley being the first student expelled from Hogwarts in 50 years. Molly was battling her temper as Minerva took the flu back to Hogwarts. She didn't want to start anything without Arthur's presence to rein her temper in if she was going too far. "Ron, go to your room. We will be speaking when your father gets home." Ron tried his best pleading voice. "Mom, I didn't have any lunch. I was in the infirmary." Ronald Bilious Weasley, get to your room before I take my wand to you. You bring shame to this family, and all you can think of is food?
Get out of my sight.
Ron might be thick, but even he wasn't stupid enough to argue with his mom when she was in this mood. He shot out of there and went straight to his room. Bill entered Ginny's room to find his sister lying crying on her bed, clutching something to her chest. Gin, please tell me what the problem is. I hate to see you like this, and I need to head to Gringotts shortly. Oh, Bill, it's all falling to pieces. Harry's not a Potter. He's not even a Gryffindor and already has a girlfriend. As Ginny continued to sob, Bill slid the book out her grasp. The image of a bespectacled, skinny young boy with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead jumped off the cover and gave Bill a huge clue to what he was dealing with here. You know Harry looks nothing like this? He doesn't wear glasses and there's no scar. He's also a far handsomer young man than this. Bill had instantly grabbed Ginny's attention and saw his sister's tears dwindle at the same time. You've met him. I was brought back from Egypt to be his defense tutor at Hogwarts. I left him less than an hour ago. Ginny's tears had all but disappeared now, her curiosity easily kicking self-pity's arse. What's he like? Tell me everything. Does he really have a girlfriend? He's like you, Gin, much too young to be thinking about girlfriends and boyfriends. His best friends are Hermione and Padma, both of whom were trapped in the Hogwarts infirmary by a troll. Harry raced to their rescue and killed that troll with his sword. The real Harry is much better than any story Gin. He also hates all that boy who lives rubbish. Bill could see his sister was hanging on his every word, so tried to steer her away from this unhealthy obsession she appeared to have. The twins are already becoming friends of his, purely because they treat him as Harry Crow. He'll still be there when you go to Hogwarts next year, Ginny. Just remember, he's real, and this book is just stories the author made up. Oh, and you'll need to be at least 26 before I will even consider letting you have a boyfriend. At that, Ginny jumped into his arms. Bill thought at least he'd managed to cheer his sister up. He did think that she was much too young to be thinking about boyfriends, and what he said about Harry was also true. He didn't have the heart to tell Ginny that when Harry was old enough to start thinking about such things, it was already obvious who his thoughts would be turning to. Bill found his mother in the kitchen, nursing a strong cup of tea. Minerva tells me you're tutoring at Hogwarts? Yeah, the director himself asked me to return to Britain and do this. I actually need to head off to the bank now. There are some meetings I really must attend. Once my schedule settles down a bit, I hope to have more time to spend at home. You're not staying here? Bill was shaking his head. Tutoring Harry is only part of my work. They have other stuff for me to do that I've still to hear about. They badly wanted me to take this job, so included a flat for me to use as well. I still intend to be home for dinner as often as I can, though. This had Molly smiling for the first time today. Having her family around the dinner table was her favorite thing. She also told me you witnessed what Ron did today. I have no idea what to make of this. After watching the prat upset Ginny, Bill wasn't for pulling any punches. Ron sees me as a curse breaker. He ignores all the hard work I put in to get where I am. Charlie works just as hard at his profession, and we've all seen the hours Percy puts into his studies. Oh, the twins tell me he has a very pretty distraction at Hogwarts. The fifth-year Ravenclaw girls prefect apparently said yes when Percy asked her to be his girlfriend. Our Ron has always been a shirker, expecting everything to drop into his lap. If he doesn't grow out of that habit real soon, he's in for a rude awakening. Molly was nodding in agreement. I don't know where he picked the habit up from. None of the rest of you are like that. Even Fred and George work hard at being the biggest pair of scamps they can be. I hope your father has some ideas because I don't know what to do with him. His education is hanging by a thread, and all he was concerned about was missing lunch. Albus was pouring a second fire whiskey for the minister, while wondering if he should employ Abe. All these shocking revelations were quickly turning his office into a bar, and his younger brother was the recognized Dumbledore family expert on those. He can't be back, Albus. This has to be some horrible mistake. Minerva's reaction was pretty much the same as yours, Cornelius, and she saw him with her own eyes. As much as we don't want it to be true, it doesn't change the fact that it is. If this gets out, it will make today's headlines appear like a picnic. Not if we're ready, Cornelius. The good news is I think we have time to prepare. Fudge was now sipping his second drink, after having gulped the first one down. Albus took this as a good sign, so attempted to steer the Minister of Magic in the direction he wanted the ministry to go. We need to quietly beef up the Auror department, in both training and manpower. When the story eventually reaches the public, as we both know it must, you can rightfully say that the ministry are not only prepared but ready to respond to the threat. I will give you all the backing I can within the Wisengamot. The minister liked the sound of that. Dumbledore's idea made him appear like a man of action. That he would actually have a plan in place beforehand to deal with a problem would also make a welcome change. What can we do about the Potter situation? I need to have some answers for the press, or I won't be able to do anything. The public will have me out on the street. I suggest we tell them the truth. This confused the minister until Albus told him the truth. Well, this version of the truth might be slanted in Albus Dumbledore's favor, but the old wizard never told any lies. After the Potters were murdered, I left baby Harry with his aunt, Lily's sister. I thought he'd be safer growing up in the Muggle world, away from all the madness that's become attached to being the boy who lived. What I hadn't counted on was them not wanting the boy. I just couldn't believe they would give their own flesh and blood away. Cornelius was having trouble believing that himself. They actually gave him away? They didn't want the boy, but thankfully also wanted to avoid a Muggle orphanage. The very thought of Harry Potter having the same upbringing as Tom Riddle sent a shudder through Albus. His uncle managed to take Harry to Diagon Alley, where he wandered into Gringotts. The Muggle wanted to just dump the baby on a counter and leave him there, but the goblins weren't having that. They should have contacted the ministry at once. Think back, Cornelius. What state was the ministry in? That's why I left Harry at his Muggle aunt's in the first place. If we didn't know who we could trust, how were the goblins supposed to choose a safer option than keeping Harry themselves? They clearly knew how important the child was. When did you discover this, and why didn't you do something about it? It wasn't until the Christmas holidays later that year that I had an opportunity to return and check on the child, only to discover that he was no longer there. They had signed something called an escrow agreement that legally handed responsibility for Harry over to the goblins. Surely there must have been something you could do? Of course I headed straight to Gringotts, only to be informed the contract was unbreakable. Needless to say, I wasn't happy with that. I ended up being barred from Gringotts the same day. If the minister left Hogwarts with the impression that Albus had fought for Harry's freedom until the goblins kicked him out, that was okay with the headmaster. I still think the goblins should have informed us of what was happening. Cornelius, I have met the goblin Harry calls father. They're as close as any father/son I've seen. In any fight against the Dark Lord, Harry is going to be our best weapon. Attacking that goblin or even Gringotts in public, or the prophet could see us lose that weapon forever. This now had the minister's entire focus. What should we do then? We thank the goblins for looking after young Harry and helping the lad become the outstanding young man he is. This had Fudge totally confused until Albus explained his reasoning. The escrow agreement ends when the head of the Potter family decrees it to be so, or when Harry finally comes of age. That is all the time we have to ensure that Harry makes the decision we both want, and then takes his rightful place in our society. We have both now seen how Harry responds to a heavy-handed approach. We have to change tactics or risk losing him forever. The prophet reported that he rejected approaches from respected families. How are we to influence his decision if he continues to ignore us? The boy is very friendly with a muggle-born which he met on the train, and has since grown closer to Miss Patil and Mr. Longbottom. The only approaches I know he's rebuffed were from the Weasley and Malfoy boys. Both were rather heavy-handed. He's mixing quite well with his peers, but when anyone pushes him, he pushes right back. This brought up the prickly issue of what to do about the senior Malfoy. If we put Lucius on public trial, it might start the very thing we're trying to avoid, mass panic over you-know-who's return. It also went unsaid between the two wizards just how close Cornelius was to Lucius Malfoy. A public trial could also see the minister out on the street. Albus was perfectly happy for Cornelius to retain the Minister of Magic position, provided he was doing what Albus Dumbledore wanted the minister to do. Lucius is not a particularly powerful wizard. His main threats are his influence and money. You can seriously damage that influence, Cornelius. After all, you are the Minister of Magic. I know this, Albus, but that doesn't affect his finances. He's more than spiteful enough to place his great wealth behind someone else, a rival ministerial candidate inside the ministry. Ah, Cornelius, you're forgetting what else happened inside that classroom. Lucius Malfoy drew his wand on a young goblin, a particularly well-connected young goblin, who also has a powerful father. I feel sure the goblins could be persuaded to attack Lucius, where it will really hurt him, financially. The sly old wizard could see Cornelius liked this idea. It would get him out from under Malfoy's influence, without the threat of Lucius mounting a challenge on his position as minister. Do you really think the goblins would assist us in this? If Albus was right, and he was sure he was, the goblins had planned today's entire performance in the hope of achieving an opening to do that very thing. He would quite happily take the credit in the minister's eyes because that gave Albus another lever to manipulate Cornelius in the direction he needed him to go. I'm certain I can convince them to aid us in this matter. It was a puzzled minister who asked the glaringly obvious question. How can you do that, Albus, when you're currently banned from Gringotts? Albus was now really regretting how he'd handled that interview with Barchoke. Phileas' assessment of the situation had been uncannily accurate. Barchoke had obviously known what was about to happen and had traveled to Hogwarts in the hope of working with its headmaster. Albus had grossly underestimated the quality of the players he'd sat down with and, as a result, found himself kicked from the game. He had no idea how much of their plans had been revealed today, though a motivated and trained Harry was certainly making a lot more sense to the headmaster than his original option. Had a Dursley-raised Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts, Albus was sure they would have found dead bodies that day in the infirmary. With 3 of the heads of houses clearly in Harry's corner, Albus badly needed some way of getting back to the game table. Surprisingly, Cornelius' question gave Albus the answer he was looking for. I have known the Weasleys for generations, and William since he was a baby. I'm positive I can convince him to aid us in this endeavor. He works for Gringotts, Albus. The goblins don't take kindly to their employees working for someone else. You could destroy that lad's career. Sometimes, for the greater good, sacrifices have to be made. Albus could see this didn't sit too well with Cornelius' somewhat skewed morals. He decided to make the deal more palatable for the minister. William is a highly skilled former Hogwarts head boy. Should he need a career change, there will always be a position available for him in the castle. The headmaster was now thinking there could be a hidden bonus for him here. Should William lose his job at Gringotts, Hogwarts would acquire a ready-made defense professor, while Albus Dumbledore would have the young wizard's gratitude. Those were the kind of schemes Albus favored, where everybody appears to win, but he comes out on top, with information he badly needed, a new defense professor, and another person left thinking they were in his debt. With Hermione on his arm and both his friends beside him, Harry was able to walk into dinner as normal. It was already obvious that the story had spread, but they decided to ignore it. Harry was filling his plate when Roger attempted to break the awkward silence that had grown around the trio. So, Harry, did you have a nice boring defense lesson? Oh, same old Roger. I had a few discussions on defense, and I think I managed to get my point across. This had Roger laughing. Harry, you're too much. Take down Lucius Malfoy, in front of the Minister of Magic. Hogwarts certainly knew what it was doing when she made you her champion. This statement was met with general approval at the Ravenclaw table. They'd all heard the rumors concerning Quirrell and Voldemort, but considered themselves safe inside Hogwarts. After all, hadn't Dumbledore chased him out the castle? Roger then turned his attention to Hermione. Nice handprint on Malfoy Jr. Hermione. You and Harry here seem determined to put some color into his cheeks. Well, now he knows I've got Harry's back. Hermione's statement said a lot more than that. Every witch in Ravenclaw recognized exactly what she was saying. Hermione was not for being parted from Harry without a fight. Padma was chuckling to herself at her friend's antics. If these two got any closer, you would soon need crowbars to separate them. The play on Harry's name kept Padma amused for the rest of dinner time. Her friends were happy, so Death Eaters and Dark Wizards could be forgotten about for now. She would need to write home, though. Her parents needed to know that information. The Patils would not be welcome in a Britain run by people like the Malfoys. When Parvati asked for a quiet word, she thought nothing of it. That opinion soon changed when she heard what her sister had to say. There's a group of girls who don't like how close Hermione is to Harry. They intend to have a talk with her about it. What? Are they out of their tiny minds? Harry will go nuts if they as much as upset Hermione. Merlin help them if anyone goes for a wand. Who's involved in this? As far as we know, it started in Slytherin. They took to heart what the prophet said this morning. They want to see Harry becoming a Potter, but with a pure blood witch at his side. Gryffindor was approached by Hufflepuff to see if we were interested. Padma wanted an answer immediately. And what was Gryffindor's reply? Do I want to get closer to him? Absolutely, but not like this, Padma. We watched Harry against that troll, and then again today in defense. Harry Crow is not someone you want as your enemy. You're his friend. We've both seen firsthand how protective Harry is of those. Hermione is his best friend, and I pity anyone who lays as much as a finger on her. We both know they won't get any pity or mercy from Harry. Gryffindor House wanted nothing to do with this, and gave the Puff something to think about. Do you know if Ravenclaw House was approached? I think they were looking at the older year groups. I'm pretty sure most of the first years would give them the same answer Gryffindor did. You guys are too well-liked for anyone to go against. That, and Harry can be rather scary at times. Were the first-year Slytherins involved? We heard it was the second years, with even a couple of third years interested. I don't think they got anywhere near the response they expected. I just wanted to pass this on to you. If they go ahead, they'll try and get Hermione alone. Keep an eye on her, Padma. The sisters hugged before heading off to their respective houses. Padma wasn't sure if she should say anything. Why worry Hermione when the whole thing might fall flat before it got off the ground? She decided to stick even closer to Hermione for the rest of the week and see what happened from there. Bill was shown directly into Barchok's office and, after the courtesy of greeting was over, proceeded to tell the Goblin exactly what happened in his son's defense class today. He also tagged on the bit in the toilet, though left out the confrontation with Ron before the class started. Goblins were normally very good at hiding their emotions, but Bill detected a mixture of pride and relief from this important figure inside Gringotts. Cursebreaker Weasley, you are an astute young man. By this time you will have figured the increased pay and supplied accommodation is not just for teaching some 11-year-old's defense. I am really pleased that you have already offered Harry and his 3 closest friends extra lessons. Saves me having to make the suggestion. Where we go from here depends entirely on how much I and Gringotts can trust you. Bill was now sweating. For a goblin to bring up the issue of trust was either very good or incredibly bad. There was no middle ground. Master Barchoke, I have always given of my best in my work for Gringotts. I have no intention of changing that. If the issue of trust regards your son, I feel there are some questions I would like answers to before offering further commitment. Today was a plan well executed for aims I totally support. I think before I can honestly commit myself further, I would need to know what the ultimate aims of Gringotts are here. This worryingly drew a smile from the goblin. You are not our only candidate for the position you now find yourself in, but you are my choice. Even asking those questions confirms my high opinion of you is justified. Our first goal is the total destruction of the creature who calls himself Voldemort, taking as many of his followers with him as we can. Master Barchoke, that is a goal that will have my full support. Anything I can do to bring this about, Gringotts can trust me to perform with every fiber of my being. Well said, Cursebreaker. We'll go into what else is required of you in a moment. The only other goal that Gringotts has here is a long-term objective to promote goblin/wizard relations. We have no wish to rule over anyone, just not be treated as nothing more than a financial version of a house elf. Those poor creatures may have a need to serve wizards. Goblins do not. Again, a goal and views that have my total support. My only concern in this matter is your son. Harry is after all only 11. This is a mighty big responsibility to place on anyone's shoulders, far less one so young. That is a concern for more than just the two of us in this room. Harry needs someone he can talk to, discuss things with while in the castle. You have no idea how pleased I was to see he had made some close friends, especially Miss Granger. You will have observed from your time working with us that goblins are not a race that outwardly display their affections. Seeing my son accepting and reveling in, being wrapped in Miss Granger's arms was a welcome sight for these old eyes. Harry, though, needs something else too. He badly needs an adult in that castle he can trust. We are hoping that can be you? Whether your relationship becomes that of a mentor or an older brother figure would be left up to you and Harry. Bill now understood why the issue of trust was mentioned. This was huge. I am honored you would even consider me for this role. Can I ask more about Harry? What training has he already had? How did he respond to that training? Those types of thing. Barchoke had to think for a moment. More so, he could sort his own thoughts on the matter. My son is a very driven individual who doesn't understand the meaning of defeat. When he was younger, he obviously noticed he was different from everyone else around him. As you can imagine, this caused a few difficulties at our school. When he got into fights, though, Harry would never stay down. He always struggled to his feet and fought back as best he was able. This earned him respect, and soon, he was the one doing the knocking down. Having observed him taking a curse to ensure Malfoy got hit, Bill had no trouble believing that. I have never believed in keeping things from my son. He knows Voldemort targeted him because of the prophecy, and his parents gave their lives protecting him. Learning that his only living relatives totally rejected him deeply affected my son. This drew a loud "what" from Bill before Barchoke continued. It was clear that even the memory of this angered the goblin. That fat, illegitimate son of an forest troll sat right where you are now and dumped Harry on my desk like so much soiled laundry. Not gutting him where he sat remains one of the greatest regrets of my life. This knowledge has haunted Harry, though, as he appears to fear rejection above all else. That was why I was so delighted to see him as attached to Miss Granger. He needlessly worries that one day I will reject him too. That day will never come. Whatever decision Harry makes about his future, he will always be my son. Nothing in this world is more important to me than him. This was what Bill needed to hear. The thought of that young boy being used as a goblin weapon was not something that sat well with the eldest Weasley boy. Training young Harry to survive a prophesied fight against a Dark Lord was an entirely different matter. He then listened intently as the proud father told of how his son's skill with a blade and lightning reflexes had eventually won him much respect in a nation of warriors. That Master Pitsley considered Harry his prodigy. Even traveling to Hogwarts to continue his potions tuition was another proud boast. You will never have to motivate Harry. Rather try, and not let my son push himself too hard. His teachings in defense have mostly been of the physical type. We didn't have too many options when it came to someone who could fire curses at him with a wand, not without putting the secret that Harry was living in Gringotts at risk. Bill was now looking forward to teaching Harry and his friends, but Barchoke wasn't finished yet. In order to survive death, Voldemort undertook the vilest of magic and split his soul. A Horcrux had attached itself to my son, something that Dumbledore ignored. It was quickly removed and destroyed after Harry arrived at Gringotts. Another was discovered in a convicted Death Eater's vault. It too had his soul portion removed and then banished forever. Our nation then went quietly hunting for more, uncovering another at his grandparents' hovel. Since then, nothing. As part of his Cursebreaker training, Bill had learned about Horcruxes. He shared the Goblin view that an individual who could make one was abhorrent. This was a crime against Mother Nature herself. It hadn't been considered possible for an individual to make more than one, so this was a shocking revelation. Have we any idea how many he made? No. Though him surviving the death of Quirrell last week confirms there is at least one more still out there. Apart from that one fact, all we have is speculation and guesswork. That same speculation and guesswork places a high probability that there might be another one hidden inside Hogwarts. Harry's status as a Hogwarts champion will surely help us there. I can't imagine the castle will want to have a piece of the darkest magic imaginable within her walls. Does Dumbledore know about this? Doing anything under his nose just bumps up the degree of difficulty by a large margin. The director and I both think it's only a matter of time before Dumbledore approaches you, with an appeal to keep him informed about Harry and Gringotts. Master Barchoke, I can assure you and the director that Albus Dumbledore will learn nothing from me. Actually, Cursebreaker, the director, and I would prefer if Albus Dumbledore learned quite a bit from you. Of course, we will tightly control exactly what the meddling headmaster learns. Bill's jaw nearly dropped to the floor as the full implications of what it would take to earn his new salary and accommodation hit home. It was becoming painfully obvious that tutoring Harry was only going to be a small part of his new duties.
Chapter 10.
Amelia Bones wasn't happy that she had been blocked from administering Veritaserum to Lucius Malfoy, and had been neither slow nor quiet when voicing this displeasure to the minister. Her rage was somewhat sated on discovering Cornelius' reasoning, or should that be Dumbledore's? That the minister actually had a contingency plan was a shock. This initial shock, though, was nowhere near the intensity of the one she received when being informed that her department was basically going to be brought up to a war footing. There would be a heavy recruitment program that would see OR numbers swell by over 50% in the next 3 years. Amelia was prepared to trade off delaying justice to a thoroughly defanged Malfoy for an OR department that had some real teeth. She didn't tell the blonde Ponce this. Amelia didn't tell Malfoy anything, rather just left him in a cell to sweat. She could legally hold him for one more day, but Thursday was the deadline. Amelia was taking great pleasure in keeping him locked up for every available minute she could. Today saw her back at Hogwarts. She was interviewing Harry Crow in the presence of his head of house. Amelia was determined to get as much information as possible from the young man before her meeting with Dumbledore. The more the head of the DMLE wrote down, the angrier she was becoming. It was obvious Dumbledore had known Voldemort wasn't gone for good. Why else would he set a trap for the Dark Lord? That he had used Hogwarts as a location for this trap had Amelia wanting to slap the old fool silly. Was it any wonder the Hogwarts ghosts were telling him he was on his last warning? Harry was just explaining what happened in the infirmary when the Bloody Baron passed through the wall. Young champion, your friends require aid. Amelia watched amazed as the ghost hadn't even finished speaking, yet Harry was heading out the door. She and Phileas shot out after him, but the younger and much fitter Harry was already opening up a gap. Both followed as quickly as they could while the castle's portraits and ghosts led their champion where he needed to go. Padma was beside Hermione as both girls were rinsing their hands in the wash basins. She noticed in the mirror that the large toilet was now filling up behind them, and her heart sank. Neville had gone ahead to the Great Hall, and Harry was at a meeting with Madame Bones. This group had judged their approach perfectly. She counted 9 of them, all older than her and Hermione, before the group's leader decided to speak. "Granger, we want a word with you." Hermione turned around and was confronted with 9 older girls glaring at her. They were mostly Slytherins, but she was sorry to see a couple of Hufflepuffs mixed in there too. The sole Ravenclaw was particularly painful. The entire situation brought up some particularly unpleasant memories of her primary school, memories that Hermione thought she was finished with. "Yes, what can I do for you?" "You can stay well away from Potter. That bloodline doesn't need another mudblood in it." Hermione's insides were like jelly, but she wasn't about to let that show. She'd learned this just from being around Harry. "Well, that shouldn't be a problem, since I don't know anyone called Potter." "Don't get smart with us, Granger. You know fine well who we're talking about. It took us nearly 3 days to catch you more than 6 inches away from him. That's going to change if you know what's good for you." Hermione may have been shaking inside, yet the young witch was determined she wouldn't let them see any tears. She certainly took their threat seriously, but there was no way Hermione could comply with their demands. She was already sure not being Harry's best friend would be far more painful than anything they could do to her. "Oh, I know what's good for me. That's why I have no intention of moving from Harry's side." Padma tried to butt in, knowing Hermione wouldn't back down on this. "Have you any idea what Harry will do when he hears about this? You lot have just bought yourselves more trouble than you can possibly imagine." "Shut it, Patil. No one will be saying anything to Potter." "Yeah, we haven't forgotten your sister's blatant attempt to get off with him either. Batting those eyelashes while offering up a life debt, the Potter bloodline doesn't need tainted with your lot either." Hermione couldn't just stand there and ignore the racist comment against both her friends. Wouldn't that be Harry's decision? The lone Ravenclaw in the group then decided to make herself heard. "Listen, Granger, once you break up with him, a proper pureblood which will step in and console the boy who lived." The very thought of having to sit back and watch Harry with another girl hardened Hermione's conviction. "Never going to happen. I will be at Harry's side for as long as he wants me to be. Looks like we'll have to do this the hard way, girls. Let's make sure our Harry never wants to go near the bitch ever again." Hermione felt herself being hit by 2 curses to her face before Padma moved to offer some protection. This resulted in her friend getting cursed too. There was then a loud animalistic roar before everything went to hell in a handbasket. Harry burst straight into the girls' toilet and quickly took action. There was no "what's going on here?" His training had taught him you didn't waste time on such niceties. There were 9 enemies crowded around Padma and Hermione. All appeared older than his friends and had their wands out. Both his friends had already taken some hits, and Padma had clearly jumped in front of Hermione to offer some protection. Harry let out a roar as his knife went to work. The 9 girls thought they couldn't lose. They were only up against 2 first highs. Suddenly, there was a devil amongst them, a devil that punched, kicked, and sliced his way through them in seconds. Screams of pain and shock were heard as wands and bodies hit the floor. By the time Phileas and Amelia got there, 8 of the girls were on the floor. Most had been physically struck on some part of their body, but all had either the back of their hand slashed open or their wand cut right through. Harry currently had the large Slytherin girl who'd been at the front of the confrontation pinned against the wall, with his blade poised at her left eyeball. The girl had blood dripping from her wounded hand and liquid of a different color pooling between her feet. The Slytherin had somewhat understandably wet herself from fright. "Tell me why and make it good. Otherwise, I'm taking this eye in payment." The girl was now sobbing in terror and clearly incapable of speech. Amelia had her wand out and was about to intervene when the two victims beat her to it. Hermione was incapable of speech at the moment, but her gentle hand on Harry's shoulder grabbed his attention. The sheer ferocity behind the stinging hex had left Hermione practically unrecognizable, while her two front teeth were now about 6 inches long and still growing. Padma's face was covered in painful-looking boils, but she was left to do the talking. "They wanted Hermione to stop being friends with you, Harry. When she said that was never going to happen, they started firing curses. Apparently, Hermione and I are not the right sort of friends you should have." Harry's temper seemed to spike at this news, and the Slytherin girl's eyes rolled back in her head as her legs gave way. He let her slump to the wet toilet floor in a dead faint, now far more concerned with the condition of his friends. Amelia and Phileas watched on as the anger dissipate from the young Ravenclaw. That Harry's anger was replaced by tenderness and compassion was so at odds with the carnage he'd just wreaked. That the evidence of said carnage was scattered all about them just made the gentle emotions now on display all the more pronounced. "You told 9 of them never?" Hermione could barely nod her head, but she managed to get her point across. Harry sheathed his knife and offered her his arm. "My ladies." She wasn't physically able to smile at the moment, but inside Hermione was extremely happy as she took Harry's arm. To her mind, this was easily worth all the pain she was currently suffering. He offered his other arm to Padma before facing the two adults who had stopped at the doorway. "Master Flitwick, I'm taking my friends to the infirmary. I will be there if anyone requires to speak with me. I give everyone fair warning, though. Should anything like this ever be repeated, I will not be so lenient again." The girls on the floor quickly crawled out their way to create a clear path for the trio to leave. They were all desperate to see the back of Harry Crow. Phileas sent a Patronus message to the Great Hall. He wanted the other heads of house and the headmaster to see this. The sight of the third-year Ravenclaw on the floor was particularly distasteful for her head of house. Phileas was left to wonder if it was coincidence Miss Chambers appeared to have been hit the worst. The girl had a bruise forming on her cheek with a black eye sure to follow. She was nursing her bleeding right hand while staring at a severed wand on the floor. Amelia was staring at the devastation wrought here, knowing Harry could have arrived at the very most half a minute before they did. He didn't care that they were girls. Crow just went right trough them. When someone holds a weapon on you, Madam Bones, it makes no difference if they are male or female. For Master Sharpshard to even consider teaching the lad, he must be exceptional with a blade. To be honest, I would have struggled to accomplish this in the time he had available. There is not an injury here that Poppy won't be able to fix within 10 minutes. The memory of what Mr. Crow was able to do will last a lot longer than the pain. The senior staff were soon on site with Pomona's keen eyes quickly picking out the 2 Hufflepuffs involved. Only Mr. Crow could cause this amount of damage. Let me guess, these girls took the Prophet article to heart and confronted Miss Granger? I'd heard whispers of something like this was being discussed, but thought Hufflepuff had wisely decided to take Gryffindor's approach and give such nonsense a miss. What did they do to Miss Granger? Phileas was impressed at Pomona's reasoning. He supplied the answers for the rest of the group. Miss Granger took a stinging hex to the face, as well as a densajo. It would appear disfigurement was their main objective here. Miss Patil also suffered furnunculus. Whether she was deliberately targeted or trying to protect Miss Granger remains to be uncovered. Both young ladies left on Mr. Crow's arm. Minerva and Severus were casting episki on the girl's hands to heal the cuts and stop the bleeding. The potions master was not a happy head of house. This is what happens when you let a child carry a knife. Phileas wasn't standing for that. Yes, 6 Slytherin bullies with drawn wands get their arses kicked. Before you start raving about punishing Mr. Crow, you should know it was the Bloody Baron himself that warned Harry his friends were under attack. Hogwarts then led him directly to this location. The castle appears to have taken a stand on this matter. To go against Hogwarts in this is not wise, Severus. Phileas now settled his gaze on the lone Ravenclaw present. I can assure everyone here Miss Chambers will pay dearly for her part in this cowardly attack. As will my two Hufflepuffs. I can't express how ashamed I am of them. Severus couldn't let it go, though. And what of Crow? Is he to once more escape any form of punishment? She wasn't strictly speaking involved in this discussion, but Amelia offered her opinion. There were 9 older girls here, all with the intention of doing Miss Granger harm. I would say Mr. Crow's response was a measured one. None of these girls will require to spend the night in the infirmary. Miss Granger certainly would have needed to if Mr. Crow hadn't acted so quickly. Amelia and I were less than a minute behind the lad, but he'd already dealt with the situation. By the time we got here, he did promise not to be so lenient if there was ever a repeat of this incident. But he sliced right through my wand. What am I going to tell my parents? Don't worry about that, Miss Chambers. You can be assured I'll be informing your parents of exactly what happened here today. For a Ravenclaw to be involved in bullying a younger member of our house is something I will never stand for. This incident will be used to remind all of Ravenclaw of that fact. Headmaster, surely you can see this boy needs to be reined in before the next thing he kills isn't a troll, but another student. Albus was well aware his tenure as headmaster was hanging by a thread. He had no intention of going against Hogwarts to soothe his potion master's sense of injustice. I'm inclined to agree that Mr. Crow's response was measured and appropriate. A wizard would have been casting stunners or body binds. Mr. Crow's methods may be different, but certainly no less effective. I watched him use that blade on Lucius Malfoy. His speed and control is astonishing. He's attending Hogwarts as a goblin. I assume this is a goblin response to what was undeniably an attack on his friends. His question was aimed at Phileas, and the charm's master didn't disappoint. Actually, headmaster, his reaction was a lot more measured than I feared. The goblin response would have been to ensure this could never happen again. I expected to see limbs on the floor. The girls had been quietly crying, but this comment introduced an element of wailing to their accumulated outpouring of self-pity. None of the adults present thought this group would ever be going near Miss Granger again. They also thought that was Mr. Crow's intention. Word of this would spread throughout the castle before curfew. Who would dare attack Miss Granger when her protector had taken down 9 older enemies to keep the young witch safe? When you factored in his killing of that troll to achieve the same result, and that the castle had not only warned but aided him today, Miss Granger should be one of the safest witches in the castle. Minerva, though, was determined to have her way on this matter. That there were no Gryffindors amongst the attackers pleased her more than she could say, but the deputy was determined to enforce discipline here. Severus was more inclined to punish Slytherin students for getting caught. That wouldn't be happening this time. Hogwarts already has a student under a week's suspension and placed on probation for the rest of the school year. If I discover this attack was because of Miss Granger's blood status, and I'm almost sure that was the case, all of these girls will be receiving the same punishment. Albus, could you cover my classes for the rest of today? I will probably need to arrange 9 home visits. Severus appeared ready to have a fit, but Pomona cut him off. That seems fair. Phileas had more to add, though. Miss Chambers will also see her Hogsmeade privileges revoked, and she can forget about trying out for the Quidditch team this year. I find her bullying of 2 Ravenclaw first years despicable. I hope you will convey that to her parents, Professor McGonagall's. The girls were now sobbing inconsolably as they were herded up and shepherded toward the infirmary so Poppy could check the 9 of them. Minerva wanted a word with the other 3 involved in this debacle, so she headed there too. Albus tagged along. content he now had a genuine excuse to put his meeting with Amelia off again. The headmaster intended to avoid said meeting for as long as possible. Severus didn't think he would be able to attend the infirmary without getting into an argument with Crow. Having heard what he did to Lucius, the potions professor rather wisely decided to head back down to his dungeon. The only thing that travels faster than news inside the castle is speculation. Speculation was currently rife amongst the students, especially after seeing the senior staff rush from the Great Hall. So it was hardly surprising that Neville and Parvati arrived at the infirmary only moments after the Ravenclaw trio got there. Both Gryffindors had quickly noticed who was missing and thought this was the best location to discover if anything had happened to their friends/family. Parvati was in tears seeing her twin's beautiful face in that condition. "I warned you they were after Hermione. How did this happen?" This instantly got Harry's attention. Hermione was currently behind a privacy screen receiving treatment. Padma had her head down as she answered her twin. "We didn't know who, where, or when, so I decided not to worry Hermione, just stick close to her." Harry reached for his friend's hand in an effort to get Padma to look at him. "That is the second time you've taken a curse meant for Hermione, though with this one you deliberately protected her. She can't say thank you at the moment, so I'll say it for both of us. I'm going to have to get used to visiting my sister here if she hangs about with you, Harry." Hearing the anger in her sister's voice, Padma cut in before Harry could answer. "That's why I'm getting extra lessons in defense from Professor Weasley, and you should see what Harry did to the girls who attacked us." Parvati's eyes nearly bulged out at this. Her sister was spending her time with the two hottest wizards in Hogwarts. She didn't get a chance to comment further on this, though, as both Parvati and Neville got an opportunity to see firsthand what Harry had done to the attacking girls. The senior staff were leading the girls into the infirmary. It was hard to miss that every single one of them shied away from Harry. Neville was amazed at the number of attackers his friends had faced. They just seemed to keep coming through the doors. Professor McGonagall entered along with the headmaster. Her attention soon shifted from Dumbledore the instant she spotted Harry. "Mr. Crow, a moment of your time, please." All in the room knew this was not a request, as the deputy headmistress led Harry back out the door. She stopped in the empty corridor for a quiet word. "We find ourselves once more in this situation, Mr. Crow, only because people keep attacking my friend's professor. I understand your concern, and please trust me that every single one of those girls will be severely punished." She could see this had calmed Harry somewhat, so Minerva continued with the discussion she'd pulled the lad out here for. "I have nothing but admiration for your willingness to protect your friends, but do you remember the discussion we had the last time this happened? In this instance, you were sitting in a room with your head of house and the head of the DMLE. Do you doubt that either of them would have acted swiftly to protect your friends?" Harry hadn't even thought about it. On discovering they needed help, he'd just blindly raced from the room. Even his training told him this was the wrong option to take, jumping into an unknown situation when he had very capable help right beside him. "No, Professor, I trust both of them. Then you see why I once more must assign you detentions? Not for saving your friends, but because you had trusted adults on hand to take care of the situation for you. I understand, Professor. You can't hammer the attackers and not punish me for breaking school rules, too. It would leave you open to the charge of favoritism. I'm impressed you can see that Mr. Crow, a certain other first-year, thought I was picking on him when handing out punishment. I feel in this case, though, 2 nights with me working on Transfiguration should be punishment enough." Harry accepted this decision, knowing it was more a case of extra tuition rather than any form of punishment. Professor McGonagall confirmed this as she walked back into the infirmary with him. "I understand you might not want to leave your friends alone for a few days. They are, of course, welcome to accompany you on your detentions. I will arrange the times once I have dealt with these girls. They are going to keep me busy for now." Phileas was over in a flash. I don't understand Mr. Crow has detention for his actions today? It was Harry who answered his head of house. Sir, I earn my detentions. I should have let you deal with the problem, and for that I apologize. I'm sure Professor McGonagall is also aware I would probably do exactly the same thing again, which is another reason I deserve my detentions. Poppy was still dealing with Miss Granger, so Minerva spoke with the injured Miss Patil to discover exactly what happened in that toilet. When the screen came back, Hermione gave Harry a nervous smile, and he instantly spotted the difference. You had your front teeth made smaller than they were before? Madame Pomfrey managed to cancel the stinging hex, then shrank my front teeth. She gave me a mirror and asked me to say when to stop. I've always been teased about my teeth being too large. Well, I think those doing the teasing were either blind or stupid. Thank you for remaining my friend Hermione. That couldn't have been easy. Harry, easiest decision I ever made. I intend to be your best friend for as long as you'll let me. Harry had her in a tight hug before she could say any more. Thanks, Hermione. I'm so glad to hear you say that. And to see you're okay. Padma jumped in front of me, and then you arrived. Otherwise, it would have been a lot worse. Do these morons actually think attacking you is going to see us stop being best friends? That's just stupid. So, is them thinking they're better than Hermione because her parents are muggles? They can't pick on my blood status, so the fact that the Patil family comes from India gets thrown in my face. Again, do they think I don't look into the mirror every morning? They are just bullies, using whatever words they need to justify their behavior to themselves. Hermione hugged a treated and once more boil-free Padma. Thanks for sticking by me today. I never had friends who would do that before. I know you would do the same for me. Professor McGonagall has already heard what went on in that toilet, and Madame Pomfrey said we can leave. Shall we take Professor Weasley's advice and head for the Great Hall? Harry led the way with Hermione on his arm, Neville and the twins right behind them. All three Ravenclaws were wondering just what Roger would have to say about this. Lucius had plenty to say when he finally got home, his 4 days in a ministry holding cell responsible for his rant. I knew Fudge was a fucking idiot, but I thought he was at least our fucking idiot bought and paid for. Cornelius won't get a job cleaning up all shit at the post office by the time I finish with him. As for that bitch Bones, her days are numbered. She'll be top of our master's list. Lucius then noticed his wife appear distraught, far more than his few days in a cell warranted. This worried her husband, as Narcissa was normally so aloof. Emotions were for lesser beings. She nervously handed him a scroll. The Gringotts seal on the scroll alerted the head of the Malfoy family this was serious, but reading what it contained terrified Lucius more than that blade against his chest. Those bastards are closing down our vaults because of that little shit? I better get right over there. It's going to take most of the 24 hours they've given us to get everything out. His wife, though, had some really bad news for him. Lucius, that was delivered on Tuesday. The 24 hours has long since passed.
What?
Didn't you tell them I couldn't come to the bank? They said that was not their problem. What about our contacts at the ministry? Didn't you get in touch with any of them? I tried everyone we know. I even went to Bones and begged her to let you out for a few hours. All I got were excuses, apologies, or doors slammed in my face. Lucius now found himself holding on to the nearest wall to keep him standing upright. Did you manage to get anything out? Narcissa tried not to let her anger show, but didn't quite manage it. You put a cap on how much I could withdraw from the Malfoy vaults. 100,000. He was now leaning on the wall. That won't last us very long. It won't last at all, since I don't have it. I offered it to Fudge to get you out. I'm facing charges of attempting to bribe the Minister of Magic, and the money was confiscated as evidence. Lucius had now slid down the wall and was sitting on the floor as the blows kept coming. I managed to transfer money to Hogwarts and pay for all 7 years of Draco's education, but apart from taking my jewels, I was blocked from doing anything else. All we have left is the manor and its contents." Just as he was thinking they had reached rock bottom, Lucius discovered there was more to come. "We also have a basket full of scrolls, every single one of them thanking us for our efforts, but they no longer require us for their committee or board. Someone has really put the word out. Just what the hell happened in Hogwarts on Monday?" It was only now beginning to dawn on Lucius exactly what had happened in that classroom. He'd been trussed up and then stuffed better than any Christmas turkey. He swore vengeance on everyone involved in this conspiracy, especially Potter, Crow, or whatever the little bastard called himself. Lucius, of course, had contingency funds stashed where no one else could find them. Their lifestyle may take a downturn, but they were a long way from being Weasley poor. The Malfoys' change in circumstances would certainly put a swift end to funding anyone else. Those associates who had become reliant on what was basically a handout were now going to have to look elsewhere. The Ravenclaw trio were at breakfast and looking forward to their extra defense lessons over the next 2 days. Bill had discussed suitable times with Harry's father, and both had thought the weekends would be best. Harry had received word from his father to say that the Cursebreaker was now fully involved in their plans and could be totally trusted. With Bill now timetabled to be in the castle Monday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, not forgetting Master Pitsley on a Friday, Harry felt a lot better about the Hogwarts situation. That one of their own had been involved in attacking Padma and Hermione had put a strain on mealtimes at the Ravenclaw table. Most of the house knew Chambers was ambitious, but all considered her actions to be a step too far. Hearing that there were advanced lessons on any subject available was always going to break through any awkward barriers amongst Ravenclaws. Harry had been politely deflecting requests to join them in these lessons all morning. No one was getting too upset at being told these lessons were restricted to just the 4 of them. Padma's twin sister couldn't even bag a place, though most thought this was because her motives for wanting to attend clearly weren't purely academic ones. Harry was already sharing his defense tutor with the rest of first year. The remainder of the school were stuck with study periods while the headmaster searched for a replacement. There were also another 6 first-year claws sitting at the table with wide grins on their faces. Harry's potions tutor had allowed him to invite more of his friends to take his class. Every single person in 3 houses of Hogwarts understood those smiles and wished they were wearing one just like it. Getting out of classes with Snape was certainly a good enough reason to smile. Harry was unconsciously feeding Ergid a bit of his breakfast while reading the letter his beautiful snowy owl had just delivered. His father was passing on a warning that the Prophet had finally picked up on the very large hints that had been getting dropped on them for the last few days. Gringotts had even taken the most unusual stance of affording the newspaper a statement. Harry was chuckling to himself when Hermione asked him what was so funny. As he noticed the Prophet being delivered, Harry told his best friend that the entire hall would find out in the next few minutes. The Ministry had been conducting what amounted to a charm offensive on Harry and the Goblins, passing on little details to the press like how the boy who lived was not only healthy from his years at Gringotts, but incredibly fit. The Prophet left no young witches in any doubt what they meant by Harry being incredibly fit. They were currently running a competition where they would pay handsomely for a picture of their young savior. No mention of any returning Dark Lord was even hinted at. Hermione had teased Harry that a photograph of him in his training gear would be worth a fortune, and how she wished her camera wasn't sitting in her bedroom back home. Harry had gotten his own back by offering to let her take said photograph, in exchange for a picture of Hermione in her Nike training clothes. It didn't take that long for a screaming Malfoy to rush toward the Ravenclaw table and throw his copy of the Prophet at Harry. "You thieving goblin bastard! You stole my inheritance." Harry calmly stood to face the enraged boy as, for once, the staff moved quickly to intervene. Both their heads of house were on the scene to ensure this conflict didn't escalate beyond words. "Mr. Malfoy, the only part of your statement I agree with is that I am a goblin. Now, Will you retract and apologize, or must we take this further? It clearly says in the prophet that the goblins have seized the Malfoy vaults. How is that not stealing? Harry didn't let the Slytherin's rage affect him. He'd been expecting this confrontation since reading the letter from his father. The prophet must have made a slight error. Those vaults belong to Gringotts and are rented by the Malfoy family. As with any rental agreement, there are always conditions attached. An adult witch or wizard attempting to attack a young goblin with their wand certainly breaks those conditions and will see them kicked out of Gringotts. When my father heard what the head of the Malfoy family had attempted, he went straight to the director. It should also be noted that, as per the conditions of rental, your father was given 24 hours to retrieve anything he wanted from those vaults before they were sealed. My father couldn't get there on time. Again, the conditions of the rental contract allow for this. Had your father been too ill to get to the bank, the 24 hours would have been suspended until he was able to attend. In accordance with the conditions of the rental contract, being locked in a ministry cell is not an agreed and acceptable condition for suspension, so the 24 hours lapsed. It's standard Gringotts banking practice that's taught to every young goblin, and perfectly legal. Phileas then asked a question he already knew the answer to, but wanted everyone else to hear. What happens to the contents of those sealed vaults? Harry almost smiled at his head of house, but that would ruin what he was trying to achieve here. Because the vaults were not emptied in the allotted time, the bank will continue to take its small, annual rental fee for their continued use. The rest of the contents will remain untouched until someone is able to claim it. Realization began to sink in for some, but Harry wanted no misunderstandings here. In the case of the Malfoy vaults, that would be Draco when he came of age. This is of course assuming that he himself hasn't already broken those same banking conditions. Just to be clear, Mr. Malfoy, publicly calling me a thieving goblin bastard over this matter shatters those conditions. Harry gave Draco a moment to allow that information to sink in before speaking again. Once more, Mr. Malfoy, will you retract and apologize, or must we take this further? Draco was many things, but he wasn't a complete moron. The goblins had the Malfoys by the short and curlies, and he'd just given them a perfect excuse to yank those hairs out by the root. It was time to grovel, no matter how distasteful. Being poor was a far worse fate than eating some humble pie. I apologize unreservedly, Mr. Crow, both for my lack of manners and the ill-informed comments I made. I now clearly see my statement was in error and retract every word spoken. I was not aware of what was involved in closing those vaults and acted in haste and anger. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Malfoy, even if it was regrettable. I'm quite prepared to accept your apology and forget the entire incident. This time, Draco bowed in thanks before turning to leave the Great Hall. The entire castle now knew Crow owned his arse. The very thought of that same arse dressed in second-hand robes for the rest of his life was more than enough for Draco to keep his head up and defend his decision to anyone. He'd taken the only option available to him and would continue to do so until he reached 17. Then he would be moving the entire Malfoy fortune elsewhere before seeking his revenge. This required an urgent letter home to his father. Both heads of house returned to the staff table, content the matter had been resolved without breaking any school rules, while Harry sat back down to his interrupted breakfast. Hermione was reading Malfoy's discarded paper, but had a question that the prophet didn't answer. Gringotts actually have an official statement on the matter printed in the prophet. It covers in detail everything you just said, including listing the conditions that are considered a breach of contract. Malfoy could have saved himself the embarrassment if he'd only finished reading. I suppose the Malfoy loses vaults headline was as far as he got. It doesn't mention, though, why his mother couldn't just move their valuables. Padma supplied the answer to her Muggle-born friend. No head of a pure-blood family would give his wife access to everything, probably too frightened they would be robbed blind. Harry didn't know this, and it went against the information he did have. My mum did. Dad had her assigned full access to the Potter vaults. There were obviously things only the head of the Potter family could do, but those apart, everything was equal. This intrigued both his friends, though it was Padma who asked how he knew this. My father is the senior accounts manager at Gringotts. The Potter family account is the most senior at the bank. My father knew both my mum and dad and liked them very much. He says I've got my mother's eyes. Your mum must have been beautiful. The words were out before it dawned on Hermione what she was saying. Padma was sitting watching both of them turn shades of pink and decided to help out, though she would tease Hermione mercilessly when she got her alone later. Hey, Harry, I think you could get Malfoy to clean our shoes for us. I think you could get Malfoy to do just about anything you wanted. That is not the Goblin way, Padma. Maybe not, but you have to admit it would be funny. This cracked the three of them up. Bill entered the Great Hall to see three of his students laughing together. He couldn't help but compare them to his two youngest siblings. Ginny now sat enthralled as Bill told tales of the Real Harry after dinner. He didn't want his sister simply switching her fantasy, but was indulging Ginny at the moment. Watching Ron's face as he described what Harry had done to the 9 older students was worth it. His mother and father had been on Ron's case all week, and his youngest brother now couldn't wait to return to Hogwarts. Taking the carrot and stick approach, Bill was using some of his extra salary to buy Ron a new wand later today. He also promised new robes if he finished all the homework Bill had gotten from Minerva for him. He wasn't entirely happy with having to coerce Ron into doing something, but there weren't too many other options available at the moment. The youngest Weasley brother was in the last chance saloon as far as his Hogwarts education was concerned. Bill and Percy were taking on the task of ensuring Ron didn't blow it. He could practically feel Dumbledore's eyes boring into his back while the Gringotts employee walked toward his students. Bill was certain the approach would be coming soon. Thank you for joining us for Part 1, Chapters 1 to 10 of Harry Crow by RobST. The intrigue, wit, and innovative twists in this story are just the beginning. Did you know? Goblins in the Harry Potter series are known for their banking prowess, but fanfictions like Harry Crow dive deeper into their culture, giving them unique roles and relationships with wizards. Your engagement makes all the difference. Like, comment, and subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks to ensure you never miss the next part of this journey. What did you think of Harry's unconventional upbringing? Share your thoughts below. As Harry learns to balance goblin wisdom with wizarding traditions, let's remember the power of understanding and embracing diversity in our own lives. Thank you for being part of our audiobook family, and see you soon for Part 2.